Hey there, and welcome to Weeb Novel Audiobook, your hub for epic fanfics, original stories, and thrilling adventures brought to life. Make sure to subscribe for regular updates and swing by my Patreon for early access and exclusive mature content. Now, sit back and enjoy the journey.
I understood. After hearing Ethan's words, Felix realized something and could not help but think, was I too much in a hurry to break through to the Golden Core realm? I will be busy for the next 2 weeks, and once I am done with my things, I will let you know. At that time, let's explore the other parts of the Azure Serpent realm. Soon, Ethan gave some words of encouragement and talked about a few more things for a while before parting ways. After parting ways with Felix, Ethan changed his entire attire and exuded his full cultivation, which was level 5 foundation establishment realm, and entered the Azure Serpent realm. Swish! With his speed, in no time Ethan reached the hidden grove on the small floating island where he planted lots of Azure Profound grass seeds. Huh? They have grown so big in just a week. Looking at the thriving Azure Profound grass in the grove, Ethan was shocked and hurriedly checked their maturity period. Heaven's Harvest. Spirit plant name, Azure Profound Grass. Grade, Rank 3 Special. Maturity, 185 days. Status, Excited. Heaven's Harvest. Spirit plant name, Azure Profound Grass. Grade, Rank 3 Special. Maturity, 199 days. Status, Excited. Heaven's Harvest. Spirit plant name, Azure Profound Grass. Grade, Rank 3 Special. Maturity, 175 days. Status, Excited. Heaven's Harvest. Spirit plant name, Azure Profound Grass. Grade, Rank 3 Special. Maturity, 180 days. Status, Excited. How did they grow this big already? As he checked the maturity period of each Azure Profound Grass, Ethan was shocked to see it was below 200 days. It's been only 9 days since he had already visited the grove, and back then, the first batch of Azure Profound Grass he planted had a maturity period of 440 days, and the newly planted ones had 480 days. Although the Azure essence in the Azure Serpent realm is rich and speeds up the growth of the Azure Profound Grass, it is still not enough to mature them this fast. Is it the Azure Serpent Fiend King? Because there was no mature Azure Profound Grass in the grove, is he nurturing them every day? Suddenly, Ethan thought of something and hurriedly focused on the live statuses of the Azure Profound Grass around him to get some clues. Status, Excited. I was missing the human spirit farmer, and my prayers were very strong that he finally appeared. Status, Excited. The Azure Serpent Fiend King has ended his today's nurturing session, and it seems we will get another nurturing session from this human. Status, Excited. Human, don't worry about the Azure Serpent Fiend King, he won't be coming until tomorrow. Phew, so, he won't be coming out today. That's good. Almost all the Azure Profound Grass were telling him not to worry about the Azure Serpent Fiend King, making him heave a sigh of relief. Also, they are asking for more nurturing. Another thing that shocked Ethan was that the Azure Profound Grass were asking for more nurturing. Wait a second, if the nurturing skills of the Azure Serpent Fiend King S and mine are combined, won't these Azure Profound Grass mature in a couple of days? Suddenly, Ethan thought of something that made his eyes light up. Once they matured, if he could harvest all the Azure Profound Grass in the grove, he could get a ton of life points. With those life points, he could easily buy one heavenly option right away and could buy another one after a few days. Let's do it. With that thought in mind, Ethan no longer hesitated or wasted any time as he started using his nurturing techniques to speed up their growth. Flourishing Spirit Rain. Sprinkle. Green Pulse Art. Swish. Heaven's Harvest. Spirit plant name, Azure Profound Grass. Grade, Rank 3 Special. Maturity, 165 days. Status, excited but tired. Maturity, 179 days. Status, excited but tired. Maturity, 155 days. Status, excited but tired. Maturity, 150 days. Status, excited but tired. After 2 hours of nurturing, Ethan successfully reduced the maturity period of all spirit plants by 20 days. It looks like I should visit the Azure Serpent realm another 3 or 4 times before harvesting them. Ethan roughly estimated and decided to enter the Azure Serpent realm for the next few days. It's time to leave. Although Ethan wanted to try out his special talent Primal Beast Sovereign and the Cultivation Technique Primal Beast Transformation Art, he suppressed his urge. Since he would be entering the Berserk Beast realm known for all kinds of spirit beasts, Ethan decided not to use either the talent or the cultivation technique. I can look for some rare spirit beasts to add to my cultivation technique or tame them using my special talent, however, I have to enter even deeper into the secret realm. Although Ethan had revival life cards, he didn't want to carelessly use them. Moreover, his goal for entering the Azure Serpent realm was to nurture the Azure Profound Grass, and since he had completed it and even received a pleasant surprise, Ethan wanted to leave the secret realm. Night Phantom Concealment. Swish. First, he activated the concealment technique to erase his traces as much as possible. Shadow Steps. Swish. Next, he moved like a shadow at an incredible speed towards the exit, and luckily nothing unexpected happened as he finally left the Azure Serpent realm. Haha. After Ethan left, Galen slowly walked into the small floating island and started laughing like a maniac, seeing the thriving Azure Profound Grass in the grove. The night demon puppet sent by Galen's brother had patiently waited outside Greenspire town, and when it sensed Ethan leaving, it quietly followed him and informed Galen about it. At first, Galen wanted to attack Ethan after entering the Azure Serpent realm, however, seeing that Ethan was alone, Galen held back his killing intent and secretly followed Ethan to the small floating island. So, this is where he got so much Azure Profound Grass. Looking at the grove filled with Azure Profound Grass, Galen understood where Ethan and Felix got the Azure Profound Grass from, and he also understood why his brother died. Brother Silas, just wait and watch how I will not only take all his hard-earned Azure Profound Grass but also torture him to death. Galen's eyes shone with bright light as he smiled evilly. You have worked hard. Keep following and inform me again when he enters the Azure Serpent realm like today. Galen looked at his shadow and spoke to it. Swish. As soon as he finished his words, a black silhouette jumped out of his shadow and disappeared into the distance. Brother Ronan, you have always disliked Silas, and likewise, he disliked you. However, if only you had given him a night demon puppet too, he would have still been alive. Galen hated his brother Ronan, who always cared for himself and used all the cultivation resources for himself to break through to the Golden Core realm, which widened their gap. However, Galen decided to forget all those things and become his brother's lackey to occasionally receive some gifts, which quickly boosted his cultivation to the perfected Foundation realm. On the other hand, Silas was too proud to beg his elder brother, who had put them in danger many times just for his cultivation. So, his cultivation was severely lacking compared to Galen. Now, after Silas's death, his hate towards Ronan had increased even more. However, there was no way Galen could teach a lesson to Ronan, who was already a Golden Core realm cultivator. Nevertheless, for now, he decided to use his brother as much as possible and break through to the Golden Core realm. Once I take care of these two little B** stards, I will take care of you. Galen swore to not only kill Ethan and Felix but even Ronan, because he blamed Ronan as much as he blamed Ethan and Felix. Everyone who is responsible for your death, I will send them all to you, little Silas. Galen took one last look at the grove filled with Azure Profound Grass and turned around to leave. He didn't have any plans to destroy the Azure Profound Grass. Instead, he had other plans for Ethan and Felix. Once they mature, I can exchange them for golden azure pills to rapidly increase my cultivation in the golden core realm. Galen chuckled and left the azure serpent realm. It looks like I can not only buy the heavenly spirit essence refining technique but even the heavenly lifespan due from the interface within a week. Ethan was oblivious that he was tracked by Galen and even that he had found out his secret groove in the azure serpent realm. Currently, he was in a good mood because the azure profound grass in the secret groove would mature within a week, and he could harvest them. Other than getting hundreds of stalks belonging to the azure profound grass, he would get lots of life points, which were enough to buy nearly 2 heavenly options from the interface. So, of course, thinking about it made Ethan excited. Although I have to run for nearly 6 hours for the next few days, it is totally worth it. From Greenspire Town to the secret groove in the Azure Serpent realm, it takes 6 hours to travel back and forth. However, thinking about all his gains in a week, Ethan was excited. I will just consider it as training. With that thought in mind, Ethan rushed home by evening. Let's nurture the spirit plants and go back to cultivation. Through manual cultivation, for every level he breaks through in the foundation establishment realm, Ethan could save 5,000 life points. Hence, he sat for cultivation after nurturing the spirit grass. Of course, Ethan didn't forget to plant 10 clear heart lotus seeds in the spirit pond. Actually, he wanted to plant more, however, he had already got a warning from the dragon heart lotus and the rest of the planted clear heart lotuses not to plant any new clear heart lotus seeds. The next day. Let's skip the training session until I harvest the azure profound grass. Ethan informed Selena through Elias that he was on the verge of a breakthrough and needed to enter seclusion, successfully escaping the training session. In 3 hours, Ethan reached the secret groove and checked the live statuses of the azure profound grass. Heaven's Harvest. Spirit plant name, Azure Profound Grass. Grade, Rank 3 Special. Maturity, 123 days. Status, excited, are you going to have another double nurturing session today? Maturity, 149 days. Status, excited, haha, first the Azure Serpent Fiend King and now a human, we are really blessed to have 2 nurturers. Maturity, 130 days. Status, excited, I thought the human nurturer wouldn't be coming today, but he arrived to take care of us. As I expected, their maturity period has decreased by an average of 25 days. Ethan was happy to see the reduction in the maturity period of the Azure Profound Grass as he muttered, at this rate, in just 3 days, they will be mature. Suppressing his excitement, Ethan quickly started his nurturing, and in just a couple of hours, he successfully reduced another 20 days of maturity time from all the Azure Profound Grass in the secret groove. Time to go. Other than nurturing the Azure Profound Grass, Ethan didn't have any other thoughts, so he quickly left the Azure Serpent realm after completing his nurturing session. Time continued to pass, and in a flash, another 2 days passed as Ethan strictly followed his routine. 6 hours for traveling, 2 hours for nurturing the Azure Profound Grass, 1 hour for his spirit plants, some time spent with his parents, and the remaining time was fully dedicated to his cultivation. Although he was yet to break through to level 6 foundation realm, he had successfully refined his foundation bead to 80%. He was confident that he could break through in 5 days with ease. But that's not important. Right now, it is time to harvest the Azure Profound Grass. Soon, he rushed to the secret groove where Azure Profound Grass was thriving and only a few days away from reaching their maturity. I just need to complete today's nurturing session and start harvesting them. Without wasting any time, he started his usual nurturing session. Flourishing Spirit Rain. Sprinkle. Green Pulse Art. Swish. Heaven's Harvest. Spirit plant name, Azure Profound Grass. Grade, Rank 3 Special. Maturity, ready to harvest. Status, excited. For your hard work, I will become your trophy, my dear nurturer. Finally. Ethan became excited when he saw ready to harvest and excitedly harvested his first azure profound grass. That's right. It was the first azure profound grass that he planted. Previously, Ethan had harvested hundreds of azure profound grass stalks from the secret groove. However, they were all planted and nurtured by the azure serpent fiend king. But in the new batch of azure profound grass that had matured in the secret groove, Ethan had planted around 500 seeds, and the remaining 500 were planted by the azure serpent fiend king. The one he was planning to harvest first was none other than the azure profound grass he had planted. I wonder how many life points I will get from harvesting a stalk of azure profound grass. Ethan hoped to get a good number of life points and gently harvested his first azure profound grass. Ding! The host harvested a perfect quality azure profound grass and received 25 life points. 25 life points? 15 life points more than the clear heart lotus. Ethan was shocked to see the 25 life points because, from his past experience of harvesting a perfect quality clear heart lotus, he believed he would at most get 15 life points from harvesting a perfect quality azure profound grass. Hence, seeing the 25 life points, Ethan was shocked but soon became excited because they would be doubled thanks to his heaven's harvest. Ding! Double yield, plus 1 perfect quality azure profound grass and 25 life points. A single perfect quality azure profound grass gives me 50 life points, which means if I can harvest all the azure profound grass I planted in the secret groove, I will get more than 25,000 life points, right? Once this thought came to him, Ethan's heart raced as he quickly started harvesting the azure profound grass one after another. Ding! Harvest complete, plus 2 perfect quality azure profound grass and 50 life points. Ding! Harvest complete, plus 2 perfect quality azure profound grass and 50 life points. Some of them gave life points, but some of them didn't because they were not planted by him. Since Ethan didn't know how to differentiate the spirit plants he planted from the ones planted by the azure serpent fiend king, he was not bothered much about it and continued to harvest. Wait a second. Amidst his harvesting, Ethan suddenly thought of something. What if they become angry after I harvest 100 stalks of azure profound grass? This thought made Ethan pause his harvesting because, once they became angry, any harvest would awaken the azure serpent fiend king. When the azure serpent fiend king awakens, things won't go as he planned. The thing is, Ethan didn't want to come to the azure serpent realm again after today until the beast extermination trial was completed. Even though I planted half of the azure profound grass, I am not sure whether they will let me peacefully harvest more than 100 stalks. Previously, when Ethan was planting these seeds, he had already harvested 1 matured azure profound grass in exchange, so Ethan didn't think he could peacefully harvest 500 stalks of azure profound grass. If only I could plant more seeds, I might be able to peacefully harvest the azure profound grass. Ethan didn't have to think about it, as an idea struck him. It looks like I should do that. It looks like I should do that. Ethan smiled a little as he took out a white-colored stone from his vital bloom ring. It was none other than the mystic seed condensation stone, which is a one-time usable treasure that not only records the seed condensation method for spirit plants but also transfers that knowledge to a cultivator. That's right. Ethan decided to learn the seed condensation method for the azure profound grass using this stone. Previously, he wanted to learn the seed condensation method for the clear heart lotus, which seemed to have good benefits for mass nurturing. However, the benefits from the azure profound grass completely outweighed the benefits of clear heart lotus. If I can condense and extract the seeds from the azure profound grass, I can continue to mass nurture the azure profound grass in this secret groove. Ethan was thinking from a long-term perspective when he decided to learn the seed condensation method for the azure profound grass. By repeating the cycle of planting the seeds and harvesting the mature azure profound grass in the secret groove, Ethan could create a steady source of life points. More importantly, I have a helper who is not only powerful enough to protect the secret groove but even knows how to take care of the azure profound grass better than me. The helper Ethan was talking about was none other than the Azure Serpent Fiend King. So, clearly, learning the seed condensation method for the Azure Profound Grass was greatly beneficial to him compared to the Clear Heart Lotus seeds, which he could only nurture 20 of at once. Let's do it. After thinking everything over, Ethan no longer wasted any time and placed one of the harvested Azure Profound Grass against the Mystic Seed Condensation Stone. Swish! In the next second, the white-colored stone shone brightly with a mix of blue and green light. Ding! The Mystic Seed Condensation Stone has successfully recorded the seed condensation method for the Azure Profound Grass. The recording process was completed in just a few seconds as he received a confirmation from the system. Time to learn my second seed condensation method. Ethan smiled as he looked at the azure blue-colored stone in his hands and crushed it. Swoosh! In the next second, some mysterious energy was released from the Mystic Seed Condensation Stone, which entered into Ethan's head. SHHH. A sharp, piercing pain shot through Ethan's mind as foreign knowledge and profound insights flooded his consciousness. I have died multiple times already. This pain is nothing. Ethan gritted his teeth and encouraged himself to endure the piercing pain for the next few minutes. Ding! The host has successfully learned the seed condensation method for the Azure Profound Grass. After 10 minutes, the piercing pain disappeared, and a congratulatory message appeared from the system. It's time to condense some seeds. Ethan wiped the sweat off his forehead and resumed his work. I have planted less Azure Profound Grass on this side. So, let's condense the seeds from this side of the secret groove. He didn't start condensing the seeds from the random Azure Profound Grass but instead chose a corner in the secret groove. Although Ethan couldn't tell the difference between the Azure Profound Grass he planted and the one planted by the Azure Serpent Fiend King, he could tell where he planted more and where he planted less. So, he decided to condense and extract the seeds from the least planted zone and harvest from the most planted zone in order not to lose more life points. Let's begin the process. He quickly selected one excited mature Azure Profound Grass and gently touched it at the base. Inject. Ethan carefully infused a thin stream of spirit essence into the base of the plant. Swish! The moment his spirit essence entered the grass, azure-colored veins lit up along the stem, showing the complicated vein node structure of the Azure Profound Grass. Each plant has a different vein node structure, and because of that, each spirit plant has a different seed condensation method. So, this is how the veins and nodes look for the Azure Profound Grass. Looking at the lit-up vein structure on the stem of the grass, like it was mentioned in the knowledge he received, Ethan knew he was going in the right direction. Generally, most spirit plants won't light up their veins, but the Azure Profound Grass was a special plant. Thanks to this, condensing the seeds for the Azure Profound Grass is much easier than for other spirit plants. Since the spirit plants won't light up their veins, it is a bit difficult to accurately fill up those veins, but there was no such problem with Azure Profound Grass, making Ethan excited. Let's fill up those nodes that are supposed to be activated. Soon, following the seed condensation method in his head, Ethan injected the spirit essence to fill the nodes that were supposed to be filled inside the complicated network. However, it wasn't easy to do because of the visibility of the network. Move and reveal the seed formations. Once he filled the spirit essence into that complicated network, it melted and became the pure core essence of the Azure Profound Grass. Using precise spirit essence control, Ethan moved the plant's core essence to the plant base and searched for tiny seed cores in it. 1, 2, 3, 10. Ethan was shocked to find 10 tiny seed cores in the core essence. However, his shock turned into excitement because he could condense 10 seeds from these 10 seed cores. Let's activate them. With the final energy pulse, Ethan activated the seed cores. Now, all I have to do is wait. After activating the tiny seed cores in the core essence, Ethan patiently sensed the changes at the base of the Azure Profound Grass. The tiny seed cores, after being activated by Ethan, crazily devoured the core essence around them and solidified into a tangible form. Swish. As time passed by, the thriving azure profound grass dried up in no time and disappeared, leaving behind 10 healthy azure profound grass seeds. Ding. The host has successfully condensed 10 azure profound grass seeds. Ding. Double yield under the heavens harvest has been triggered. Ding. The host received an additional 10 azure profound grass seeds. It is much easier than condensing the seeds for the spirit grass. Ethan never in his wildest dreams thought it was much easier to extract the seeds from a special rank 3 spirit plant compared to a common rank 1 spirit plant. Moreover, the number of spirit seeds I extracted from azure profound grass is higher. The spirit grass, at maximum, he could extract 8 spirit seeds, but from azure profound grass, he got 10 spirit seeds. Thanks to the double yield, these 10 spirit seeds became 20 spirit seeds, making Ethan extremely happy. 20 spirit seeds means 20 extra azure profound grass I can harvest from the groove. However, Ethan didn't rush to harvest. Instead, he condensed and extracted seeds from more azure profound grass. Ding. Condensation successful, received 20 spirit seeds. Ding. Condensation successful, received 20 spirit seeds. Ding. Condensation successful, received 20 spirit seeds. All azure profound grass he condensed gave 10 spirit seeds each, making Ethan happy, and because of this, he only condensed 50 azure profound grass, gaining 1000 spirit seeds. 1000 spirit seeds are more than enough to harvest all the mature azure profound grass in the secret groove. Ethan stretched his body before starting to harvest the azure profound grass for life points. Ding. Harvest complete, +2 perfect quality azure profound grass and 50 life points. Ding. Harvest complete, +2 perfect quality azure profound grass and 50 life points. Ding. Harvest complete. Ethan harvested until he finally noticed the change in the live status of the azure profound grass. Heaven's Harvest. Spirit plant name, azure profound grass. Grade, rank 3 special. Maturity, ready to harvest. Status, burning with rage. Human, you should know when to stop. You have already harvested whatever you planted. Status, burning with rage. Human, claiming your share is fine, but aren't you a bit greedy to take everything for yourself? Looks like I should call the Azure Serpent Fiend King. Status, burning with rage, I thought you were a good person, but I didn't expect you to be this greedy. If you harvest another one of us, we will summon the Azure Serpent Fiend King. After Ethan harvested around 450 mature azure profound grass, all the azure profound grass in the secret groove became angry and threatened Ethan. Here they go, threatening me using the Azure Serpent Fiend King. Ethan was already used to their words as it was not his first time. I will plant the azure profound grass before I harvest you all. Ethan said to all the spirit plants in the secret groove and started planting the azure profound grass seeds. Flourishing Spirit Rain. Sprinkle. Green Pulse Art. Swish. Heaven's Harvest. Spirit plant name, Azure Profound Grass. Grade, rank 3 special. Maturity, 480 days. Status, excited but tired. After planting more than 500 azure profound grass and nurturing them, Ethan successfully calmed all the angry azure profound grass in the secret groove before resuming his harvesting. Ding. Harvest complete, +2 perfect quality azure profound grass and 50 life points. Ding. Harvest complete. Soon, Ethan harvested the remaining less than 500 azure profound grass in the secret groove. Ding. Available life points, 30,550. Since he planted more than 500 azure profound grass seeds in the secret groove, Ethan received around 2,600 life points and, along with his old life points, he accumulated more than 30,000 life points. Phew, finally, I am rich again. Looking at the huge number of life points, Ethan was over the moon as he thought, I can finally buy the remaining 3 heavenly options. Huh. Suddenly, Ethan felt an intense killing intent from a distance, making him frown a bit. Am I sensing things? Ethan only felt that intense killing intent for a moment before it disappeared without a trace. I swear I felt a weak presence. Oh, never mind, it must have been the wind. Ha! Was that your killing intent? I felt more danger from a drunk beggar waving a rusty spoon. Wait a second, I got it. This must be your grand strategy. Hide until I die of boredom. Keep hiding, rat. The longer you wait, the worse it's gonna be when I rip you out of your little hole. Nevertheless, Ethan didn't want to take any chances and decided to provoke whoever was watching him. He was not worried about the intense killing intent from a spirit beast, however, he was worried if it was from a human, because human cultivators are far more dangerous than spirit beasts. As long as a human cultivator was hiding in the surroundings, Ethan believed at least one of his taunts would make them come out. He sensed that last bit of killing intent I released even from such a distance. Away from the small floating island, Galen, who was waiting for Ethan to leave the small floating island, was shocked by Ethan's senses. Galen wanted to enter the small floating island to take Ethan's life today after he harvested the azure profound grass. For that, he had arrived early only to see the azure serpent fiend king moving around the small floating island, which scared the shit out of him. Hence, he stayed away from the small floating island. Seeing that Ethan was still not coming out of the secret groove, Galen lost patience for a moment and unintentionally released the killing intent. Nevertheless, he quickly retracted it, but Ethan's predator's spirit caught the scent of that intense killing intent which lasted only for a moment. This be asterisk starred, he is intentionally taunting me. Although there was a great distance between them, he could still hear Ethan's words loud and clear, which only made him furious. However, Galen knew what Ethan was trying to do. If not for the azure serpent fiend king on this small floating island, I would have already rushed in and started torturing that be asterisk starred. Galen was not an idiot as he could guess what Ethan was trying to do, however, he had no plans to make his move, at least not yet. Are you hiding out of fear or grief? If it's the second one, I'd say stop crying. I did you a favor by getting rid of trash. Come out and cry properly. If your brother was dumb enough to die by my hand, I doubt you're any smarter. I don't even remember who I've killed. Too many worms under my feet. But if you're pissed, that means one of them belonged to you. Sucks to be you, huh? On the other hand, Ethan continued to taunt with his lines, which he really didn't mean, but he was left with no choice. The longer the other party hid, the more vulgar his taunts became. Looks like I must be overly cautious, huh? Just when Ethan thought about giving up on his taunts, he felt an intense killing intent far more powerful than before. There is definitely someone watching me, but since when? Ethan became serious and a bit anxious when he thought of someone spying on him for who knows how long. Although there is an azure serpent fiend king to protect the secret groove, I don't want others to know about it. This secret groove is an important farming location which he didn't want others to know about. Moreover, the most important question is, how long has he been observing me? Even if the secret groove became public, it's fine, however, if someone knows about my real identity, then... Ethan didn't even finish his thought as his eyes burned with fury. Hence, he thought, I should eliminate him. With that thought in mind, Ethan started planning his options. However, thanks to the radiant clear heart, his anger disappeared as he was able to think properly. Outside the small floating island. This be asterisk starred, how dare he say such words about me and my brother? Although Galen thought he could handle Ethan's taunts, he could not suppress his killing intent when Ethan started taunting his brother. Due to his momentary anger, Galen's intense killing intent was revealed, and Ethan was able to confirm that he was being watched. No, he is intentionally provoking me to walk into the small floating island. I don't know how he was able to bond with that monstrous azure serpent fiend king, but I am sure the moment I enter, it will be the end of me. So, let's wait. Whatever he is saying, I will make sure he regrets the words he said and begs me to kill him. Galen no longer bothered to hide his killing intent, however, at the same time, he didn't plan to enter the small floating island. The moment you step out of this island, I will show you what true fear looks like. Inside the small floating island, he has so much killing intent towards him. I don't think it is just because of the azure profound grass. Even from a great distance, the killing intent Ethan felt from this unknown cultivator was so intense that it made Ethan conclude that the cultivator wanted him dead, not just because of the azure profound grass. Is it because of the resources I got from the cultivator's gathering? Chances are less. Ethan's mind raced as he started thinking of all the possible reasons. He had not made any enemies as far as he knew. Cultivation resources, or azure profound grass, none of those would be enough for someone to radiate such killing intent. Wait. A sudden realization struck him. This isn't about the spirit plants, or the cultivator's gathering. This killing intent is personal. It must have something to do with the sect disciple that Felix and I killed together a week ago. Although Ethan didn't even know the name of the sect disciple they killed, he felt it was about his death. But, how did he know it was me who killed that sect disciple? There is no way Felix would reveal it. Ethan's mind was calm as he was able to slowly connect the dots and figure out how this unknown cultivator was able to track him down. Wait a second, there was that B***starred Galen, who gifted me with a night demon puppet. For some reason, Ethan could not help but think about Galen, the host of the cultivator's gathering. Although I destroyed the night demon puppet, he must have other ways to track me down and he must be waiting. As for how this B***starred Galen knew about me, it must be because of that killer named Shadow B, who was the only person silently following Felix and me back then. As a member of the Eternal Shadow Guild, he knew how valuable the information of the killer was to the relatives of the victim. This is it, everything makes sense now. Soon, Ethan was able to figure out everything, but he was not happy about it, just anxious and worried. If it really was Galen, then he must know I live in Greensire Town. I should not let him live at any cost. The more Ethan thought about it, the more he wanted to kill him. But, he is a perfect Foundation establishment cultivator. Ethan knew Galen's cultivation, and back then, everyone was already congratulating him for his Golden Core Realm breakthrough. Should I just die and give up for once and sever ties with this B***starred? With his current strength, there was no way he could win against Galen, who not only had a higher cultivation realm but also God knows how many trump cards he was hiding. Since he could not kill Galen, Ethan thought dying must be a way out for him. Once he was dead, Galen would forget him and go on with his life, at least that's what Ethan thought for a while. Although his godly revival ability was still in cooldown and needed 2 more days to reset, Ethan was not worried about death as he still had 4 revival life cards. But, the problem is, there is no way he is going to kill me. Ethan took a deep breath and decided, let's not worry about death now. Let's focus on the rewards for my hard work. Since he was not in immediate danger, Ethan decided to buy the heavenly options that he worked hard for over the last 4 days. Interface of Killer's stats. 1. Cultivation Perfected Foundation Establishment Realm, 22,500 life points. Note, due to the increase in the life points, the available cultivation has also increased. 2. Heavenly Technique Heavenly Spirit Essence Refining Technique, Beginner's Stage, 10,000 life points. 3. Heavenly Item Heavenly Lifespan Do, 10,000 life points. 4. Heavenly Talent, already purchased. 5. Heavenly Beast Companion Spirit Beast Egg, 10,000 life points. This, how did I miss this thing out? However, when he saw the cultivation in the interface of the killer's stats, Ethan was surprised. It was not the first time there had been changes in the cultivation option, However, he hadn't thought about it while searching for a way out of his current situation. However, if I use 22,500 life points for my cultivation, I won't be able to buy the heavenly options. With his current life points, leaving out the cultivation, Ethan could buy the remaining 3 available heavenly options, but he would suffer a fate worse than death. So, either he had to give up on the heavenly options, or he would become a puppet, which was the fate he was talking about, worse than death. That's right. Ethan was not worried about death but about becoming a puppet, just like how Night Demon Seraphis was turned into a Night Demon puppet. Since Galen's brother is a puppet master who can turn demons into puppets, Galen would make sure I became a puppet. Ethan could commit suicide for instant death and directly revive in the small courtyard. However, he wouldn't be at peace knowing about Galen. Until earlier, I didn't think I had a chance to turn around my situation, but by buying cultivation from the interface, I can change it. After thinking for a while, Ethan decided to kill Galen at any cost today. As for his elder brother, who is a Golden Core Realm cultivator, I have a perfect plan to avoid his revenge. Ethan's eyes shone with determination as he swore, "Galen, your brother chose the wrong target, and you made the same mistake too. System, I will buy the Heavenly Spirit Essence Refining Technique. Soon, Ethan came up with a plan, and as a part of it, he bought the Heavenly Spirit Essence Refining Technique. He planned to buy the cultivation from the interface. However, Ethan was not in a hurry, as he had a better plan on how to buy the cultivation. Ding! The host has spent 10,000 life points and bought the Heavenly Technique Heavenly Spirit Essence Refining Technique. Sweesh! As soon as he bought it, mysterious foreign knowledge appeared in Ethan's mind. Complex circulation paths, unique breathing patterns, and profound insights into refining spirit essence surged into his consciousness like a raging river. SHHH. With such valuable information, a sharp, piercing pain struck his mind as if his very soul was being branded with divine enlightenment. Arg! Ethan's body trembled, his forehead covered with sweat as his meridians instinctively adjusted to accommodate the newfound technique. The process lasted for a few moments, but for Ethan, it felt like an eternity. This technique is incredible. Nevertheless, when the pain subsided and he felt the changes in his body, Ethan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Unlike other refinement techniques that simply absorbed the spirit essence from nature, the Heavenly Spirit Essence Refining Technique enhanced the quality of the absorbed spirit essence. What's more, even when I don't circulate the cultivation technique, the spirit essence is passively absorbed into my body and refined by the foundation bead in my dantian on its own. In short, the Heavenly Spirit Essence Refining Technique was giving him much better benefits compared to a high-level spirit root. It's time to test the effects of the Heavenly Spirit Essence Refining Technique by actively circulating it. Once Ethan learned that he could directly buy the cultivation of the perfect foundation establishment realm, he was not in a hurry to buy it. Instead, he wanted to save as many life points as possible before making the actual purchase. That's right. He had already learned in the mystic soil domain that by manually cultivating and increasing his cultivation, he could reduce the life points. Among the other heavenly options, Ethan believed that the heavenly technique would definitely increase his cultivation speed by a lot, and he wanted to see whether he could make a breakthrough to the level 6 foundation establishment realm. I have already refined my foundation bead by 80%, and I am not far from breaking through to the level 6 foundation establishment realm. It was because he was so close to breaking through to the level 6 foundation establishment realm. So, Ethan believed that since the Azure Serpent realm had relatively rich spirit essence compared to the small courtyard, he could achieve a breakthrough. Moreover, after some thinking, he bought the heavenly technique because he believed it would further speed up his cultivation speed. Even before using the heavenly technique, Ethan liked its benefits, which seemed much better than having a high-level spirit root. I am confident that I can easily achieve a breakthrough. With that thought in mind, Ethan sat cross-legged and circulated the Heavenly Spirit Essence Refining Technique. Swoosh. The moment he circulated it, the surrounding spirit essence responded instantly, rushing toward him like a hurricane, and it was automatically refined and integrated into his foundation bead. It feels like driving an automatic car after driving a manual car for years. Ethan could not help but compare his current feeling to the automatic and manual cars. SHHH. A faint glow surrounded Ethan's body as the spirit essence continuously funneled into him. This is incredible, the refinement is almost flawless. The more Ethan circulated the heavenly technique, the more he liked it, as he wondered, if it is already this powerful at the beginner's stage, how powerful will it be when I upgrade it to the small success stage? Or the completion stage? Or the greater completion stage? Amidst his thoughts, Ethan's foundation bead rotated with extreme force as the last 20% of refinement progressed at an astonishing rate. 81%, 82%, 83%. For every minute, his foundation bead was being refined by 1%, making him closer to his breakthrough. In less than 30 minutes, the foundation bead was completely refined and started striking the dungeon walls to crack itself open to release the foundation energy stored inside it. Kaka. In the next few minutes, there was a crisp sound inside Ethan's body as his foundation bead broke and released the foundation energy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the level 6 foundation establishment realm. I thought it would take at least 8 hours before I broke through. However, thanks to the heavenly technique, I did it in less than an hour. Seeing the system notification, Ethan could not help but clench his fists in excitement. Ding. Due to the host's breakthrough in his cultivation, there is a change in the cultivation of the interface of the killer's stats. Interface of killer's stats. 1. Cultivation perfected foundation establishment realm, 20,000 life points. Available life points, 20,550. Buying the heavenly technique was the right decision. Ethan was not surprised by the changes in the cultivation as he patted himself on the back for buying the heavenly technique. Although it might seem risky to buy the heavenly technique, Ethan was confident in his breakthrough. Moreover, even if he was unable to break through even with the heavenly technique, he had a plan B for his breakthrough. Since my cultivation speed is top-notch, I should try to break through to another level using my manual cultivation. Seeing his cultivation speed, Ethan decided to try breaking through to another level because there were still 7 hours before the night descended. Let's do it. Soon, Ethan resumed his cultivation and circulated the heavenly technique. Unlike before, his refining speed had decreased a bit. He now needed 3 minutes to refine his foundation bead by 1%. That meant he could break through to level 7 in just 5 hours. It was not his refining speed that decreased, but the amount of spirit essence needed to refine his foundation bead had increased. After making sure he could break through to level 7, Ethan continued circulating the heavenly technique with full enthusiasm. Time continued to pass, and in a flash, 5 hours had passed by as Ethan once again received the system notification he was waiting for. Kaka. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the level 7 foundation establishment realm. Ding. Due to the host's breakthrough in his cultivation, there is a change in the cultivation of the interface of the killer's stats. Interface of killer's stats. 1. Cultivation perfected foundation establishment realm, 15,000 life points. This is not enough. Let's strike the iron while it is still hot with my plan B. With a thought, a dark green colored fruit appeared in Ethan's hand, which was his plan B in case he was unable to make a manual breakthrough in his cultivation. It was none other than the mystic earth fruit that could increase a cultivator's level during the foundation establishment realm. Ethan was saving it for the future when his cultivation reached level 8 foundation establishment realm. However, since things had changed, he decided to consume it ahead of his plan. Gulp. Without wasting any time, Ethan swallowed the mystic earth fruit whole. The moment the fruit entered his stomach, a powerful surge of pure earth essence erupted within him. Boom. The foundation bead vibrated violently as the condensed earth essence of the mystic earth fruit merged into it, refining the bead at an incredible speed. The process was similar to before, however, this time, the entire process was extremely fast. Maybe it was because Ethan's spirit root belonged to the same element as the pure earth essence released by the mystic earth fruit. Ethan enjoyed the whole process without any pain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the level 8 foundation establishment realm. In no time, Ethan had successfully broken through another level, making it 3 levels in a single day. Ding! Due to the host's breakthrough in his cultivation, there is a change in the cultivation of the interface of the killer's stats. Interface of killer's stats. 1. Cultivation perfected foundation establishment realm, 10,000 life points. Available life points, 20,550. Haha. Seeing the original cost of 22,500 life points drop to 10,000, Ethan could not help but laugh. With a bit of proper planning, I was able to save 12,500 life points. Ethan didn't waste any time because in less than 2 hours, the night would descend, and he wanted to quickly take care of Galen before that. System, I will buy the cultivation. As soon as he made the choice, a series of system notifications rang in Ethan's ears. Ding! The host has spent 10,000 life points and purchased cultivation from the interface. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading his cultivation to the perfection stage of the foundation establishment realm. Ding! Available life points, 10,550. The first and foremost step has been done. Now, it is time for the second step. Ethan didn't celebrate his new cultivation. Instead, he revealed a cold smile as he moved on to the next step of his plan. The second step is to upgrade my cultivation techniques. Although Ethan had just enough life points to buy another heavenly option, he still didn't buy it. Instead, he decided to upgrade his cultivation techniques to take down Galen. Just because I have the same cultivation as that bastard, it doesn't mean I can win the fight. Ethan knew full well about his own battle prowess. The only way to win the fight is by overpowering him with the mastery of cultivation techniques. Matching his cultivation with Galen's cultivation was a basic thing, whereas upgrading the cultivation techniques was a way to swiftly kill Galen. For him, taking care of Galen was more important than the heavenly option. Of course, that didn't mean Ethan had given up on the remaining 2 heavenly options. He believed that he would still be able to buy at least one of the heavenly options in a couple of weeks. System, how much does it cost to upgrade my completion stage cultivation techniques to greater completion? Ethan asked the system about the cost of the upgrade. Ding! The godly cultivation insight requires 4,000 life points to upgrade your cultivation technique to the greater completion stage. 4,000? As I expected, the cost has increased by 10 times. Previously, when he upgraded the mastery of the cultivation techniques from small success stage to completion stage, it only cost 400 life points, but the subsequent higher upgrade increased to 4,000 life points. Nevertheless, Ethan was already expecting it and was not surprised by it. Looks like I can only upgrade 2 cultivation techniques as I planned. Before he executed his plan, Ethan had already planned almost all the things he had to do. So, he didn't have to think much before he gave an order to the system. System, give me insights into Night Phantom Concealment and Blazing Sun Palm and upgrade them to greater completion stage. He chose Night Phantom Concealment because it not only helped him camouflage his cultivation, but it could also help him erase his presence. Of course, at his current mastery of that cultivation technique, its effects were not good against the Perfect Foundation and Golden Core Realm cultivators. However, once it was upgraded to the greater completion stage, even Golden Core Realm cultivators wouldn't be able to see through him. As for the Blazing Sun Palm, it was the only powerful attack technique that Ethan had, and by upgrading it to the greater completion stage, Even early-stage Golden Core Realm cultivators would need to be careful of his palm technique, not to mention Galen, who was only a perfected Foundation Realm cultivator. Ding! The godly cultivation insight has been activated. Please bear the pain if there is any. As soon as he gave the order, the system activated the godly cultivation insight and burned the life points as fuel. Soon, countless profound insights related to the night phantom concealment and the blazing sun palm flooded Ethan's head. It's just a minor pain. It will disappear. Ethan gritted his teeth as he endured the sharp, piercing pain in his head. The pain didn't last long as he received a series of system notifications. Ding! The host has spent 4,000 life points and successfully upgraded his night phantom concealment to the greater completion stage. Ding! The host has spent 4,000 life points and successfully upgraded his blazing sun palm to the greater completion stage. Ding! Available life points, 2,550. And here I am, back to being poor again. Ethan bitterly smiled, however, he shook his head and muttered, with these azure profound grasses, I can get a steady source of life points. For that, I need to plant the remaining 500 azure profound grass seeds. Previously, Ethan had only planted 500 seeds, and since he had emptied the remaining half of the secret grove, he wanted to plant and nurture them before executing the last step of his plan. In his current situation, the secret grove had become a major source of life points for him. So, he wanted to fulfill his duties regarding it. In the next hour, he nurtured the newly planted azure profound grass seeds, replenished his spirit essence, and got an understanding of his upgraded cultivation techniques. It is finally time to leave. With all the preparations done, Ethan was ready to leave the secret grove, hoping Galen would do what he was supposed to do. Swish! After camouflaging his cultivation as a level 5 foundation establishment realm, Ethan hurriedly rushed out of the secret grove and then the small floating island. To any onlooker, it would seem as if he was escaping in sheer panic, running for his life from an unknown killer who wanted to kill him. His movements were swift yet restrained and just fast enough to look desperate. If this bastard wants to kill me so badly, he won't be able to resist this bait. Ethan thought coldly in his mind while he ran towards the exit of the Azure Serpent realm. So far, his understanding of Galen was that he was calm and composed and seemed to be a meticulous planner. Hence, Ethan wanted to make Galen believe that he was trying to run away from him. But, everything was an act to make Galen come out of his hiding, and Ethan was using only 50% of his speed. Swish! Swish! Just as Ethan left the small floating island, dozens of sharp needles rained on him. Danger! Ethan's predator's spirit instantly warned him about the incoming danger. Without hesitation, he twisted his body and moved in a zigzag motion, and avoided the incoming needles by a narrow margin. Of course, with his full speed, Ethan could easily dodge them, however, he was trying his best not to display his battle prowess in front of Galen. The needles whizzed past, some grazing his sleeves, others embedding themselves into the ground where he had just been standing. He is more prepared than I thought he would be. Ethan's sharp eyes caught the faint, eerie glow on the needles. They were definitely coated with a lethal toxin, making him think, if even one had pierced me, it would have been troublesome. Poisoned needles. A coward who can't even show himself, and now, he is resorting to these underhanded tactics. Seeing that Galen was still not showing himself and was making his moves from the shadows, Ethan didn't miss the chance to flaunt his taunting skills. Swish! Bastard, you have no right to talk about it when you sneakily killed my little Silas. A sudden gust of wind swept through the trees, and this time, a voice filled with rage echoed from the darkness. So, it was really you, the great host of the cultivators' gathering, Galen. Ethan laughed in his heart as his taunts truly worked like magic. That's right. I am Galen, the brother of the person who was killed by you exactly here. His name is Silas. Silas Way. Galen's face was filled with fury, and he shouted at Ethan as his aura burst out violently while he shouted his little brother's name. Silas! Silas! Ah, that coward who left his teammates to die. He snapped his fingers. Now I remember. I barely put any effort into killing him. Didn't even know his name, by the way. With Ethan's words, Ethan confirmed that all his guesses were true, and Galen indeed wanted to take revenge for the sect disciple he killed a week ago. Damn you, bastard! Galen's aura exploded with rage as he madly rushed at Ethan. Isn't this what I wanted from you? Looking at the madly rushing Galen, Ethan could not help but laugh in his heart because everything was going as he planned, at least until now. Shadow steps. Swoosh. Just when Galen's punch was about to land on Ethan, his figure blurred and vanished, leaving behind his silhouette, which Galen's punch went through. What? How did he move like that? Galen frowned when he missed his punch, and at the next moment, a bad feeling arose in his heart. Damn it, something's wrong. Sweesh. You must be looking for me, right? Sweesh. Before Galen could even process the situation, a whisper brushed past his ear. Instinctively, Galen's pupils shrunk as he twisted his body to move away, however, it was too late. Blazing sun palm. Boom. A fiery explosion erupted as Ethan's palm, blazing with golden-orange flames, struck Galen's chest. The fiery force behind the attack sent Galen flying into a row of trees, destroying them. This power, it's so powerful. Ethan was shocked to see the trail of destruction caused by his blazing sun palm. Although Ethan knew that the blazing sun palm had great explosive power after successfully upgrading it to the greater completion stage, he felt he had greatly underestimated it. The required spirit essence to use the blazing sun palm has also greatly increased. If not for my increased cultivation, I could have barely used it a couple of times. His perfected foundation realm cultivation had passively helped him in many ways. Other than the quantity of the spirit essence, its quality had also greatly increased. More importantly, his raw strength had greatly increased multiple times, making his blazing sun palm very deadly to Galen, who was also a perfected foundation realm cultivator. Cough, how are you this powerful? You are just a level 5, cough. Blood spewed from Galen's mouth as he coughed but still spoke, with his entire body trembling from the devastating impact. Huh? You are still alive. Ethan was a bit surprised to see Galen alive as he slowly walked towards him and replied, if I weren't in a hurry, I would have had a nice conversation with you to explain all these things. But, sorry, I am busy. Unlike Galen, Ethan didn't have any plans to torture his target. Moreover, he still had things to do. So, he quickly killed Galen and moved to the last stage of his plan, but he paused when he received a series of system notifications that pleasantly surprised him. Ding! The Heavens virtue has been triggered. Ding! The Heavens virtue has been triggered. Ding! The host has killed a vile cultivator who thrived on bloodshed, deceit, and torment. Ding! The host has successfully avenged the countless cultivators killed at that vile cultivator's hands. Ding! The host has been rewarded with 5,000 life points and the right to select one life card from the low-level cards previously drawn. What? 5,000 life points? Ethan had not expected that his Heaven's virtue would be triggered, much less that he would receive 5,000 life points. It's not just 5,000 life points but also a low-level life card that I want. I just spent 10,000 life points to buy the talent, and I have already earned 6,000 life points plus a low-level life card. Looking at the rewards from his Heaven's virtue, Ethan once again felt he had made the right decision to buy it from the heavenly options. I don't have the time for this. I still have to finish the last step. Soon, Ethan came out of his thoughts, took Galen's storage ring, and stored the corpse inside before rushing towards the exit of the Azure Serpent realm. Sweesh! With his speed, in less than half an hour, Ethan was successfully out of the Azure Serpent realm. At the entrance of the Azure Serpent realm, the area was bustling with cultivators hastily making their way out of the secret realm before nightfall. It's perfect that there are so many cultivators here. Standing at the entrance, Ethan smiled at the dozens of cultivators and, altering his voice, he shouted, "I don't know who this B***** is that dared to sneak attack me only to get himself killed." Sweesh. Ethan took out Galen's corpse from the storage ring and threw it out of the secret realm. For the next couple of days, I will be exploring the Azure Serpent realm. Anyone who wants to take revenge for him, they can patiently wait for me to come out of the secret realm, or you could just find me inside it. After saying those words, Ethan ran into the depths of the Azure Serpent realm. With this, my last step of the plan is done. Ethan smiled and went back to the secret grove. Huh? Who is that? I have never seen him before. Is something interesting going to happen in the next couple of days? It depends on the corpse's identity. I hope he has some good background and entertains us for the next few days. We will only know that after we see whose corpse it is. Soon, the onlookers who were leaving the Azure Serpent realm became curious and excited but didn't dare to go close to the corpse. If the corpse's relatives were unreasonable, they might get killed for checking. Finally, someone couldn't hold back his curiosity and turned over the corpse. This is sect disciple Galen. What? You mean the one who recently hosted the cultivators gathering? Yes, and he was just on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Someone informed the section I heard his elder brother is a Golden Core realm cultivator and an elder of the sect. The masked killer will be killed. Soon, everyone was shocked, and all the loose cultivators were excited after seeing that it was Galen who was dead. Although Galen always looked down on the loose cultivators and even killed countless of them. As for the sect disciples, they also seemed happy because, with his brother's backing, Galen was always overbearing, and they always had to bootlick him with praises. Anyway, they still carried the corpse back to the sect and informed Ronan about Galen's death. What? Galen is dead. Once he learned about Galen's death, Ronan was shocked for a moment before fury built in his chest. Who did it? Who had the audacity to kill my brother? Ronan's furious roar shook the entire hall as his aura surged uncontrollably. We don't know the killer, however, he issued a challenge to either enter the Azure Serpent realm or wait for him outside if anyone wants to avenge Galen. The disciples standing before him trembled, not daring to meet his gaze as they narrated everything that Ethan had announced to the world. Huh? He wants me to either enter the Azure Serpent realm or wait outside until he arrives. Ronan clenched his fists in anger as he flew to the Azure Serpent realm in less than 10 minutes. Everyone, you must have seen Galen's killer, right? I have a task for you. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the Azure Serpent realm, Ronan issued a bounty on Galen's killer. Whoever brings my brother's killer alive will receive a golden core pill as a reward. What? A golden core pill? It is said that a golden core pill increases the success rate of breaking through to the golden core realm by 50%. I want it, as long as I have it, I can easily break through to the golden core realm. Ronan's offering was very tempting, and all the loose cultivators who dreamed of becoming Golden Core realm cultivators were instantly hooked. Without wasting any time, they hurriedly rushed into the Azure Serpent realm. The killer has taken Galen's storage ring, that means he must have that thing on him. The moment he takes it out, I can actively track him. Suddenly, Ronan thought of something, and he summoned 4 night demon puppets with perfect foundation realm cultivation. You too, also enter the Azure Serpent realm. The moment you sense it, bring that B** to me. As for you two, stand guard at the entrance and catch him if you sense the killer. After giving his commands to the 4 night demon puppets, Ronan took one last look at the entrance of the Azure Serpent realm and turned towards the 2 disciples standing guard at the entrance. Elder. The 2 guarding disciples hurriedly bowed, their faces full of anxiety. From now on, anyone who leaves the Azure Serpent realm will be thoroughly checked by my servant. You must stop all the cultivators and make sure they go through my servant." Ronan ordered them, making those two disciples hurriedly nod their heads. "Raven, use this truth judgment mirror to ask the proper questions regarding Galen's death and find his killer." Ronan ordered his loyal servant, who had accompanied him for years, to take care of Galen's killer. "Don't worry about it, master. I will find the killer and bring him to you." Raven, with a scar on his face, looked quite dangerous as he assured Ronan. "With you working on it, I can focus on my cultivation." Ronan patted Raven's shoulder and returned to the sect. Unlike Galen, who wanted to personally take revenge on Silas's killer, Ronan didn't have such plans. He was self-centered and cared more about becoming powerful. However, that didn't mean he would let his brother's killer roam free. He would take revenge, but he wouldn't put aside his current goals. This idiot, he should have just broken through to the Golden Core realm before avenging little Silas. Ronan shook his head in disappointment, unsure whether it was for his brother's death or the loss of a potential Golden Core cultivator in his faction. In the depths of the Azure Serpent realm. After throwing Galen's corpse out of the Azure Serpent realm and shouting loudly, Ethan used his Night Phantom concealment and the Shadow Steps to the fullest. One is to completely erase his presence and traces, whereas the other one was to move extremely fast into the depths of the Azure Serpent realm. So far, my plan is working perfectly. From the moment he started cultivating in the secret groove 6 hours ago to the point where he threw Galen's corpse out of the Azure Serpent realm, everything seemed very smooth. However, a lot of thinking went into it, and of course, Ethan had even planned some alternatives in case any part of his plan didn't go as he planned. Thankfully, everything went as he planned, to be honest, better than he had planned. Using the Heavenly Spirit Essence refining technique, he was able to manually break through 2 levels in a row, significantly reducing the cost of his purchase by 7,500 life points. Moreover, because of the crazy explosive power of the Blazing Sun Palm, Ethan was able to almost kill Galen in a single attack. No matter how much I was able to think, it is all thanks to my special talent Radiant Clear Heart. Although it didn't increase his thinking abilities, it made sure he didn't forget even the smallest details, which greatly helped him in his planning. Now, all I have to do is die. That's right. Currently, the reason he was rushing into the depths of the Azure Serpent realm was to get himself killed by the dangerous spirit beasts. It was part of the plan Ethan had come up with to escape the revenge of Galen's elder brother, who was not only a rank 5 puppet master but also an elder of the Green Fire sect. His plan was to ensure that everyone saw him enter the Azure Serpent realm, thus making his death inside the realm a means to avoid the Golden Core realm cultivator's wrath. As long as he died inside the Azure Serpent realm, Ethan could use the revival life card to revive in the small courtyard. Once I revive in the small courtyard, I just have to hide my presence well and reveal only a level 2 foundation establishment realm cultivation. It was also the reason why Ethan upgraded the Night Phantom concealment to the greater completion stage to avoid any tracking methods that Galen's brother might use to locate him. A perfect spirit beast to get killed by. It's time to go home. As Ethan was searching for some swift ways to die, he found some deadly spirit beasts in the depths of the Azure Serpent realm. Finally, he selected a huge python covered in blue flames in the distance. It must be the rumored Azure Fire Python that devours its prey instantly. Ethan prepared himself both mentally and physically and casually threw a stone at it to provoke it. Azure Fire Breath. Swish. Contrary to Ethan's expectations, the Azure Fire Python didn't devour him. Instead, it released a deadly fire breath. Maybe it already had its dinner. This was the last thought in Ethan's head as his body turned into ashes. Ding. The host has been killed by a rank 5 spirit beast, Azure Fire Python. Ding. Since the host's godly revival ability is on cooldown, the revival life card will be activated. Ding. The host didn't receive any life points. Ding. The system can't generate the interface of the killer's stats. So, the existing interface of the killer's stats will still exist. The moment Ethan's consciousness returned, his head was filled with a long series of system notifications. There is nothing surprising in any of the system notifications. Ethan already knew that he wouldn't get either the life points or the interface of the killer's stats for using the revival life card. Hence, he patiently waited in his soul form. Waiting for 1 hour in the soul form is boring, however, I can watch the documentary on the nightlife in the depths of the Azure Serpent realm. With a slight smile, Ethan spent a single life point and started watching the scenes in the depths of the Azure Serpent realm. Roar. Hiss. Swish. He saw many rank 4 spirit beasts hunting on the ground and even rank 5 spirit beasts passing through the spot where he died. As for the humans, Ethan didn't see anyone. Although I didn't get to witness the fights between the spirit beasts, watching powerful spirit beasts was still quite interesting. As his 1 hour time was coming to an end, Ethan was satisfied with his viewing experience and felt that spending life points was worth it. Ding. The 1 hour waiting time is completed. The host can revive now. Finally, the system notification he was waiting for had finally arrived, followed by another notification asking him for his revival location. Ding. Host, please choose one of the following revival spots. 1. Death Point. 2. First save point, Hidden Cave. 3. Second save point, Mystic Soil Domain. 4. Third save point, Small Courtyard. Small Courtyard. Ethan didn't have to think much as he had already made his decision long ago. So, he directly chose the third save point. Choosing the Mystic Soil Domain might seem like a good idea as he could easily earn another batch of life points in no time and even initiate the inheritance trial to claim the Mystic Soil Domain. However, the gentle voice warned him that having a golden core realm cultivation would increase the chances of completing the inheritance trial. According to the gentle voice, if I fail the inheritance trial, I can no longer reinitiate it. So, it's better to be careful than to regret it later. Moreover, Ethan didn't want to miss out on the beast extermination trial in a week. Ethan's room, small courtyard. In no time, Ethan was directly revived in his room along with all his belongings, except for his clothes. I still don't know why I can bring all my items but not the clothes. It was a mystery for Ethan, however, he didn't think much about it and focused on hiding his presence. I want to check the items in Galen's storage ring, however, I don't think it is the right time to do it. Since Galen was preparing for the Golden Core realm, Ethan knew there would be good cultivation resources. Nevertheless, Ethan suppressed his urge to check Galen's storage ring because he was worried that Galen's brother might somehow track him. Anyway, I will be entering the Berserk Beast realm in a week. By then, even if I open it, there will be no problem, right? Ethan decided to check out the storage ring during the beast extermination trial, where the environment was filled with lots of violent energies and scents. Anyway, let's nurture the spirit grass and other spirit plants in the courtyard. Putting aside all his thoughts, Ethan went to take care of his spirit plants, played with the little turtle for a while, and checked on his parents. Let's see which life card I select. Once Ethan was done with his routine, he thought about the reward he had gained through his heavenly talent Heaven's Virtue for killing Galen. Ding. Please select a low-level life card from the following. 1. Revival life card. 2. Multiplier life card. 3. General revival life card. Soon, a list of life cards appeared in front of Ethan, asking him to choose one. General revival life card. Ethan had long made his decision the moment he first received the system notification regarding the reward. Among the 3 low-level life cards displayed in front of him, the General Revival life card was the most valuable one. The Revival life card, after using one earlier, Ethan was still left with 3 of them. The Multiplier life card was good, however, compared to a loyal subordinate, Getting an extra 2,000 to 5,000 life points of death allowance was nothing in Ethan's eyes. He had already created multiple sources from where he could get the life points. Even though I never have enough life points, I will never give up on the General Revival life card for a measly 2,000 to 5,000 life points of death allowance. Although Ethan thought it was a measly amount, if it were a different situation, he would not have given up on even a single life point, but now, he was getting a General Revival life card. Ding! The host is rewarded with a General Revival life card. Now, I can get another loyal subordinate. Ethan was happy with the General Revival life card as he thought, I could have used this General Revival life card to revive Galen and saved myself some trouble of dying. If Ethan wanted, he could have done it, however, he intentionally chose not to revive Galen for multiple reasons. First, due to Galen's intense killing intent towards him, Ethan worried that his loyalty might not be high or that there might not be any loyalty at all. Second, Galen was on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core realm, and according to the system, the stronger the target was, the lesser the loyalty would be. Third, and most importantly, Ethan had killed Galen's brother, Silas. Even if Ethan wanted, he couldn't maintain the relationship with Galen like nothing had happened. Whether Silas was an evil cultivator or not, for Galen, he was a little brother. So, Ethan felt it was only right to let the two brothers unite in the other world. As for the elder brother in the sect, he still has some time. In the future, when I become powerful enough, I will let the three brothers have a proper reunion in the other world. Of course, the main reason why Ethan was interested in killing Ronan was because he believed he would get lots of life points through Heaven's virtue. Someone who turns living entities into puppets regardless of whether they are human or demons, I don't think he is a good person. Ethan silently made a decision to take out Ronan in the future after he broke through to the Golden Core realm. Time continued to pass, and in a flash, a day passed by in peace, making Ethan feel that his plan had worked perfectly after seeing no suspicious activities happening in Greenspire. The spirit grass has matured. It's time to harvest. That day, after his nurturing session had come to an end, Ethan noticed that the spirit grass in the spirit field and spirit domain had matured. So, he quickly harvested the spirit grass and gained 1100 life points. Ding! Available life points, 9150. I just need less than 1000 life points and I can buy the Heavenly Spirit Beast Egg. Looking at the available life points, Ethan felt a bit excited as he thought about the last two remaining heavenly options in the interface of the killer's stats. Among them, Ethan was interested in the Heavenly Spirit Beast Egg. As for the Heavenly Lifespan Dew, it seemed like an interesting item and was even useful to him. However, having a Heavenly Spirit Beast as a companion seemed more beneficial and fun to him. I can get lifespan by various methods, however, getting a Heavenly Spirit Beast Egg. I don't think I can get another one if I miss it. With that thought in mind, Ethan planned which heavenly option he had to buy after accumulating 10,000 life points. Anyway, let's give some rest to the spirit field for today and plant the mutated spirit grass seeds. The spirit field in the mystic soil domain was mysterious, whereas the one in his small courtyard was just a basic spirit field. So, he didn't immediately plant the next batch right after the harvest. Instead, he gave some time for the residual energies to disappear. Ding! The thunder leaf grass on the host's spirit pet has matured. Ding! The mystic soil turtle has gained a new special skill for successfully nurturing the thunder leaf grass to maturity. As Ethan was spending time with his parents, he received system notifications that made him smile. Ethan had already expected it. So, he went to the little turtle that slowly moved towards him to celebrate the good news together. Well done. Ethan lightly patted the turtle's head before checking its information. Ding! Spirit Beast, Mystic Soil Turtle, Pebble. Strength, Rank 2. Skills, Spirit Soil Shell, Spirit Domain. Special Skills, Morning Mist Brew, Thundercloud Nourishment. Thundercloud Nourishment. The new skill looks good. For Ethan, the name of the new special skill looked good as he hurriedly checked the skill's information. Ding. Skill name, Thundercloud Nourishment. Effect: upon activation, the turtle can summon a thundercloud that is filled with pure thunder essence, which can speed up the growth rate of thunder/lightning type spirit plants. Although it is only effective on thunder/lightning type spirit plants, I can make full use of this new special skill. Ethan was excited about the skill because he felt it was a useful skill for him. He was planning to become a spirit farmer, and he would be nurturing and harvesting all varieties and grades of spirit plants. The higher the grade of the spirit plants, the longer their maturity period. For example, the Dragonheart lotus plant requires 10,000 days to mature. However, with the turtle's new skill, if Ethan planted special rank 5 spirit plants related to lightning and thunder, he could reduce their maturity period by a good margin. Moreover, if I add my green pulse art, I can greatly reduce the maturity period of those spirit plants. Thinking about it, Ethan was excited and looked forward to seeing how effective this new skill would be in the future. Looks like I have to get some lightning/thunder related spirit plant seeds. Ethan wasn't in a hurry to do that. However, he made a mental note to look out for the lightning/thunder type spirit seeds in his future outings. Ding. The host has harvested a perfect quality thunder leaf grass and received 2+2 life points. Putting aside his thoughts, Ethan quickly harvested the perfect quality thunder leaf grass and miraculously received another one from the heavens. Pebble, you have grown big after nurturing the thunder leaf grass. So, how about I plant 3 spirit plants on your back? Although the mystic soil turtle had not broken through to the next rank after successfully nurturing the rank 2 thunder leaf grass, its size had increased. Now, Ethan could easily grow 3 rank 1 or 2 spirit plants on its shell. The turtle excitedly nodded its head, asking for the spirit seeds to be nurtured on its shell. You are really a good pet. Ethan lightly patted its head and fed it 3 mutated spirit grass seeds. I hope you can break through to rank 3 after successfully nurturing them. Ethan wanted his mystic soil turtle to become stronger and grow big, so that he could plant more spirit plants. By planting more spirit plants on its back, it could grow powerful even faster. It was a cycle where the stronger the mystic soil turtle became, the greater the benefits both he and the turtle received. So, he started playing with the mystic soil turtle, increasing their bond. Ding. The host's godly revival ability has come out of cooldown. Finally, it has come out of cooldown. Ethan was a bit excited as he muttered, "It is finally time to see how much it costs to break through to the Golden Core Realm." He was curious about the cost for his breakthrough to the Golden Core Realm, and he thought that if it was very high, he would start making preparations for a manual breakthrough to the Golden Core Realm. It is a perfect time to go out. Looking at the night sky from his courtyard, Ethan smiled, and in the next second, disappeared into the shadows. At the entrance of the Azure Serpent Realm. Hey, do you have any new information on Galen's killer? There is nothing. Even though hundreds of perfected Foundation establishment cultivators from the sect and even loose cultivators were searching for anyone that matched the killer's description. However, there was no trace of him, as though he had disappeared into thin air. That Golden Core Realm servant left behind by Elder Ronan was always checking those who left the Azure Serpent Realm and even using the Truth Judgment Mirror. What's more, Elder Ronan has sent 4 rank 4 Night Demon puppets into the secret realm to search for his brother's killer. There is no way he is coming out alive. Yet. There is no way that killer left the Azure Serpent Realm. I think he must have been killed by some rank 5 spirit beasts in the Azure Serpent Realm. I feel the same. It is very deadly to stay in the Azure Serpent Realm at night. A group of cultivators was discussing some things, standing at the entrance of the Azure Serpent Realm regarding the recent incident that made hundreds of cultivators go crazy for catching Galen's killer. By the way, I have some interesting news. Suddenly, One of the cultivators in that group remembered something as he quickly shared, while searching for that killer, nearly a dozen perfected Foundation Realm cultivators died at the claws and bites of the rank 5 spirit beast. I knew it, who asked them to enter the Azure Serpent Realm at night. Last time, I was just a few minutes late to exit the Azure Serpent Realm at night and I was surrounded by a bunch of rank 4 Azure Serpents. If not for passing sect disciples, I would have died. A golden core pill is worth it, however, compared to life, it is just a materialistic resource. So, never risk your life for cultivation resources. They are really not worth it. Soon, no one felt any pity for those who died in the Azure Serpent Realm while searching for Galen's killer. Interesting, interesting. However, what they didn't know was that Galen's killer was standing close to their group as he listened to their conversation. Since everyone still thinks I am inside the Azure Serpent Realm, my plan is working perfectly fine. Ethan chuckled a bit as he continued, with the thing I am about to do in the Azure Serpent Realm soon, the so-called Elder Ronin won't think that I have left the secret realm at all. Steps. With that thought in mind, Ethan walked towards the Azure Serpent Realm's entrance. And here goes another idiot into the Azure Serpent Realm to catch the killer at this hour. Maybe, he wants to die very badly. Leave him be. There are many cultivators entering the Azure Serpent Realm at night these days. Seeing Ethan walk towards the Azure Serpent Realm, the group who was discussing the recent events happening around the Azure Serpent Realm could not help but mock Ethan. They thought Ethan was another one of those reckless cultivators who were dreaming of catching Galen's killer. They were not mocking Ethan for his dream of catching Galen's killer, instead, they were mocking him because Ethan was entering the Azure Serpent Realm at night, which was the most dangerous time to enter. After paying 1,000 spirit stones as the entrance fee, Ethan easily entered the Azure Serpent Realm without any mandatory checking. Only those who were leaving the Azure Serpent Realm were being checked and interrogated by a Golden Core Realm cultivator left by Ronan. If he had checked those who were entering the Azure Serpent Realm, I would have given up on entering the secret realm. Ethan had entered only after making sure those who were entering the secret realm were not checked or interrogated. Anyway, let's go and find a temporary resting spot. He quickly kept his thoughts aside and swiftly moved deeper into the Azure Serpent Realm. However, he didn't enter the real depths of the Azure Serpent Realm. This will do for now. He quickly found a tree and climbed onto it. It's time to check out what treasures Galen was holding onto. There were two reasons why Ethan entered the Azure Serpent Realm even in his current situation. 1. It was to find out the exact cost for him to break through to the Golden Core Realm. 2. He wanted to check out the contents inside Galen's ring. I believe there will be something inside the storage ring that can give away my exact location to Galen's older brother. If there really is such an item, it will only help me to my advantage. Actually, Ethan was not sure about his assumption, however, he hoped his assumption was true because Ronan could confirm that Galen's killer was still in the Azure Serpent Realm. As for Ethan, he was anyway planning to die again today and safely revive in the small courtyard, so Ronan could only continue to search for Galen's killer in the Azure Serpent Realm. It is such a good thing that once the owner of the storage ring dies, the spirit lock left by the owner will disappear too. Ethan didn't have any problem with the storage ring and sent a small portion of his consciousness into the storage ring. These, so many good items. When Ethan's consciousness saw the insides of Galen's storage ring, he was shocked by the wealth inside. There must be at least 10 million low-level spirit stones. It was Ethan's first time seeing so many spirit stones and he could not help but say, is this the power of having a sect elder as a backer? For Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators like him, 10 million low-level spirit stones was a huge wealth. However, for the sect elders of the Green Fire sect, it would be a chump change. As a little brother of such a powerful personality, Galen could easily carry such wealth on him like it was nothing. However, compared to the spirit stones, I am very much interested in his other treasures. Other than the spirit stones, Ethan found 5 valuable items that he recognized almost all except for one, making him thoroughly shocked. All those items were valuable, however, that wasn't the reason behind his shock. These items, aren't they all from the cultivators' gathering? That's right. Ethan was shocked because he recognized 2 out of the 5 items as supposed to be in the hands of other cultivators and not in Galen's storage ring. The 2 items were none other than 1. Talent Blessing Fruit, which was bought by armored cultivators for more than 1 million spirit stones. 2. The rank 5 spirit beast egg that Galen exchanged for the dragon marrow crystal from a cultivator in the gathering. How did he get them back into his storage ring? Don't tell me. Ethan didn't have to finish his thoughts to know exactly what Galen had done. No wonder the heavens virtue has rewarded me with 5,000 life points. Thinking about the evil deeds that Galen had done, Ethan finally understood why he was greatly rewarded with not just 5,000 life points but also a low-level life card. Galen must have worked hard to get these cultivation resources, however, in the end, it will be me who is going to enjoy them. Ethan smiled as he muttered, "Let's start by destroying the night demon puppet. Let's start by destroying the night demon puppet." With the thought, Ethan summoned the night demon puppet out of Galen's storage ring. Among the 5 most valuable things that Ethan had found inside Galen's storage ring, the rank 4 night demon puppet was one of them. Unlike the night demon puppet he destroyed in the past, the night demon puppet in front of him was a male night demon, handsome and looking to be around 25 years old, just like Seraphi's. Looking at it, Ethan didn't want to waste any time and destroy it, freeing the night demon's soul trapped inside. This might be the way for Galen's elder brother to track me. So, let's wait a moment before destroying it. However, Ethan suppressed his urge and intentionally waited for a minute because he wanted Ronan to sense the night demon puppet. This is enough. Blazing Sun Palm. Swoosh. Boom. After waiting for a minute, Ethan directly blasted the male night demon in front of him without any hesitation. Ding. The host has destroyed a night demon puppet and successfully freed the night demon soul trapped inside. Ding. The host's heavenly talent Heaven's Virtue has been triggered. Ding. The host has been rewarded with 1,000 life points. This, the Heaven's Virtue will give life points for destroying the night demon puppets. Ethan was not expecting to receive life points for destroying the night demon puppets. So, he was pleasantly surprised. In one of the mountain peaks of the Green Fire sect. Huh? The night demon puppet I gave to Galen, I can sense it? When Ethan took out the night demon puppet from Galen's storage ring, Ronan was able to sense its presence. Haha, he is still alive and even took out the night demon puppet from Galen's storage ring. Sensing the night demon puppet, Ronan could not help but laugh as he hurriedly took out the 4 command tokens. The command tokens were none other than the soul-forged command insignia that could control the night demon puppets. The killer has taken out the night 6. Go and bring that B** star to me with his last breath. He gave the orders to the 4 night demon puppets he sent into the Azure Serpent realm. It looks like I can avenge Galen's death tonight. As for Silas's killer, let's not waste my resources on that proud little brat. Ronan smiled and was about to resume his cultivation when he lost the connection with the night demon puppet that was called Night 6. Damn it, damn it, damn it, I have already lost 1 night demon puppet and now, another one. Ronan was furious when he sensed that Galen's night demon puppet was destroyed by Galen's killer. B** starred, I have worked months to refine a single night demon puppet, and you destroy it casually. The more Ronan remembered about the back-to-back loss of his night demon puppets, the more furious Ronan became and swore, I will make you beg me to kill you. Are you turtles? Where is your speed? Run faster before that B** star disappears into the depths of the Azure Serpent realm. With the destruction of the night demon puppet, Ronan lost interest in his cultivation and actively communicated with his 4 night demon puppets. Ronan believed that Galen's killer must be hiding in the depths of the Azure Serpent realm, and if he went back again, it would be difficult for his 4 night demon puppets to find him. Therefore, he urged his night demon puppets to move faster. Ding. Available life points, 10,150. On a treetop, Ethan could not help but glance at his available life points with a big smile on his face. It was because he finally had enough life points to buy another one of the heavenly options from the interface. Originally, Ethan was planning to exchange a revival life card to buy the heavenly spirit beast egg before using his godly revival ability to revive. And now, thanks to the heaven's virtue, he had received 1,000 life points, saving him a revival life card. Although the revival life card was useful to him, Ethan didn't want to give up on the heavenly spirit beast egg. Even though I could have stopped the heavenly options in the interface from expiring, I didn't want to miss my weekly death allowance, and at the same time, I want to know the exact cost to break through to the Golden Core realm. Moreover, I was required to come to the Azure Serpent realm to make Ronan believe that I was still in the Azure Serpent realm and make him believe that I had ways to survive in the Azure Serpent realm for many days. Ethan had already thought about it multiple times, and he knew he had to come to the Azure Serpent realm for sure and had to die another time. Thus, when he received the 1,000 life points for freeing the night demon soul from the night demon puppet, Ethan was touched to the point of tears for his heavenly talent's generosity. System, I will buy the heavenly spirit beast egg. Ding. The host has spent 10,000 life points and bought a heavenly spirit beast egg. Since he had enough life points, Ethan didn't waste any time and directly bought the spirit beast egg from the interface. Let's check it after I return home. Right now, Ethan was close to the depths of the Azure Serpent realm, and anything could happen. So, he didn't want to waste his time checking the spirit beast egg, which wouldn't help in his current situation anyway. It was the same with the other treasures inside Galen's storage ring. The only reason Ethan took out the night demon puppet was to attract Ronan's attention and get rid of it. Unlike the other cultivation treasures in Galen's ring, Ethan didn't want to bring it back with him because Ronan would figure out that he was not in the Azure Serpent realm anymore. However, who would have thought that destroying the night demon puppet would give him 1,000 life points, helping him redeem the heavenly spirit beast egg? Human, my name is Zephyrus. Suddenly, the soul trapped inside the night demon puppet was freed, and like Seraphis, this male night demon puppet also introduced himself and started speaking. Thank you for freeing my soul from the puppet body, huh? Why do I sense Seraphis' aura from you? However, in the middle of his words, he suddenly spoke about Seraphis, making Ethan raise his brows. Do you know Seraphis? Ethan was not surprised much, considering both were night demons. Yes, human. She is my elder sister, and we were both captured by a human puppet master, and he converted us into puppets. Zephyrus was sad while explaining his past as he asked, Human, did you destroy the puppet body of my sister and free her soul from it? It was the only conclusion Zephyrus could come to, and he hoped it to be true. Trapped inside one's body that became a puppet, he knew how painful it was and how much he had suffered every moment while inside it. Hence, he hoped that his sister was free just like him and had moved on to the next life. Yes, and I have good news, no, 3 pieces of good news. Ethan took out a white-colored life card and crushed it. Ding. The host has used a general revival life. Ding. Ding. The host's heavenly talent, heaven's virtue. What? Looking at the last system notification, Ethan was once again shocked to the point where he rubbed his eyes to check it again. From the beginning, Ethan was planning to use the general revival life card on Zephyrus because night demons have some good skills that can be used for both protection and assassination. Ethan already has Seraphis, but he believed that having another night demon as a loyal subordinate would be quite useful. When Ethan learned that Zephyrus was Seraphis' little brother, he needed no other reason to revive Zephyrus, reuniting the brother and sister duo as they can both help out with his things. Also, the reason why he picked the general revival life card earlier was to have more subordinates, and a night demon would become a good subordinate for him. Therefore, Ethan didn't hesitate and used the General Revival Life card by saying that he had 3 pieces of good news for Zephyrus. However, he didn't explain them and directly revived Zephyrus, which was 1 piece of good news. Ding! The host has used a General Revival Life and successfully revived a night demon, Zephyrus. Ding! The night demon's loyalty is maximum. He won't betray the host no matter what unless you kill his sister Seraphis. Ding! The host's heavenly talent Heaven's virtue has been triggered. Ding! By reviving a night demon, you have not only given a new life to the night demon but also gained an ally for the human race. Ding! The host has received 10,000 life points from the heavens as a reward. This, is it for real? Looking at the 10,000 life points, Ethan was thoroughly shocked before becoming excited. Getting 1,000 life points from freeing the night demon's soul was already a surprise, but now, I am getting 10,000 life points. Many thoughts ran through Ethan's head as he started seeing the real value of the General Revival Life card. Looks like I should not just destroy the night demon puppets, but I should revive them. Previously, Ethan swore to Seraphis that he would destroy the night demon puppets he encountered in the future and free the trapped souls inside. However, now, he planned to revive them because not only would he get some good subordinates, but he would also get 10,000 life points for each successful revival. I should get more of these General Revival Life cards and increase my loyal subordinates. Ethan clenched his fists in excitement as he decided to free more night demons and revive them. I just hope that I get more General Revival Life cards. With that thought in mind, Ethan quickly put aside his thoughts and looked at the now confused Zephyrus. Ethan welcomed his second night demon into his head. Thank you, Master. Welcome back to life, Zephyrus. This is the first piece of good news for you. From this moment onwards, my life belongs to you. Zephyrus didn't know why, but he had a feeling that the human in front of him was the only person who could help him with his goals. It's all right. Your life belongs to you, but just help me occasionally, and I will help you free more night demons that were turned into puppets. Ethan assured Zephyrus as he didn't wait for any reply and continued speaking. The second piece of good news is that I have not only freed your sister Seraphis, but I have also revived her just like you. Thanks, Master. Zephyrus' voice trembled slightly, his usually cold and detached demeanor cracking for just a moment as he thanked Ethan. As for the third piece of good news, I will help you reunite again, however, it will take some time. Can you survive in the Azure Serpent realm on your own for a week or 2? Although Ethan had revived Zephyrus, he had no way to bring him home because Ethan would be directly reviving in the small courtyard. Rest assured, Master. As long as we don't encounter Golden Core Realm cultivators or rank 5 beasts, no one would even know about my night demon presence. Zephyrus confidently assured Ethan about his survival skills. I know, but I suggest you stay close to the entrance at night and freely move in the daytime. Nevertheless, Ethan still asked him to be careful and said, you remember my scent, right? Next time I enter the Azure Serpent realm, just come and find me. Night demons were good at tracking through scents, especially the living ones. Hence, Ethan was not worried about their reunion once the whole issue related to Galen was settled. Anyway, go now. Ethan didn't talk much with Zephyrus and quickly sent him away before focusing on the next important thing. System, I will buy the Heavenly Lifespan due. Having just received 10,000 life points from reviving Zephyrus, Ethan didn't waste any time making his decision. He just wanted to purchase and use it immediately to ensure that whatever additional lifespan he gained from the Heavenly Lifespan due would be included in his death allowance before his next death. Ding! The host has spent 10,000 life points and bought the Heavenly Lifespan due. With this, I have successfully purchased all the options from the interface. When Ethan first saw the heavenly options on the interface, he didn't think he could buy all of them, however, he had bought them all. It's all thanks to Galen. Thank you, Galen. If he hadn't killed Galen, he wouldn't have gotten 5,000 life points, the general revival life card, and the night demon puppet to destroy it before reviving it. In short, Galen contributed 20,000 life points for Ethan to purchase 2 heavenly options from the interface. Anyway, let's consume the heavenly lifespan dew and increase my lifespan before finding a way to die. Although Ethan said that, he didn't directly consume the heavenly lifespan dew that was stored inside a small glass bottle. Instead, he checked out its information, which he could finally do after completing the purchase. Ding! Heavenly item, heavenly lifespan dew. Effect: a single drop can increase the lifespan of the consumer by 1,000 years. Note, there are 3 drops of lifespan dew inside the bottle. Great! Ethan expected to increase his lifespan by 1,000 years, however, seeing that he could increase his lifespan by 3,000 years, he was pleasantly surprised. 3,000 years of lifespan is much higher than a regular Golden Core Realm cultivator's lifespan. No wonder it is a heavenly item. Ethan didn't think much of it as he directly drank the 3 drops of heavenly lifespan dew. Ding! The host has consumed 3 drops of heavenly lifespan dew and increased his lifespan by 3,000 years. Ding! The host's lifespan has reached 4,080 years. Less than 1,000 years to reach 5,000 years. If I have a multiplier life card, then I would get lots of life points for my death allowance. When he first arrived in this world, Ethan never expected that in a span of 2 months, he would have more than 4,000 years of lifespan. Since everything is done, it is time to die now. Swish! Just as he planned to move, Ethan's predator's spirit sensed 4 silhouettes coming toward him from 4 directions. Night phantom puppets? Looks like my plan really worked. Ethan smiled when he saw the night phantom puppets and thought, it is even better that they have found me sooner than I thought. From the conversations of the passerby cultivators, Ethan learned about the night demon puppets that were searching for Galen's killer. Hence, Ethan was expecting the night demon puppets to come for him after taking out the night demon puppet from Galen's storage ring. So, he was not surprised to see the incoming 4 night demon puppets. It is much better to die in front of them rather than dying alone. With a smile, he stretched his body a little before running into the depths of the Azure Serpent realm. Master, we found the killer. He is running into the depths of the Azure Serpent realm. One of the night demon puppets communicated with Ronan, sharing Ethan's details. Go after him. Make sure he dies today at any cost and bring his corpse to me. Ronan was confident in the skills of his night demon puppets, especially their surviving skills. So, he was not worried about the dangers of the Azure Serpent realm. So, he ordered them to kill Ethan at any cost and bring his corpse to him. Yes, master. The 4 puppets nodded their heads like robots as they pursued Ethan. Come, follow me. You will witness a good show. With Ethan's speed, if he wanted to run away from the night demon puppets, he could have easily done so. However, he intentionally stayed within the sight of the night demon puppets as he planned a good show for them. Swish! Swish! The chase continued for a while before Ethan thought, I guess that's enough running. Time to end it? Once he believed it was enough, Ethan changed his direction and rushed straight to the territory of the Azure Fire Python that killed him last time. Swish! Swish! There it is. It must be sleeping after dinner. Since Ethan already knew the Azure Fire Python's territory, he found it had no trouble sleeping just like the last time. Wake up, my dear friend. Time to help me. The moment he found it, Ethan didn't waste any time as he threw a stone at the python with his full power. It's time to roast myself into nothingness. Since he got burned to ashes last time, Ethan prepared himself both mentally and physically for his death. Hiss. Although that stone didn't harm the python, it was annoyed to be woken up from its sleep and hissed at Ethan. Swoosh. Slurp. Despite its size, The Azure Fire Python moved at an insane speed, and Ethan barely had any time to react as he was swallowed by it. Huh? It swallowed me. Ethan was prepared to get burned alive but not to be swallowed. Nevertheless, in the next second, fiery flames appeared in the python's stomach that perfectly roasted him. The intensity of those flames was so high that Ethan got killed within seconds after entering the python's stomach. Master, he was devoured by the Azure Fire Python. Outside, the 4 night demon puppets quickly shared the news with their master. What? He got eaten by the Azure Fire Python. Ronan was slightly surprised because the Azure Serpent realm is quite dangerous at night, not to mention in the depths. It is not a place for Foundation establishment cultivators. Good work. Wait and silently observe the Azure Fire Python for a while before returning. Also, bring Raven with you when you come. Ronan was already expecting that the killer's fate would end up in the claws or jaws of the spirit beasts in the depths of the Azure Serpent realm and was happy with it. Unlike Galen, Ronan didn't have any interest in torturing his prey. If he found the target useful, he would convert them into puppets, and if the target was useless, he would just kill them and move on. Since I have taken care of that B*****, it is time to cultivate and break through to the next level in my cultivation. With Ethan's death, Ronan became calm and focused on his cultivation. Actually, if Ronan had been in the place of the night demon puppets, although it was hard, he might have felt something was not right with Ethan's death. However, because the night demon puppets were just puppets without actual thinking ability, they were unable to sense anything wrong with Ethan's death. As for why Ronan actively believed the puppets' words, it was because they couldn't lie to him. Moreover, he was already expecting Ethan to be killed by rank 5 spirit beasts if he entered the depths of the Azure Serpent realm. Nevertheless, Ronan still ordered his puppets to wait and observe to see whether Ethan might come out of the python's stomach alive. In the soul state. Ding. The host has been killed. The godly revival ability has been triggered. Ding. The host has received a death allowance of 4064 life points. Ding. Available life points, 4214. Ding. The interface of the killer's stats is being generated. Please wait for a while. Ethan regained his consciousness as he listened to the system notifications. I just hope that so-called Elder Ronan will stop searching for me now. Ethan silently hoped before focusing on the life points. With these life points, there is no way I can break through to the Golden Core realm, but at least I will know the cost required for the breakthrough. He patiently waited for the system to generate the options in the interface of the killer's stats. The cost of all the items shown in the interface of the killer's stats was within the limit of Ethan's available life points. If Ethan had no life points, there would still be options available on the interface with the lowest cost possible. For example, before breaking through to the perfect foundation realm, if he had 0 life points, in the cultivation tab, the system would generate the next level that Ethan could break through to, which had a cost of 5,000 life points. For this same reason, since Ethan's next breakthrough was into the Golden Core realm, he was sure that the system would generate the Golden Core realm breakthrough in the cultivation option. Ding. The interface of the killer's stats is ready. Please check and buy the things you like. After waiting for a while, the interface appeared in front of Ethan. This, it's very costly. This, is very costly. Looking at the interface in front of him, Ethan could not help but drop his jaw. Ding. Interface of the killer's stats. 1. Cultivation Level 1 Golden Core Stage, 500,000 life points. 2. Cultivation Technique None. 3. Skills Flaming Python Rage, 3,000 life points. 4. Cultivation Talent Blazing Python Physique, 1,000 life points. 5. Inventory Fire Dragon Blood Essence, 1,000 life points. 500,000 life points, 500,000 life points. When can I accumulate that many life points? Ethan knew that breaking through to the Golden Core realm would be costly and was expecting it to be around 100,000 life points. However, it was 5 times more than what he had expected, making him thoroughly shocked. Looks like I should break through to the Golden Core realm through manual cultivation. Since there were still 5 more months left before the deadline of his Golden Core mission, Ethan felt that he could try to break through manually. Currently, he not only had a high-level Earth Spirit root, but he also had the Heavenly Spirit Essence refining technique. With these two things, Ethan was confident about breaking through to the Golden Core realm. I can use the perfect quality Azure Profound Grass to get some cultivation resources that will increase my chances and help me break through smoothly to the Golden Core realm. With the Azure Profound Grass he harvested previously, and the ones he would be harvesting in the future, Ethan was not worried about money. Since my cultivation is taken care of, let's check out the other available options on the interface. Only after finalizing his plan for the Golden Core breakthrough did Ethan pay attention to the other available options on the interface. I thought the system would come up with a cultivation technique. Looks like I was wrong. Cultivation techniques are for humans, whereas spirit beasts have skills. Nevertheless, Ethan was expecting that since the system was able to convert the spirit beast's rank into cultivation, he thought it could convert one of its skills into a cultivation technique. Ding. Due to the lack of a cultivation technique, the host will be compensated with 1,000 life points. 1,000 life points as compensation for the missing cultivation technique? Great. Ethan was not too disappointed about the missing cultivation technique, however, receiving 1,000 life points brightened his mood. The skill, Flaming Python Rage, looks powerful, and it costs more than the Azure Serpent Eyes I bought from the Azure Serpent Fiend King. So, let's buy it. The Fire Dragon Blood Essence, it might have other uses, however, I think it can be used to nurture the Dragonheart Lotus in the small courtyard. As for the cultivation talent, Blazing Python Physique, there is no way I am missing out on something that costs only 1,000 life points. In the past, 1,000 life points for a cultivation talent was very costly for Ethan, however, now, it seemed quite cheap. Moreover, he had just enough life points to buy them. So, without any hesitation, Ethan bought all the available options except for the cultivation option, which he could not afford. Ding. The host has spent 3,000 life points and bought the skill Flaming Python Rage. Ding. The host has spent 1,000 life points and bought the item Fire Dragon Blood Essence. Ding. The host has spent 1,000 life points and bought the cultivation talent Blazing Python Physique. Ding. All the purchased items will be issued along with the host's revival. Ding. Available life points, 214. Soon, Ethan received the confirmation notifications from the system. Back to 214 life points. Ethan smiled and looked at his pitiful life points, however, he was not worried about it. Right now, Ethan had various sources from which he could earn life points. Excluding his major source, the Azure Secret Grove, he could earn life points from harvesting spirit plants, nurturing spirit beasts and subordinates, doing good deeds that had an impact on the world, and, last but not least, the weekly death allowance he received from dying. So, it was only a matter of time before he accumulated a lot of life points. Time continued to pass, and 1 hour went by in a flash, as the system asked him to choose his revival location. Third save point, small courtyard. Without hesitation, he chose to revive at the small courtyard, and in the next second, he lost his consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he was successfully revived in his room. Time to check out the details about my last transactions. In his soul form, he would not get the full information about the items he bought from the interface of the killer's stats. Hence, the first thing he did after reviving was to check out those things he had bought from the interface. First, the skill Flaming Python Rage. As soon as he thought about the skill, the system displayed the information about the skill. Ding. Skill name, Flaming Python Rage. Effect, upon activation, the host's body doubles in size, and all of his battle prowess is increased by 2 times for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 1 day. What? Directly doubling my battle prowess. Ethan was pleasantly surprised by the skill effects and liked it. If I had this skill, I could have easily killed Galen in a face-to-face fight. Although Ethan's blazing sun palm was powerful, he knew that the real reason he was able to kill Galen was the support from his Night Phantom concealment and shadow steps. If not, Galen would have easily avoided his palm technique and summoned the Night Demon puppet from his storage ring. If he had played it safe and summoned the Night Demon puppet, things would have been different for Galen. Ethan was not arrogant just because of his perfect foundation establishment cultivation and 3 cultivation techniques with greater completion mastery. With this new skill, no one could defeat me in a one-on-one combat. Ethan clenched his fists in excitement as he checked out the next item, which was a fiery red-colored blood drop stored in a small glass bottle. Just by holding it, Ethan could feel the heat emitted by the blood drop. Ding. Item name, Fire Dragon Blood Essence. Grade, Rank 5. Effect, when a Rank 4 Fire-type or Dragon-type spirit beast consumes this blood essence, their chances of breaking through to Rank 5 increase by 30%. Note, there is a small chance for the spirit beast to awaken the Fire Dragon's bloodline. It seems this blood essence is a minor version of the primordial beast blood. This blood essence was only effective on 2 types of spirit beasts, namely Fire-type and Dragon-type, whereas the primordial beast blood could be consumed by all spirit beasts, guaranteeing their breakthrough to Rank 5. Currently, I don't have any Fire-type or Dragon-type spirit beasts, however, I can use it to nurture the Dragon Heart Lotus. The true reason he bought the Fire Dragon Blood Essence was for the sake of the Dragon Heart Lotus. Since it didn't have any heaven-defying effects like the primordial beast blood, Ethan decided to use it for the Dragon Heart Lotus. The last item is my favorite, the Cultivation Talent. After keeping the blood drop aside, Ethan looked at his new Cultivation Talent, Blazing Python Physique with expectant eyes. Ding. Cultivation Talent, Blazing Python Physique. Effects. 1. Passive, defense of the user will be doubled, and it will be tripled against fire-type attacks. 2. When learning defensive cultivation techniques, the comprehension speed will be doubled, and it will be tripled if it is both a defensive and a fire-type cultivation technique. Passive defense. It's a good cultivation talent. Ethan was only expecting the first effect, so he felt happy to see there was another effect. However, converting it into a special talent, I don't think it is necessary. Although he liked it, Ethan didn't have any plan to convert it into a special talent. Not to mention he had to spend 100 life points, but when he converted another cultivation talent in the future, the cost would increase to 1000 life points. Let's only convert the cultivation talents that are quite good, like Primal Beast Master or the Essence of Harvesting. There is no need to convert all the cultivation talents I encounter in the future. Ethan knew that there were many good cultivation talents out there waiting for him. Once he obtained them, he would convert them into special talents, upgrading their effects to a whole new level. Hence, he decided not to casually convert all the cultivation talents he bought from the interface. Regarding this new cultivation talent, I don't feel any changes. Maybe because I was revived with it. Unlike other cultivation talents, the Blazing Python Physique was quite different, and Ethan thought he would feel the difference. However, he didn't feel any difference, making him conclude that it must be because he had revived with it. Anyway, there is no need to think about it. Ethan stopped thinking about it as he quickly thought of another interesting thing. It's time to check out the valuable cultivation resources I gained from Galen's storage ring. Back in the Azure Serpent realm, Ethan had already transferred all the spirit stones and other valuable cultivation resources from Galen's storage ring into his own storage ring. So, he slowly took out one item after another from the Vital Bloom ring. The first item is the Dragon Marrow Crystal, which greatly helps while breaking through to the golden core realm. Ethan took out an irregular but polished gemstone from the ring. It was none other than the dragon marrow crystal. It feels warm and full of life energy. Touching the smooth texture of the irregular gemstone, Ethan sensed the life energy inside as though something inside the stone was alive. Ding. Item name, Dragon Marrow Crystal. Effects, increases the chances of a breakthrough to the golden core realm, and at the same time, the ascended cultivator gains more lifespan compared to those who haven't used it. Note, the lifespan effect will be added to the cultivator's lifespan after his successful breakthrough to the golden core realm. Information, it is formed from the solidified essence of an ancient dragon's bone marrow over thousands of years. Soon, the system displayed the information about the dragon marrow crystal, which made Ethan a bit surprised when he read it. It will increase the lifespan of the golden core realm cultivator if he uses it for his breakthrough. Whenever a cultivator breaks through to a higher realm, his lifespan greatly increases. For example, a chi refining realm cultivator's lifespan increases from 100 to 250 when he breaks through to the foundation establishment realm. The same cultivator, when he breaks through to the golden core realm, his standard lifespan of 250 years will be extended to 1000 years. Of course, in the above example, it is assumed that the cultivator has not used any treasures or cultivation resources that increase his lifespan, which is actually true for most cultivators. Hence, Ethan was shocked that other than increasing the breakthrough chances, the dragon marrow crystal increased lifespan. It is truly a great item. For Ethan, who had decided to break through to the golden core realm through manual cultivation, he was in need of items like the dragon marrow crystal. The additional effect of increasing lifespan was a bonus for him, making the dragon marrow crystal a great item. No wonder Galen exchanged it for a rank 5 spirit beast egg. But that egg somehow ended up in Galen's storage ring again. Deep down, Ethan could not help but feel happy that Galen was an evil cultivator, otherwise, he would have missed out on lots of good things. Let's store it for now and use it when I am ready to break through to the golden core realm. Ethan kept it inside and took out the remaining valuable items. The rank 5 spirit beast egg can be hatched anytime as long as I drip some of my blood and spirit essence into it, however, let's hatch it after I check out my gains. Ethan gently touched the egg and sensed a strong life form inside it and thought, there is also the heavenly spirit beast egg, however, I should not hatch it here. Hatching a rank 5 spirit beast egg might not be an issue, however, Ethan was worried about hatching the heavenly spirit beast egg in the small courtyard because of the energy fluctuations created by the heavenly spirit beast inside. I should hatch it after I successfully gain full control over the mystic soil domain. He had already planned to hatch it in the mystic soil domain, where there wouldn't be any issues. As for the talent awakening fruit, since I have already eaten one, I can't eat another one. When it comes to treasures like the talent awakening fruit, a cultivator can't eat more than one. Even if he does, he won't awaken another talent. But, I can give it to others and help them awaken a new talent. Thinking of this, Ethan could not help but become happy because he could trigger the heavens virtue again and get life points for his actions. The last valuable item, I am not sure, but I feel it is the legendary golden core pill that increases the success rate of the breakthrough to the golden core by 50%. Ethan picked up the glass bottle in which a golden pill was placed and guessed its name. Ding. Item name, Golden Core Pill. Effect, when breaking through to the golden core realm, if the cultivator consumes the golden core pill, his chances of forming the golden core increase by 50%. Additional effect, in case the cultivator still fails to form the golden core in his dantian, he will be protected by the excess energy of the golden core pill. Note, in short, his dantian and the foundation bead will be protected even if he fails to break through to the golden core realm. It is really a golden core pill. Ethan's eyes lit up when he read the full information about the golden core pill and understood why it was valuable. With both the golden core pill and the dragon marrow crystal, combined with my high-level earth spirit root and the heavenly spirit essence cultivation technique, there is no way I am going to fail in breaking through to the golden core realm, right? With the 2 cultivation resources he gained from Galen, Ethan was quite confident in his breakthrough to the golden core realm. I wonder what type of spirit beast cub will come out of this egg. Ethan kept the golden core pill aside, and without wasting any time, he started hatching the unknown rank 5 spirit beast egg in front of him. Kaka. A fine crack appeared on the surface of the egg as a faint surge of energy pulsed from within, as more cracks rapidly spread like a spider's web. Inject. Ethan continued to inject spirit essence into the egg, and maybe because it was an egg of a rank 5 spirit beast, it continued to absorb more and more spirit essence. Boom. With a sudden burst of energy, the shell shattered into countless fragments, revealing a small, curled-up creature within. A wolf pup. Ethan was surprised to see the little creature. The rank 5 spirit beast egg indeed hatched a small yet sturdy wolf pup with its fur damp and sticking close to its body. Twitch. Its ears twitched as it instinctively sniffed the air, as though it was searching for its mother. Then, suddenly, its nose stopped sniffing in Ethan's direction, and its tiny golden eyes snapped open. For a brief moment, the two locked eyes. And then, a whoop. The wolf pup let out a soft, high-pitched howl before its body sprang into motion. Without hesitation, it dashed toward Ethan, stumbling clumsily at first before quickly regaining its balance. By the time it reached him, its tail was wagging furiously, golden eyes gleaming with excitement. It is quite funny and cheerful. Looking at the pup, Ethan could not help but laugh. Awhoa, awhoa. The little wolf barked and circled around Ethan's legs, rubbing against him as it let out soft, eager whines. Ding. The host has formed a contract with a golden-eyed silver wolf, pup. Do you want to change it into a special contract under your special talent Primal Beast Sovereign? As Ethan was playing with the wolf pup, a sudden system notification appeared in front of him. I want to know about this golden-eyed silver wolf, pup, before making that decision. Although Ethan knew that the golden-eyed silver wolf pup had the potential to reach rank 5, he didn't want to waste his special contracts under the Primal Beast Sovereign. Currently, Ethan could form 4 special contracts with the spirit beasts using his special talent and gain one of their abilities for free. So, Ethan wanted to be careful with his special contracts to awaken some rare and useful skills. Show. Ding. Thanks to the host's special talent related to the spirit beasts, the system can now provide more detailed information on his spirit beasts. Ding. Spirit beast, golden-eyed silver wolf. Grade, rank 1, pup. Skills, Moonlight Blessing. Moonlight Blessing, under the moonlight, it can absorb lunar energy to increase its strength, heal its injuries, or recover its stamina. Potential, rank 5. Likes, moonlight, cool breezes, high places, beast cores. Dislikes, sunlight, water, being ignored, loud noises. Information: the golden-eyed silver wolf is a rare and powerful spirit beast known for its exceptional agility, intelligence, and latent potential for evolution. The moment they are born, they start as an average wind-type spirit beast. However, as they grow, they have only one goal in life, and that is to evolve into a very powerful spirit beast. More information: without any evolutions, it will become a rank 5 spirit beast in its life without much difficulty. However, if it can evolve, its potential can grow to rank 7 or even rank 9, or beyond, depending on its evolution. Compared to the time when the system showed the information about the mystic soil turtle, the information about the golden-eyed silver wolf was very detailed to the point where it even mentioned its likes and dislikes. Ethan was not surprised by the change because even if the system didn't give such detailed information, he could have just checked the additional information on his spirit pet with his special talent. So, it is a powerful spirit beast, but forming a special contract with it seems not ideal, At least for now, it's not a good idea. The thing is, it is not at all ideal to form a special contract with a hatchling because they only have 1 or 2 skills. So, Ethan didn't reject the thought of forming a special contract with it. Although the pup had a skill Moonlight Blessing, which seemed interesting, Ethan was not interested in it. For now, a simple contract with it will do, and in the future, when it evolves and unlocks some cool skills, I will think about it. With that thought in mind, Ethan kept aside his thoughts and started playing with it before bringing it to the mystic soil turtle. Pebble, meet Fang. Fang, it's Pebble. Fang was the name Ethan had come up with for the wolf pup because it was born with a sharp fang. Ethan was not good at naming things, as he tended to give casual names that he thought suited his spirit pets. Soon, he introduced the 2 little spirit beasts to each other, where Fang excitedly circled around its new friend. However, the mystic soil turtle seemed to be shy as it hid itself inside its shell, occasionally glancing at the wolf pup. With the pup's cheerful mood and playful nature, it eventually made Pebble come out of its shell. They seemed to have become good friends. Ethan heaved a sigh of relief that his 2 little spirit beasts had become friends because he had heard in the past that his colleagues sometimes complained about their pets fighting each other at the beginning. Maybe because they are not normal animals but spirit beasts, they know how to become a family in no time. This was the conclusion that Ethan had come to before joining them to relax for a bit. In less than half an hour, the little wolf was tired and fell asleep after Ethan fed it a rank 1 beast core. Time to nurture the mutated spirit grass. Ethan felt refreshed after spending some time with the 2 little spirit pets and went back to his main work, which was to nurture the spirit plants. Mutated spirit grass is done. Now, clear heart lotus plants and the dragon heart lotus. After taking care of the mutated spirit grass, Ethan walked to the small spirit pond. On the edges of the small spirit pond, there were 20 clear heart lotus plants thriving under the care of both Ethan and the dragon heart lotus. He carefully stepped to the edge of the small spirit pond, his gaze fixed on the dragon heart lotus at the center of the pond. The dragon heart lotus looks quite majestic and magnificent among the clear heart lotus plants. As expected of a special rank 5 spirit plant. Looking at the majestic appearance of the dragon heart lotus, Ethan could not help but shower it with praises. As though hearing his praises, the deep crimson petals of the dragon heart lotus sway gently despite the absence of wind, faint embers flickering around them. Swish. The spirit energy surrounding it pulsed faintly, as if the dragon heart lotus was acknowledging his praises. Huh. Seeing the sudden movement of the dragon heart lotus petals made Ethan think of something, so he hurriedly checked its live status. Spirit plant name, dragon heart lotus. Grade, special rank 5. Status, happy, finally, you know how to appreciate me, human. Do it more often, and I might surprise you when you harvest me. This, it likes being praised. Ethan was surprised for a moment, however, his eyes lit up. How could I not appreciate a majestic spirit plant like the dragon heart lotus? For your highness, I brought a little delicacy that will surely match your taste. While saying that, Ethan took out the fire dragon blood essence from his storage ring and thought in his head, let's see how much the fire dragon blood essence speeds up the dragon heart lotus's growth. Swish. The moment Ethan uncorked the jade vial containing the fire dragon blood essence, a surge of fiery energy spread through the air as the dragon heart lotus trembled in anticipation, its crimson petals quivering as if eager to receive the essence. Despite needing to grow in water, the dragon heart lotus is a special rank 5 spirit plant with a fire attribute. Also, as its name suggests, it also possesses a dragon attribute, making it truly a unique spirit plant. To nurture it faster, a spirit farmer can use fire type and dragon type resources. It was because of this that Ethan was excited to see the fire dragon blood essence in the interface of the killer's stats and bought it without thinking much. The fire dragon blood essence has both fire and dragon attributes, making it a perfect treasure for nurturing the dragon heart lotus. Ethan had great hopes for the fire dragon blood essence as he offered the drop of fire dragon blood essence to the dragon heart lotus. Sizzle. As soon as the drop touched one of the crimson petals of the dragon heart lotus, it shuddered violently. All its petals closed tightly and greedily absorbed the blood essence like a heavenly delicacy. Swish. At the same time, the dragon heart lotus emitted fiery energy, making Ethan worried about the clear heart lotuses on the edges of the small spirit pond. Huh? What are they doing? Don't tell me. However, Ethan was surprised to see that all 20 clear heart lotuses bent in the direction of the dragon heart lotus as though they were bowing. Spirit plant name, Clear Heart Lotus. Grade, Special Rank 3. Status, Excited, Senior is blessing us with pure fire dragon essence. Status, Excited, this is so pure. I might be able to evolve into a rank 4 fiery clear heart lotus if I absorb enough pure fire dragon essence. Status, Excited, no, I will evolve into a raging dragon lotus. Huh? They are enjoying the fiery dragon aura released by the dragon heart lotus. When Ethan checked their live statuses, he was shocked and became excited. Because from their live statuses, one thing became clear: all the clear heart lotuses around the small spirit pond were trying to evolve into a rank 4 spirit plant. If they can evolve into rank 4 spirit plants and I harvest them, won't I get more life points than usual? Ethan's eyes lit up thinking about the increased life points he would get from harvesting the rank 4 clear heart lotuses. There was another thing he was excited about regarding the rank 4 clear heart lotuses, and that was the talent he could get from harvesting them. Previously, he gained Radiant Clear Heart for harvesting a perfect quality clear heart lotus, and he was wondering whether he could get any new talents from harvesting the special rank 4 clear heart lotuses. I am keeping my hopes low in order to be less disappointed if I don't get a new talent. Because of this, Ethan only considered the guaranteed rewards from harvesting the rank 4 clear heart lotuses, which were none other than life points. Looks like I did a good thing using the fire dragon blood essence on the dragon heart lotus. Although Ethan was yet to receive any gains from using the fire dragon blood essence, he was sure that it was the right thing. Since you are trying to evolve into rank 4 spirit plants, as your spirit farmer, how could I not support you for being brave? With a slight smile on his face, Ethan started using his usual spirit farming techniques. Flourishing Spirit Rain. Green Pulse Art. To absorb the fiery dragon aura released by the dragon heart lotus, the clear heart lotuses needed energy. For that, Spirit Rain is the best available option. As for the Green Pulse Art, it converts Ethan's spirit essence into plant essence, which promotes the growth of spirit plants. With its help, the clear heart lotus could absorb the fiery dragon aura even faster, while the spirit rain continued to provide them with energy for the process. Time continued to pass as the dragon heart lotus continued to refine and absorb the fire dragon blood essence and emitted the fiery dragon aura. As for the clear heart lotuses, they greedily absorbed the fiery dragon aura from the dragon heart lotus and the spirit essence and plant essence from Ethan, trying their best to evolve into rank 4 spirit plants. After 1 hour. Damn it, why is it still not done? I am running out of my spirit essence. How could Ethan not get worried when he had already spent 90% of the spirit essence from his dungeon? Should I give up? Emptying the dungeon was not a good thing. It was especially not a good thing for a perfect foundation establishment realm cultivator. So, Ethan thought of giving up. Swish. Just when Ethan was planning to stop his nurturing, one of the clear heart lotuses was covered in a white light. Is it evolving? When he saw that particular clear heart lotus, Ethan's fatigue disappeared as his eyes lit up. It was not his first time witnessing the evolution of a spirit plant. Back in the mystic soil domain, he had personally evolved spirit grass into blood spirit grass. So, he knew that being covered in a blinding white light meant it was ready to evolve. Swish. Before that clear heart lotus could finish its evolution process, the remaining 19 clear heart lotuses were also covered in a similar blinding white light, making Ethan's heart jump in excitement. Swish. Swish. Soon, the entire spirit pond was illuminated by a dazzling glow as all 20 clear heart lotuses evolved simultaneously. Spirit plant name, Fiery Clear Heart Lotus. Grade, Special Rank 4. Maturity, Ready to Harvest. Status, Euphoric, I did it, I did it, I successfully evolved into a rank 4 spirit plant, the Fiery Clear Heart Lotus. Spirit plant name, Fiery Clear Heart Lotus. Grade, Special Rank 4. Maturity, Ready to Harvest. Status, Euphoric, although I didn't become a blazing fire lotus, I am happy to have evolved into a rank 4 spirit plant, the Fiery Clear Heart Lotus. Status, Ecstatic, I am now a special rank 4 spirit plant. Status, Thrilled, thank you, Senior Dragonheart Lotus, and thank you, my dear servant. All 20 clear heart lotuses were over the moon for their evolution as they thanked both the Dragonheart Lotus and Ethan. Without either one of them, their evolution process would have been quite difficult. They all evolved into special rank 4 fiery clear heart lotuses. Ethan felt a sense of achievement looking at the 20 special rank 4 spirit plants, and he wanted to harvest them as soon as possible to check his gains. However, he restrained himself because Ethan felt that all 20 clear heart lotuses might want to say their goodbyes to the Dragonheart Lotus. So, he waited for the Dragonheart Lotus to finish its refinement and absorption. Sweeyish. Ethan didn't have to wait for long as the Dragonheart Lotus finished refining the Fire Dragon blood essence and danced in joy for the delicacy it consumed. Following that, the 20 clear heart lotuses also danced along with the Dragonheart Lotus, thanking it for its help. It is time to harvest. Once their celebrations came to an end, Ethan was ready to harvest the special rank 4 fiery clear heart lotuses. Ding! The host has harvested a rank 4 fiery clear heart lotus and received. Ding! The host has. Ding! The host. As Ethan harvested the first spirit plant, his head was filled with a series of system notifications, which made him shocked and excited. Ding! The host has harvested a special rank 4 perfect quality fiery clear heart lotus and received 100 life points. Ding! The host has been rewarded with a cultivation talent fiery clear heart. Ding! The host's double yield has been triggered and has received the additional rewards. A special rank 4 perfect quality fiery clear heart lotus. 100 life points. Fiery clear heart. Ding! There was no surprise that the fiery clear heart lotus turned out to be a perfect quality. Not only were they growing under the care of both Ethan and the Dragonheart Lotus, but they also received pure fiery dragon essence. 100 life points. What a drastic difference between harvesting a special rank 3 and a rank 4 spirit plant. Ethan knew that the life points for harvesting the fiery clear heart lotus would be higher than those for the clear heart lotus. However, what he didn't expect was that the increment would be 10 times, thoroughly shocking him. Also, it gave me another talent, and thanks to Heaven's harvest, it became 2 cultivation talents. Looking at the 2 new cultivation talents, Ethan was elated. However, that wasn't the end, as he still had system notifications to check, which made his smile grow bigger. Ding! Since the host has 2 identical cultivation talents, fiery clear heart, they will be merged. Ding! The host has awakened a new special talent, blazing pure heart. Ding! The host has similar special talents, blazing pure heart and radiant clear heart, so they will be merged. Ding! The host has awakened a new special talent, infernal purity heart. His talents kept merging with one another, and eventually, he was left with only a special talent, infernal purity heart. Infernal purity heart, that name sounds powerful. I wonder what kind of effects it has. Ethan was not surprised by the merging of the similar talents because this was not his first time. Back then, his 2 cultivation talents clear heart merged to become a special talent. He was more curious about the effects of his new special talent, infernal purity heart. Ding! Special talent name, Infernal Purity Heart. Effects. 1. The user can think properly in any situation and come up with a perfect plan. 2. The user's heart resonates with the essence of nature, attracting nature spirits and spirit plants. Upon satisfying them, the user will receive life points. 3. Inside the user's heart, there is a tiny infernal flame that he could use in his cultivation techniques to increase their explosive power. 4. With this infernal flame, he can slowly burn away all kinds of negative energies from his body. Soon, the full information about his new special talent appeared in front of Ethan. The first two effects remain the same as Radiant Clear Heart, however, the last two effects, they are quite good. Especially the third effect, Ethan liked it very much because he believed that with it, his Blazing Sun Palm's explosive power could reach the next level. I think I might even be able to kill a newly ascended Golden Core cultivator with my Blazing Sun Palm now. Ethan wanted to try it, however, he shook his head with a slight smile. As for the fourth effect, it is also useful for burning the evil ghosts that might haunt cultivators. In this world, when cultivators die and their bodies are not properly disposed of, evil ghosts are born from them. These evil ghosts slowly gain power by absorbing the negative energies in nature and, when they grow strong enough, they can possess weak-minded and weak-hearted cultivators. It doesn't end there, that is just the beginning. These possessed cultivators are twisted and use all kinds of evil methods to increase their strength. Blood sacrifices, forbidden rituals, and devouring the souls of the living become their means of cultivation. Hence, they are called evil cultivators. Although I haven't encountered any evil cultivators so far, Uncle Rowan said he had encountered evil ghosts many times inside secret realms. So, this special talent might come in handy for fighting against evil ghosts. In secret realms, many cultivators die every day, and most of their corpses are left unattended. Hence, many evil ghosts are born from their bodies. Since Ethan would be exploring more secret realms in the future, he was bound to encounter evil ghosts, if not evil cultivators. I wonder what kind of benefits these fiery clear heart lotuses have. Previously, Ethan did not bother to check the uses of the plants he harvested because he mostly knew about them. However, Ethan was completely clueless about the evolved special rank 4 clear heart lotus. Heaven's Harvest. Spirit Flower, Fiery Clear Heart Lotus. Grade, Rank 4. Effects. 1. When cultivators consume it, it clears impurities in their hearts, strengthening their willpower and resistance to evil and mental attacks. 2. When spirit beasts consume it, their control over their primitive instincts greatly increases. Special effects. 1. When cultivators with a fire spirit root consume it, their cultivation speed temporarily increases, and they also gain a slight cultivation boost. 2. When fire-type spirit beasts consume it, they grow slightly stronger, and there is an extremely small chance they might awaken a fire-type bloodline. Note, the effects of the fiery clear heart lotus will gradually weaken if consumed repeatedly and too frequently. This is a treasure that would make cultivators with a fire spirit root go crazy. The normal effects of the fiery clear heart lotus were slightly better than those of the clear heart lotus, however, the special effects were quite interesting. They're perfect for Elias, and his breakthrough to level 3 foundation establishment realm is guaranteed with 1 or 2 fiery clear heart lotuses. When he read the special effects, the first person that came to his mind was none other than Elias Feng. I wonder what kind of spirit root Selena has. Although Selena was from a cultivation sect and had access to various cultivation resources, Ethan thought about giving a fiery clear heart lotus to her if she had a fire spirit root. Of course, other than the fact that she was Merchik's daughter and his instructor for a day, Ethan thought he might get some life points through Heaven's Virtue. A rank 4 fiery clear heart lotus might not be comparable to a minor foundation pill, but Heaven's Virtue should give me some life points for gifting the lotus, right? Ethan smiled at the thought. Anyway, let's harvest the remaining fiery clear heart lotuses before disturbing them further. After checking his gains from the first fiery clear heart lotus, Ethan continued harvesting the remaining lotuses around the small spirit pond. Ding! The host has harvested a special rank 4 perfect quality fiery clear heart lotus. Ding! Rewards received, +2 fiery clear heart lotuses, +200 life points. Unlike the previous harvest, Ethan didn't receive any cultivation talent from the second one, which was not a surprise to him. The blessing from the clear heart lotus only applied to the first plant. If I want another talent, I should nurture another version of the clear heart lotus or even the dragon heart lotus. Ethan was already satisfied with his current special talents, and he knew he would get another one from harvesting the dragon heart lotus. So, he wasn't too worried and continued harvesting the remaining 18 fiery clear heart lotuses. Ding! Harvest successful, received, +2 fiery clear heart lotuses, +200 life points. Ding! Harvest successful, received, +2 fiery clear heart lotuses, +200 life points. Ding! Available life points, 4,214. In no time, Ethan harvested 20 fiery clear heart lotuses and gained 40 perfect quality fiery clear heart lotuses and 4,000 life points. Since I have harvested the starters, it is time for the main course. When Ethan used the fire dragon blood essence to nourish the dragon heart lotus plant, he was hoping to speed up its growth. However, due to the fiery dragon aura released by the dragon heart lotus, the 20 clear heart lotuses were evolved and gave him good gains. Now, he decided to check on the dragon heart lotus. Spirit plant name, dragon heart lotus. Grade, special rank 5. Status, excited, my dear servant, you really know how to please me. Thanks to the fire dragon blood essence, I have grown quite big, and with the remnants left from the blood essence, I can grow much faster from now on. Maturity, 4,900 days. Its maturity has been reduced by half. Looking at the maturity period of the dragon heart lotus, Ethan was pleasantly surprised. Previously, it was above 9,900 days, but now, it has reduced to 4,900 days. What's more, it is telling me that there are still some remnant energies from the fire dragon blood left behind. Ethan smiled as he thought, if I can plant some clear heart lotuses to calm down the dragon heart lotus, without any additional resources, it could mature in less than 2 years. Previously, when there were 20 clear heart lotus plants around the dragon heart lotus plant, they calmed it and helped Ethan reduce the dragon heart lotus plant's maturity by 10 days in a single nurturing session per day. But, what if I get another fire dragon blood essence from my dear friend Azure Fire Python? Ethan was not sure about getting another fire dragon blood essence from the Azure Fire Python, however, he felt there was no harm in giving it a try. If he gets it, he could directly harvest the dragon heart lotus plant and evolve another 20 clear heart lotuses, gaining lots of rank 4 spirit flowers, 2 rank 5 dragon heart lotus plants, and life points. However, let's wait until I have completed the beast extermination trial. Nevertheless, Ethan was not in a hurry to harvest the dragon heart lotus because he wanted to keep his godly revival ability active when he entered the berserk beast realm. Anyway, the berserk beast realm is filled with all kinds of spirit beasts. So, I can try to get some dragon type blood essence through the interface or by directly killing the spirit beasts. Ethan decided in his head as he started nurturing the dragon heart lotus. Of course, not with the flourishing spirit rain or the green pulse art, instead, he was praising it. Thank you, Your Majesty, for helping your juniors evolve into special rank 4 spirit plants. Majesty, I am very blessed to see your abilities. It is my first time seeing the mass evolution of so many special rank 3 spirit plants. Majesty. Majesty. Status, excited but tired, so sleeping. Ethan continued until the dragon heart lotus was tired and fell asleep. Elias, how is your cultivation going? If nothing unexpected happens, I can break through to level 3 one day before the beast extermination trial. That's fast. Do you have any Azure Spirit pills? I have enough, Master. Ethan inquired about Elias' cultivation and was satisfied with his progress. Here, consume these fiery clear heart lotuses. They will not only increase your cultivation speed but also boost your cultivation. Master, thank you. Elias wanted to repay his master for his cultivation resources, however, he was always on the receiving end. Nevertheless, Elias gritted his teeth and took the 2 fiery clear heart lotuses from Ethan and thanked him. He knew he was still weak and needed to increase his strength as much as possible before repaying his master. Ding! The host has given 2 special rank 4 spirit flowers to Elias. Although he can break through to level 3 without the spirit flowers, they saved him a week. Ding! The host has received 100 life points. So, it really worked. Ethan was a bit doubtful regarding his heaven's virtue when gifting his own subordinates. Of course, previously, he received 10,000 life points because reviving someone is a huge event, however, it was not the same when gifting Elias with a rank 4 spirit flower. Hence, when he saw the 100 life points added to his available life points, Ethan heaved a sigh of relief. Although 100 life points for gifting 2 special rank 4 spirit flowers seems low, they are free life points. So, I have no complaints. Soon after, Ethan went back to his routine schedule of taking care of spirit plants, spending time with his parents, playing with the spirit beasts, and training with Selena. During one of their practice sessions, Ethan learned from Selena that she had a wood spirit root, which made the fiery clear heart lotus not valuable for her. In the end, Ethan didn't give her the spirit flower. At the same time, another thought came to his head: let's not give them any new items now. Right now, Ethan doesn't have a valid answer for the cultivation resources if they ask where he got them. I have already shown too much and said everything is related to the mystic soil domain, however, I can't keep using that secret realm. Ethan silently analyzed his actions and decided, since I will be going to the Berserk Beast realm, I can use it as an excuse for any cultivation resources I give them. For Ethan to properly utilize his heaven's virtue, he needed to give away things. The more valuable they were, the higher the life points he would receive. Currently, he had some good cultivation resources like fiery clear heart lotus, nearly 2,000 stalks of blood spirit grass, mutated spirit grass, and azure profound grass. All of these harvested spirit plant products were perfect quality, making them quite valuable. But, the problem was that he couldn't tell them that he had re-entered the mystic soil domain. It's alright. Once I become a golden core realm cultivator and complete the inheritance trial of the mystic soil domain, I will no longer have to hide from anyone. Ethan's eyes shone brightly when he thought of owning the mystic soil domain. After 7 days. Kai, Elias, are you ready for the beast extermination trial? Selena asked Ethan and Elias with a smile. We are ready. Ethan was eagerly waiting for the trial, and it was the same for Elias, who wanted to prove his worth. With the 2 fiery clear heart lotuses, Elias had successfully broken through to level 3 foundation establishment realm, and the mastery of his fire-type cultivation techniques had also reached the small success stage. Hence, he was confident in getting a good score in the trial. Let's go and meet the other teams. Soon, Selena brought them to the training grounds, where 2 other teams were already waiting for them. Kai, Elias, before we head to the Berserk Beast realm, why don't you introduce yourselves to the others? Rowan suggested as he noticed Selena arriving with Ethan and Elias. Yes, Uncle Rowan. A total of 10 people stood in the training grounds, with Ethan among them. 9 young cultivators and 1 middle-aged man. Rowan. The gathered group consisted of 3 teams, each made up of 3 members, all preparing for the upcoming beast extermination trial. Guiding them was Rowan, who would lead them into the Berserk Beast realm. Before they started their journey to the Berserk Beast realm, Rowan wanted everyone to get to know each other. Although the 9 cultivators standing in front of him were Lin family members, they were busy with their own affairs. Selena and 3 others had returned from the sect a few days ago, whereas the remaining 3 cultivators were on the family's missions and had returned just 2 days ago needing rest. So, Rowan thought it would be best for everyone to introduce themselves. Since Ethan and Elias were the newest family members, Rowan asked Ethan to start the introduction. "My name is Lin Kai, 16 years old. I am honored to stand before you today as a member of this expedition." Ethan's voice was steady and composed, thanks to his years of speaking experience from his previous life. He confidently continued, "Recently, I have been promoted to special elder of the Lin family, and I will do my best to uphold the honor and responsibility that comes with this title." So, he is the special elder Kai who has been the talk of the family recently. He is so young. "We are glad to meet you, Special Elder Kai." By now, everyone had heard about Ethan because the family had officially announced his promotion as a special elder. It's not just that, they also announced that he was the youngest Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator of the family who successfully nurtured a perfect quality clear heart lotus. Having learned about Ethan's achievements, everyone was excited to finally meet Ethan in person. Is this how it feels to be liked by everyone? It was Ethan's first time hearing such genuine words from others, genuine words, not the fake words he had heard all the time in his previous life. "Kai, you really are famous in the Lin family." From the side, Rowan smiled and said, "Tell your current cultivation realm." Rowan might not have been a Golden Core realm cultivator yet, but he had years of experience exploring dangerous secret realms. With a glance, he could tell Elias's cultivation and was shocked to see he had already reached level 3 Foundation Establishment realm. However, when he tried to see through Ethan's cultivation, he was unable to. Rowan knew Ethan had gained incredible opportunities from the Mystic Soil domain, and his curiosity about Ethan's true cultivation had only grown stronger. So, he used introductions as an excuse to hear about it. "Thanks to the lucky opportunities one gained in the Mystic Soil domain, my cultivation has reached level 3 Foundation Establishment realm." While saying that, Ethan exuded the aura of a level 3 Foundation Establishment cultivator. Until he came here, Ethan had been considering which cultivation level he should reveal, and in the end, he decided to show the same cultivation realm as Elias. It was because Ethan was planning to use his cultivation as an excuse to gain more opportunities in the Berserk Beast realm during the Beast Extermination trial. In the cultivation world, there were all kinds of treasures that would quickly increase cultivation in the early stages of the Foundation Establishment realm, especially when they involved the Mystic Soil domain, known to be filled with various cultivation resources. It had been nearly 2 months since he had returned from the Mystic Soil domain, so Ethan believed that breaking through 2 levels and reaching level 3 Foundation Establishment realm wouldn't raise any suspicions. What? Elder Kai has reached level 3 already? How old is he? Just 16 years old, right? Didn't he just break through to the Foundation Establishment realm 2 months back? Idiot, when he came out of the Mystic Soil domain, he was already a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. So, technically, he only broke through 2 levels in 2 months. Yet, compared to those geniuses from the sects, that's only considered average. The Mystic Soil domain is really a heavenly secret realm for cultivators. If only I had entered it. Fool. Do you think you could achieve what Elder Kai has achieved in the Mystic Soil domain? Can you even nurture a normal quality spirit grass? At first, everyone was shocked, however, when they thought about Ethan's opportunities in the Mystic Soil domain, they were no longer as surprised. Excellent. I think his spirit root might have been upgraded to a high-level spirit root. Rowan had prepared himself for Ethan's cultivation, so he was not surprised and even thought that Ethan's high-level spirit root had been upgraded. That was the only reasonable possibility Rowan could consider. "Elias, you go next." Rowan smiled at Ethan and asked Elias to introduce himself. "My name is Elias Fay, Elias Lin." I am 24 years old. I am Special Elder Kai's subordinate. Thanks to Elder Kai's generosity, I have reached level 3 Foundation Establishment Realm. Elias was about to say Elias Feng, but he corrected himself and introduced himself as Elias Lin. He gave full credit for his cultivation to Ethan and even openly mentioned that he was Ethan's subordinate in front of everyone, without any embarrassment. What? He reached the Foundation Establishment Realm. What's happening? Isn't he a wastrel of the Feng family that was kicked out for causing trouble for the family? How did he become a genius in just a matter of days? Like Ethan, Elias was also famous, however, for the wrong reasons. Everyone complained that Elias shouldn't even stay in Greenspire town, let alone in the Lin family's small courtyard, which had been given to Ethan. Even the family elders complained, and when family head Edwin was struggling to calm them down, Elias broke through to the Foundation Establishment Realm. With his breakthrough, Edwin used it as an excuse to silence the elders' complaints. However, he ordered the upper echelons of the Lin family to keep Elias's breakthrough a secret until the beast extermination trial. Among the younger generation, except for Selena, who was the team leader of Elias's team for the trial, no one knew about his breakthrough. Hence, when they heard Elias's cultivation, it shocked them even more than Ethan's cultivation. It is the Feng family who had eyes but failed to see a talent born in their family. He will be joining the beast extermination trial as the 9th member of the Lin family. Rowan backed Elias to help everyone accept him, since Elias was now a Lin family member. Let's get along. Although they still didn't like Elias, who had once belonged to the Feng family, the archenemy of their Lin family, they decided not to cause trouble for him. Not only because Rowan backed him, but because of Special Elder Kai. Selena, 18 years old, inner sect disciple of the Green Fire sect, and level 4 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. Elias, Kai, and I will be joining the trial as Team 3 from the Lin family. Next, Selena walked forward, introduced herself, and confirmed their team formation. I am Victor Lin. I am 17 and I have joined the Green Fire sect like sister Selena. My current cultivation is at level 5 Foundation Establishment Realm. After Selena, a handsome young man introduced himself before talking about his team. I am leading Team 2 with Cole and Deanna who have level 3 and level 2 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivation. I hope this trial will help you become stronger. Upon hearing Victor's words, Rowan was proud and silently hoped in his head. Before Ethan, Victor was the youngest cultivator in the Lin family who had the highest cultivation among the younger generation. Rowan was proud to have such a son, and he hoped the trial would help him grow stronger because Victor was the true hope of the Lin family. Dorian and Damien, we are the twin sons of family head Edwin. We lead Team 1 along with Erica. We are 20 this year and have the cultivation of level 4 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivation. As for Erica, she is 18 and has level 3 Foundation. Next, 2 identical young men spoke back to back, introducing themselves along with their team. In no time, the introductions came to an end as Victor asked Rowan, "Father, when are we going? Your uncle Merrick said he will come with us. So, let's go as soon as he arrives." Rowan replied and asked everyone, "Until he comes." "Rowan, I am here. Let's go." Before Rowan could finish his words, Merrick entered the training grounds. "Brother, what took you so, how did you become a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator?" Amidst his words, Rowan sensed the aura exuded by Merrick and was shocked. "I was lucky enough to break through last night." Merrick excitedly spoke, "Now, I can live for more than 200 years without any worries and serve the family even better with my increased cultivation. Congrats, elder brother." "Congratulations, Elder Merrick." Soon, Rowan and everyone in the training grounds congratulated Merrick. Merrick, despite having only a perfected chi refining cultivation, contributed a lot to the family by nurturing many rank 1 and rank 2 spirit plants and even rank 3 and rank 4. Now, with his increased cultivation, mass nurturing of rank 3 and rank 4 spirit plants became quite easy for him, and he could even try nurturing rank 5 spirit plants. Moreover, with his breakthrough, another foundation establishment realm cultivator was added to the Lin family. Thank you. It is all thanks to the minor foundation pill that Kai gifted me. Merrick didn't hide it and gave the credit to Ethan, increasing their opinion on Ethan from generous to magnanimous. Haha, I understand why you are so adamant about tagging with us. Rowan started laughing as he realized something. I won't miss the chance to surprise those bastards who laughed at me, saying I would die without breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm. Merrick smiled at Rowan's words as he said, let's go now. Come out, Flick. Rowan didn't waste any time as he released a huge red-colored eagle from the beast's storage ring. The beast's storage ring is similar to the regular storage ring, but instead of storing non-living things, it can store living spirit beasts. It is mostly used by cultivators who have spirit beasts. Screech. As soon as it was released, the huge purple-colored eagle let out a piercing screech into the sky and landed in front of Rowan. Meet my spirit pet, Flick. He is a rank 3 fire eagle whose flying speed matches that of rank 4 flying spirit beasts. Rowan stroked the dark feathered eagle and introduced it to everyone. He will take us to the entrance of the Berserk Beast realm in no time. Saying that, Rowan tossed it a blood spirit pill before informing everyone, feed a rank 2 blood spirit pill before mounting it. After saying that, Rowan gave them a bottle filled with blood spirit pills, which are Fire Eagle's favorite snack. Generally, Fire Eagles didn't like anyone other than their master riding them. However, Rowan came up with a plan to make it carry others on its back. Yes. Soon, one after another fed the blood spirit pill and jumped onto the Fire Eagle. The massive beast, standing over 6 meters tall, scanned each rider with its golden eyes and gave a proud, almost disdainful gaze, only accepting them after they had properly offered the pill. When it was Ethan's turn, he slowly stepped forward to feed the blood spirit pill to the Fire Eagle. Then, Screech! A piercing cry echoed across the training grounds. Before Ethan could feed it a blood spirit pill, something unexpected happened that shocked everyone, including Rowan. The Fire Eagle lowered its massive body and extended one of its wings, forming a natural bridge for Ethan to climb onto its back. Is this really the proud Fire Eagle I know? Rowan's eyes widened in disbelief. That's impossible, even family head Edwin himself had to force it to accept him as a rider. Merchik's jaw nearly dropped. This is interesting. As for Ethan, he was momentarily surprised. However, he knew the reason behind the Fire Eagle's actions. It was because of his special talent, Primal Beast Sovereign. One of the passive effects of that special talent was that he had a natural affinity with spirit beasts, and they felt comfortable in his presence. Eat this pill for now. I will give you something good after I return from the secret realm. While walking onto the Fire Eagle, Ethan tossed the blood spirit pill to the Fire Eagle and promised to give it something good. The fiery clear heart lotus is a perfect gift for the Fire Eagle for its earlier actions. Ethan smiled as he thought to himself. Since Ethan planned to claim that he had gotten the fiery clear heart lotuses from the Berserk Beast realm, he believed there would be no harm in giving one to the Fire Eagle. Screech! Catching the blood spirit pill tossed by Ethan, the Fire Eagle excitedly screeched into the sky with full trust in Ethan's words. At the same time it ate the pill, Ethan got the full information about the Fire Eagle in front of him. Ding! Primal Beast Sovereign. Spirit Beast, Fire Eagle, Flick. Master, Rowan Lin, yet to fully accept him as a master. Grade, Peak Rank 3. Skills, Fire Claw, Charged Flight, Feather Bullets, Fire Charge. Likes, Fire-type spirit plants or spirit beast meat, flying in the clouds. Dislikes, water, being used as a common mount. Information, Fire Eagles are massive, reaching 8 to 12 meters in wingspan when they are fully grown. They are proud and dominant spirit beasts. More information: when the fire eagle truly accepts someone as its master, its speed doubles when that master sits on its back. So, it dislikes being treated as a common mount, and Uncle Rowan is doing what it dislikes the most. Ethan shook his head as he read the last section of information, feeling surprised. I think Uncle Rowan treating it as a common mount must be the reason it refuses to completely accept him as a master. Finally, Ethan understood the reason and decided, for all the information Uncle Rowan has given me about the azure profound grass, I should help him strengthen his body with the fire eagle. However, he had no plans to do it right now because they needed to reach the berserk beast realm, and the fire eagle was the only way for them. Screech. Once everyone was mounted, the fire eagle screeched and flew into the sky, and in no time, it reached a terrifying speed. Surprisingly, there were no skyward tremors or air resistance for the riders sitting on the fire eagle's back, making Ethan feel that this was the first comfortable air travel in both his lives. I should have a flying type spirit beast too. At the same time, he decided to get a flying spirit beast because it would be quite convenient to have. Ethan, how did you do that? Along the way, Rowan and Merrick asked Ethan about the fire eagle's actions. All the youngsters paid full attention to Ethan, waiting for his answer. What did I do? Ethan asked in confusion. The thing with the fire eagle, how did you make it respectfully extend its wing for you to climb onto it? Rowan asked again, but this time, explained more about it. Did you see me do anything? Ethan smiled and shook his head before saying, maybe it was because I nurtured a perfect quality clear heart lotus, so it took a liking to me. Obviously, no one believed him, however, seeing that Ethan had no interest in revealing his secrets, they didn't ask either. Screech. After an hour, the fire eagle let out a powerful screech, announcing its descent as it approached the entrance of the berserk beast realm. The air rippled with heat from the beast's fiery aura as it landed gracefully at the entrance of the berserk beast realm. Everyone, we are here. Rowan's voice resounded as he was the first to jump off the fire eagle, and behind him, the remaining cultivators of the Lin family followed suit. In the distance, the 4 other cultivation families under the Green Fire sect had already gathered with their teams. Some cultivators looked up with admiration at the Lin family's grand arrival, while others whispered among themselves, their gazes filled with rivalry. Finally, the Lin family arrives. A deep voice resounded from the distance as an old man in sect robes slowly walked towards the entrance. Elder Ren. Seeing the old man, all the guardians leading their youngsters respectfully bowed and greeted him. Elder Ren was a Golden Core Realm elder who was in charge of all the matters related to the 5 cultivation families under the Green Fire sect. Because of this, he became the judgment envoy regarding Elias's issue between the Lin family and the Feng family. Since the beast extermination trial was a special competition for the 5 cultivation families, Elder Ren served as the overseer for it. Looks like all 5 cultivation families have arrived with their 3 teams. You know the rules, right? Elder Ren asked as his sharp yet uninterested gaze swept over the gathered young cultivators. Yes, Elder Ren. The 5 guardians leading their respective teams responded in unison. Huh? He reached the Foundation Establishment realm. Even that Merrick kid has broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Suddenly, the bored look in his eyes turned intrigued when he noticed Elias's cultivation level, followed by Merrick's. Merrick must have gotten a minor foundation pill. Although becoming a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator is a big deal, it is just a small matter for the sect. Elder Ren was not too bothered by Merrick, however, looking at Elias, he could not help but think, did that brat from the Feng family have a high-level spirit root? As an old cultivator who reached the Golden Core realm, how could Elder Ren not know the difficulty of breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm? Unless Elias had a high-level spirit root, there was no way for him to reach the Foundation Establishment realm in such a short time. Interesting, this time, the beast extermination trial seems to be more interesting than I imagined it would be. I wonder how the Feng family will feel if they learn that the wastrel they abandoned has become a genius in 1 month. Let's see. With a slight smile on his face, he said to Rowan and Merrick, looks like the Lin family's heavenly luck has been quite good these days. Congratulations, little Merrick, for breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm. Heavenly luck is a term used in the cultivation world when something good keeps happening to a certain person, family, or sect. Recently, the Lin family obtained a young member who accidentally entered the mystic soil domain and returned as a Foundation establishment realm cultivator. Now, Merrick, who had been stuck at the perfect chi refining realm for years, had finally broken through to the Foundation establishment realm. What's more, even the little mutt that had been kicked out of the Feng family and taken in by the Lin family became a Foundation establishment realm cultivator. If this is not heavenly luck, then what is? What? Elder Ren's words instantly shocked everyone as they hurriedly looked at Merrick, who had a big smile on his face. The reason why Merrick wanted to join Rowan and his group was exactly this: to slap the faces of those who mocked and scoffed at him for being stuck at the perfected chi refining realm. Thank you, Elder Ren. I was lucky to have found a minor foundation pill, which helped me break through to the Foundation establishment realm. Merrick hurriedly thanked Elder Ren and claimed he was just lucky. Congratulations, Merrick. Congratulations, Elder Merrick. You have finally broken the shackles and successfully become a Foundation establishment realm cultivator. The Lin family should host a party. Soon, suppressing their shocks and frustrations, the guardians of the remaining 4 families, including the Feng family, congratulated Merrick. Damn this Lin family, why is their heavenly luck so damn good? The Feng family guardian, in particular, clenched his fists in frustration. That's not it, even the Feng family's little mutt they abandoned successfully broke through to the Foundation establishment realm. Looks like your ancestor is watching over your Lin family. What? Elias broke through to the Foundation establishment realm. Everyone was thoroughly shocked, especially the Feng family members, who hurriedly looked at Elias, who was standing behind Ethan. Elias Feng, the wastrel of the Feng family. Despite being 24 years old, he was still at level 6 chi refining realm back when he was in the Feng family. From a young age, he had created many troubles for the Feng family, at least that's what everyone remembers when they hear his name. However, now, just 1 month after leaving the Feng family, he successfully broke through to the Foundation establishment realm. How could they not be shocked with such a heaven-defying event? Elias, how did you break through to the Foundation establishment realm? Derek, the guardian of the Feng family who brought the youngsters from the Feng family, was the first one to recover from his shock as he asked Elias. Uncle Derek, is this the first question you ask me after not seeing me for a month? Elias didn't answer, instead, he shook his head in disappointment in Derek's response. Previously, it was Derek who would always help him when he was in trouble, and he hoped Derek would congratulate him the moment he learned about his breakthrough. Because of those expectations, Elias only became disappointed. This. Derek realized his mistake and wanted to say something, however, he was interrupted by the 2 young cultivators from the Feng family. He must have used some kind of demonic techniques. I feel the same. Otherwise, how can a wastrel like him with a low-grade spirit root break through to the Foundation establishment realm? The 2 young cultivators were none other than Simon and Timon, the 2 sons that Darius was proud of. They were also Elias's stepbrothers, whom Elias was always compared to and called a wastrel because of their achievements. What can I expect from dogs that only know how to bark? Elias sneered, with a sharp gaze locking onto Simon and Timon. His once submissive demeanor was long gone, and it was replaced by a cold confidence that sent a chill through the 2 brothers. You. Simon's face turned red with anger as he couldn't believe that Elias was talking back to them. Nevertheless, Elias didn't give him time, and before Simon could retort, he continued in a steady voice that was filled with disdain towards the 2 brothers. You both have always looked down on me, thinking you were superior just because you had better resources and talent. But let me ask you, what have you actually accomplished? Elias's words were sharp, and the mocking look on his face made the two brothers furious. You dare talk back to us? Timon clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. If not for the cultivators around them, the two brothers would have taught him a good lesson. Oh? Should I still bow my head and accept your insults like before? Maybe you haven't realized, but things have changed. I am no longer the Feng family's wastrel, but someone who will make them regret their actions towards me. Elias chuckled, his lips curling into a smirk. The surrounding cultivators watched in silence, and looking at the smiling face of Elder Ren, who seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the confrontation between the brothers, they also decided to watch. You enjoyed the cultivation resources of the Feng family for your whole life, and now what? Do you want the family to regret? What? You are planning to destroy the Feng family now that you have become a foundation establishment cultivator? What a joke. Do you think you can do that? You really are something. What an ungrateful bastard. The two brothers felt humiliated by Elias's words and quickly countered to humiliate him instead. I know you fools think like that, but I am not you. Elias scoffed at them as he explained, what I meant was I will become a powerful cultivator and make the Feng family regret the cruel treatment they gave me before kicking me out of the family. Elias, that's enough. Derek finally recovered from his earlier mistake and stepped in to stop the heated confrontation between the brothers. Enough? You stood there silently when they questioned my breakthrough, and now you think I should hold back. Elias shook his head. I don't need your approval anymore, Uncle Derek. Derek opened his mouth but couldn't find the right words. Elias, accusations of demonic cultivation are not to be taken lightly. If you have nothing to hide, prove your innocence. That's right. Prove it, bastard. Both brothers once again attacked Elias with their words. Why should I prove anything to those who never believed in me to begin with? Elias smirked as he turned to Ethan, wondering what he should do. If Elias had really used demonic techniques, would Elder Ren allow him to stand here? Do you think Elder Ren can't even sense it, or do you doubt Elder Ren's judgment? After letting Elias vent his frustrations towards his stepbrothers, Ethan finally spoke when Elias needed him. There was a way to prove how Elias was able to quickly increase his cultivation, however, Ethan felt there was no reason to prove himself. As for the accusations of Elias being a demonic cultivator, Elder Ren would have already taken action even if he had a slight doubt about it. Instead, he congratulated the Lin family for Elias's breakthrough, saving the family from heavenly luck. It was very clear to Elder Ren that Elias was not a demonic cultivator. At Ethan's words, the two brothers' faces stiffened as they couldn't openly question Elder Ren's authority. Ha, this trial hasn't even started, and there's already entertainment. Elder Ren, who had been silently enjoying the confrontation until now, let out a lazy chuckle as he glanced at Elias and said, Boy, you don't need to explain yourself to fools. As for you are good with your words. Elder Ren gave a thumbs up to Ethan for his ability to shut up the Feng brothers' mouths with a single sentence. Thank you, Elder Ren. Ethan politely replied as he silently thought, this old elder definitely has a sadistic personality. If you want to settle your fight, you can do it after the beast extermination trial, or it would be even better if you show what you've got in the trial to get a better rank. After that, Elder Ren asked the brothers to compete for a better ranking in the trial. Now, regarding the beast extermination trial, I will tell you the rules, and you must listen carefully. Without wasting any time, Elder Ren started explaining the rules of the beast extermination trial. Rule 1. Those who are above 25 years old cannot enter the Berserk Beast realm unless they want to get killed by the formation at the entrance. Rule 2. Kill as many Berserk Beasts as possible and store them in these storage rings. While explaining the second rule, Elder Ren tossed out 45 storage rings to the 45 young participants. Rule 3, if you are in danger, all you have to do is inject your spirit essence into the storage ring I gave you just now. You will be instantly teleported out of the secret realm. Rule 4, you have to return in 7 days or even earlier to submit the berserk beasts you killed. However, once you come out of the secret realm, you cannot re-enter. This means you are successfully out of the trial. Rule 5, if you do not return in time, then you will be eliminated from the trial. So, make sure you return in time to avoid wasting your efforts. Rule 6, you can steal or forcefully take the berserk beast corpses from your fellow participants, however, you must not kill them at any cost unless you want to follow them to the other world. These are the rules that you need to remember during the beast extermination trial. As for the rewards, the first place will get. After explaining the rules, Elder Ren didn't stop speaking as he talked about the rewards to further motivate the youngsters to do their best during the trial. The rewards are quite generous. I should get them. Hearing the rewards that they could get from the Green Fire sect, everyone, including Ethan, was excited and decided to try their best in the trial. Now, you can enter the Berserk Beast realm in teams of 3 cultivators at once. Soon, Elder Ren asked everyone to enter the Berserk Beast realm to start the beast extermination trial. Let's go. Try your best and kill as many berserk beasts as possible. The guardians encouraged their youngsters to try their best in the trial before sending them into the berserk beast realm according to their teams. Ding! The host's godly revival ability has come off cooldown. It has finally come off cooldown. Just as Ethan was about to enter the berserk beast realm, he received a system notification he had been waiting for. However, at the same time, he also received another system notification that made him raise his brows. Ding! A past killer of the host has been detected nearby. What? A past killer is nearby. Ethan hurriedly checked his surroundings, however, he didn't find anyone suspicious until he saw a bloody red title killer appear above a youngster's head standing with the Feng family cultivators. Huh? Who is it? Ethan frowned because he had never been killed by that cultivator. Wait a second, is that him? The moment Ethan thought of who the young cultivator might be, the system also projected the full information about the killer. Killer name, Shadow B. Cultivation, Foundation Establishment Realm, Perfection. Lifespan, 25/1000. So, this is how he looks. Ethan was shocked for a moment, however, he quickly recovered and thought, how did he end up representing the Feng family for the trial? Or, was he hired by the Feng family to assassinate someone? What exactly is the Feng family planning? The more he thought about it, the more questions formed in Ethan's head. As the participants gathered before the entrance of the Berserk Beast realm and entered one team after another, excitement, tension, and hidden schemes filled the air. Some cultivators exchanged greetings, others assessed their rivals, while a few remained silent, lost in their own thoughts. Shadow B, why exactly are you entering the Berserk Beast realm? Ethan stood among them, his gaze was on a young cultivator standing within the Feng family's youngsters, the one marked with the killer title. Although his head was filled with many questions, Ethan was unable to figure out Shadow B's reason for joining the Feng family to participate in the beast extermination trial. The beast extermination trial is between the 5 cultivation families under the Green Fire sect. They are, Lin, Feng, Wu, Han, and Zhao. Each family can send 9 young and talented Foundation Realm cultivators to participate in the trial. However, it is very rare for any cultivation family to produce such geniuses, and because of this, these families recruit outsiders after doing a simple background check. For the current trial, not just the Lin and Feng family, the remaining 3 families more or less recruited at least 3 outsiders to participate in the trial representing their family. Hence, seeing an outsider within the Feng family's ranks was not a big deal. However, Shadow B is not your average young genius who not only has a cultivation technique to transform into spirit beasts, but he even has a cultivation talent, primal beast master with a perfect foundation establishment realm just like me. Other than those two things, what made Ethan worried even more was Shadow B's identity. He is a deadly assassin belonging to the Eternal Shadow Guild who might be on a mission. Ethan's expression remained calm, but his mind was racing. Is he here for me? No, it doesn't look like it. Or does he have another target? But, killing in the Berserk Beast team is forbidden. I don't think he is here on a killing mission. Maybe the Feng family recruited him to get a good ranking for the trial. As Ethan's mind raced, he came to the conclusion that the Feng family must have recruited him. With his cultivation, he thinks he is the only strongest cultivator in the trial, but I have the same cultivation as him. Let's see who gets more points. For the first time, Ethan felt a competitive spirit in him after coming to this world when he thought about Shadow B joining the trial. Next team, step forward. Just as Ethan was lost in thought, a voice snapped him back to reality. Ethan, Elias, and Selena walked toward the massive stone gateway leading into the Berserk Beast realm. The moment they entered, the spirit essence in their bodies depleted a little on its own, and at the same time, the formation glowed with a blinding light, engulfing them completely. Swoosh! Soon, they disappeared from everyone's sight as they successfully entered the Berserk Beast realm. In the Berserk Beast realm. A moment later, Ethan and his team landed inside a dense, foggy forest. The scent of blood and wild spirit beasts filled the air. However, surprisingly, it was eerily silent. Stay alert. The Berserk beasts will attack us at any moment now. It was Selena's second time entering the Berserk Beast realm, and she knew the dangers of the Berserk Beast realm. So, she quickly alerted Ethan and Elias. Yes. Due to the dense fog, their visibility was limited to less than 10 meters, making both Ethan and Elias stay alert. Before entering the Berserk Beast realm, Selena had already told them many things about the Berserk Beast realm, and one of them was, as soon as they entered the secret realm, the Berserk Beasts would attack them. So, they didn't look for the Berserk Beasts. Instead, they patiently waited. Predator's spirit. I can sense a horde of Berserk Beasts closing in on us. Stay close and watch each other's backs. Thanks to Ethan's special talent, he sensed a dense bloodthirsty aura approaching from all directions and quickly alerted Selena and Elias. Swish! Soon, everyone stood in formation, covering their backs and waiting for the Berserk Beasts. Howl! In the next second, a deafening howl shattered the quiet atmosphere, followed by the sound of pounding footsteps. Selena's sharp gaze flickered toward the direction of the noise, and her expression darkened. There is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Looking at the moving silhouettes in the distant fog, Selena asked the other two. Please go with the bad first. Ethan asked for the bad news first. I think we are surrounded by a horde of at least 100 blood frenzy hounds. Selena said the bad news first and then the good news. The good news is blood frenzy hounds can't break through to rank 3. So, all the blood frenzy hounds in the horde are either rank 1 or rank 2. That's supposed to be good news. We're still facing at least 100 of them. Elias let out a dry chuckle as he could not help but get worried. Although Elias had cultivation, he didn't have any experience fighting spirit beasts, not to mention berserk beasts which were more deadly and crazier than normal spirit beasts. No, I have to prove my worth to my master. Nevertheless, thinking about all the cultivation resources and the second chance that Ethan had bestowed on him, Elias wanted to show his worth. He was already kicked out of the Feng family and he didn't want Ethan to do the same to him. They are fast, but with my perfected foundation establishment realm, I can easily take care of them. Ethan's eyes narrowed as he carefully observed the shifting figures in the mist. The crimson glow of their eyes pierced through the dense fog, filled with an insatiable bloodlust. However, Ethan was not at all worried about them because he was confident in his cultivation and cultivation techniques. Even though it seems like a difficult situation, as long as we can clear it, we will get lots of points. They are just rank 1 and rank 2 berserk beasts, and all we have to do is kill them in a single attack, which we can easily do. Nevertheless, Ethan, who was the most calm and composed among the three youngsters, motivated them. Yes, we can do it. Hearing Ethan's motivational words, Selena could not help but feel that the situation was not so difficult after all, and they could easily clear it. Growl. Roar. Gur. Blood frenzy hounds, which looked like wolves from the modern world but were much bigger and stronger with sleek black fur. Their eyes were red and filled with pure intent to kill. Here they come. Ethan was the first to rush forward when a dozen blood frenzy hounds came into their sight. Sky-shattering sword art. A long sword appeared in Ethan's hand as he used his sword cultivation technique to swing it. Swish. Swish. The sword moved incredibly fast, leaving behind after images as it cut through all 12 blood frenzy hounds like a watermelon, splashing blood all over Ethan. Ding. The host's special talent Heaven's Virtue has triggered. What? I can get life points by killing the berserk beasts. Ding. The host's special talent Heaven's Virtue has triggered. Ding. By killing the spirit beasts that turned into bloodthirsty berserk beasts, the host has done a good deed by killing them. Ding. The host has killed 12 rank 1 blood frenzy hounds and received 12 life points. What? I can get life points by killing the berserk beasts. Ethan was shocked to see the system notifications that appeared in his head. What's more, getting 1 life point for killing a rank 1 berserk beast made Ethan excited. Looks like other than getting the contribution points issued by the Green Fire sect for submitting the berserk beast corpses, I can even get a good number of life points for entering the berserk beast realm. Beast points are given to the individual participants when they submit the berserk beast corpses to Elder Ren. A rank 1 berserk beast corpse would grant 1 beast point upon submission, whereas a rank 2 berserk beast, being stronger, would grant 5 beast points. The rank 3 berserk beast, which is equivalent to the early stage foundation establishment realm cultivators, can grant 10 beast points. As for the rank 4 berserk beast, which is very difficult to kill, it can grant them a whopping 100 beast points. So, when Ethan thought of the benefits of getting both the beast points and life points for killing the berserk beasts in the beast extermination trial, he could not help but become excited. If killing a single rank 1 berserk beast gives me 1 life point, what if I kill a rank 2 berserk beast or even higher ranked ones? Won't I get more life points? Ethan was already excited. However, when this thought came to his head, he quickly wanted to see how many life points he could get by killing the higher-ranked berserk beasts. Roar. Gur. As Ethan was lost in his thoughts about the life points he could earn by killing the berserk beasts, more and more blood frenzy hounds rushed from the mist and attacked them. Ethan, focus. Selena's voice snapped him back into the moment as she cut down 2 blood frenzy hounds that jumped at Ethan with her twin daggers. Of course, she didn't stop there as she danced through the air with swiftness and precision, slicing through the necks and hearts of the charging beasts before they could even react. Don't worry, I'm more focused than ever. Ethan smirked as he already sensed those 2 blood frenzy hounds, and he could have easily taken care of them even without Selena's help. Blazing Sun Palm. Just as Ethan was about to kill more berserk beasts, he heard Elias yell and could not help but take a look. Elias fought with unrestrained aggression using his fire-type cultivation techniques with crazy explosive power. His spirit essence flared around him as his techniques blasted the hounds into the nearby trees. Since Elias had a fire spirit root, despite having small success stage mastery over the blazing sun palm, his explosive power was great. I should kill as many berserk beasts as possible. Seeing that Selena and Elias were taking all the kills, Ethan no longer wasted any time as he started using his shadow steps to move like a shadow and hack through the blood frenzy hounds. Slash. Kaka. Thud. Ding. The host has killed 8 rank 1 Blood Frenzy hounds and received 8 life points. Ding. The host has killed 5 rank 2 Blood Frenzy hounds and received 10 life points. Ding. The host has killed 13 rank 1 Blood Frenzy hounds and received 13 life points. Ding. The host has killed 8 rank 2 Blood Frenzy hounds and received 16 life points. In less than 2 minutes, thanks to his speed, Ethan easily killed more than 120 Blood Frenzy hounds, gaining more than 200 life points. As for Selena and Elias, their combined kill count was nearly 50 Blood Frenzy hounds. So, killing a rank 2 Berserk Beast gives only 2 life points. Only after killing all the Blood Frenzy hounds did Ethan check his system notifications, and he was a bit disappointed to see that he received only 2 life points from rank 2 Blood Frenzy hounds. Never mind, 2 life points are better than 1 life point. For Ethan, killing the rank 1 and rank 2 spirit beasts didn't pose any difficulty. All he needed to do was slash his sword, and they would fall. Ethan, you killed so many of them in such a short time. Master, you are awesome. Selena and Elias were shocked by Ethan's quick movements and could not help but praise him. It is all thanks to the rank 3 sword given by Uncle Merrick. Although his mastery of the sky-shattering sword art had already reached completion stage, Ethan barely used the cultivation technique. With the strength and sharpness of a rank 3 sword combined with his raw strength, Ethan was able to easily kill them. So, he gave the credit to the sword. Elias, collect all the corpses into the storage ring. Let's divide them equally after returning. Ethan asked Elias to collect the corpses while he looked at the system notifications he received just now. Ding. It has detected minuscule traces of the demonic blood dragon's essence in the host's body. Ding. The special talent Infernal Purity Heart has triggered. Ding. The infernal flame in the host's heart burned those traces away, purifying the host's body. Huh? Demonic blood dragon's essence. Ethan frowned at the first system notification and had a bad feeling about it. However, the last 2 system notifications made him heave a sigh of relief. Could it be from the Berserk beasts? Soon, his infernal purity heart started searching for answers, and the only conclusion he could come to was that it came from the Berserk beasts. Is this the same thing that has turned all the spirit beasts in the Berserk beast realm into Berserk beasts? Looks like it. Even without his radiant clear heart, Ethan could have easily figured out the reason behind the traces of the demonic blood dragon's essence. Wait a second, even the Heaven's Virtue said that these Berserk beasts were not naturally born beasts but were converted from spirit beasts. Suddenly, Ethan thought of another thing that backed his assumptions. Previously, when the Heaven's Virtue was triggered, Ethan was more focused on earning the life points and didn't bother to think much about the reason why he received the life points. Soon, Ethan was lost in his own questions and answers as Elias was collecting the corpses, and Selena was standing guard. Swish. Swish. Growl. Howl. Suddenly, there was a movement as another batch of blood frenzy hounds jumped in. Ethan. Selena was about to alert Ethan, however, she saw the after-images of Ethan, who quickly took care of more than 100 blood frenzy hounds on his own. What kind of monster did father recruit into the family? This was the thought in Selena's head, looking at Ethan's fighting style, and at the same time, she could not help but think, but, he is quite handsome. Her cheeks flushed slightly at the thought, however, she quickly shook her head, pushing away the ridiculous notion, this isn't the time for such distractions. On the other hand, Ethan looked at the blood frenzy hound he intentionally didn't kill. It's time to get answers for my questions related to the Berserk Beast realm and its Berserk Beasts. Ding. Primal Beast Sovereign. Spirit Beast, Bloodhound. Grade, Rank 1 Ding. Primal Beast Sovereign. Spirit Beast, Bloodhound. Grade, Rank 1. Status, bloodthirsty due to the demonic blood dragon's essence. Information: one of the most common spirit beasts of the primordial beast realm before it turned into a berserk beast realm. Due to the demonic blood dragon corpses in the secret realm, the entire primordial beast realm was filled with demonic blood dragon essence. More information: all the spirit beasts in the secret realm, after absorbing the demonic blood dragon essence for years, have turned into bloodthirsty beasts named berserk beasts. There is a possibility that when the spirit essence was injected into these berserk beasts, they might return to normal. With the help of his special talent, Ethan got the full information about the blood frenzy hound. Everything makes sense now. The thick essence of a demonic blood dragon's corpse is spreading through the secret realm, gradually corrupting the spirit beasts and turning them into berserk beasts. That's how this place eventually became known as the berserk beast realm. After piecing together his existing knowledge and the insights granted by his special talent, Ethan finally understood the root cause of the transformation behind the berserk beasts. So, this secret realm was originally called the primordial beast realm, but due to the lingering presence of the demonic blood dragon's corpse, all the spirit beasts here have succumbed to berserk energy. At the same time, he even learned about the berserk beast realm's real name. It must be because I killed these blood frenzy hounds that my body is absorbing traces of the demonic blood dragon's essence from their bodies. But thanks to my special talent Infernal Purity Heart, it's being purified before it can affect me. Ethan slowly got answers to each one of his questions. I don't think these minuscule traces of demonic blood dragon's essence entering into the participants' bodies must be dangerous, since the sect is hosting this trial every year and there were no consequences. Ethan guessed that no matter how many berserk beasts they killed in the berserk beast realm, it wouldn't be enough to turn the participants into berserk cultivators. However, it only raised more questions. Does the Green Fire sect know about the demonic blood dragon's essence in the berserk beast realm? As the owner of the secret realm, I am sure they know about it. But, why are they not taking care of it and stopping the spirit beasts from turning into berserk beasts? Is there some other reason behind it? Gur. As Ethan was lost in his thoughts, the blood frenzy hound that he pinned to the ground growled and tried to escape from him. It was unable to escape, however. It made Ethan stop thinking about those things. According to the information I got from my primal beast sovereign, by injecting spirit essence into the berserk beast, it might help it lose its bloodthirsty status. Ethan was curious about it and wanted to see whether it would work or not. Sweesh. With that thought in mind, Ethan started injecting spirit essence into the blood frenzy hound. Howl. The moment he injected it, the blood frenzy hound became even more violent, and it had only one thought, no, only one instinct, and it was to escape from the human. However, how could Ethan let it go that easily? He slightly increased his strength to properly pin the blood frenzy hound to the ground. Ethan, what are you doing? Seeing Ethan's actions, Selena became curious and could not help but ask what he was doing with the blood frenzy hound without killing it. Testing something. Ethan didn't explain what he was doing. Instead, he asked Selena something else. Selena, do you know the backstory of this berserk beast realm? I mean, as a sect disciple, you must know the reason why the spirit beasts in this secret realm are bloodthirsty and in berserk mode. Before entering the berserk beast realm, Selena was always talking about many things related to the berserk beast realm. However, she didn't talk about the reason behind the berserk beasts. So, he asked her about them. If it is about the origin of the berserk beasts, I heard some rumors, but I don't know for sure. Selena didn't have to think much about it as she told Ethan about those rumors. Some say there was an ancient bloodthirsty beast that fell in this secret realm, and because of that, all the spirit beasts in the realm turned into berserk beasts. Others say that a demonic cultivator's experiment failed in this secret realm and eventually, it turned the spirit beasts into this. But, they are all rumors between the disciples regarding the berserk beast realm. Selena shook her head as she looked at the blood frenzy hound pinned to the ground. Sweesh. Ethan nodded at Selena before focusing back on the blood frenzy hound beneath him. His palm rested firmly on the beast's head as he continued channeling spirit essence into its body. The hound, which had been thrashing wildly moments ago, gradually stopped struggling. The bloodthirst in its glowing red eyes dimmed slightly, flickering like a dying flame. It's working, but too slow. Ethan could feel the berserk energy resisting his purification, its chaotic nature stubbornly clashing with his spirit essence. Swish. A few more moments passed as Ethan continued until the blood frenzy hound's red eyes returned to their natural dark hue. Its body slumped as it panted heavily, no longer under the berserk influence. Ding. The host's special talent Heaven's Virtue has triggered. Ding. By cleansing the demonic blood dragon essence from the rank 1 blood frenzy hound, the host has done a very good deed. Ding. The host has been rewarded with 10 life points. As I expected, converting these berserk beasts into normal spirit beasts would earn more life points. Unlike when he received the life points for killing the berserk beasts, Ethan was not surprised that he had received life points for helping the blood frenzy hound. Moreover, compared to killing it, converting the berserk beast gave 10 times more life points. Compared to curing, killing seems much easier, as all I have to do is slash the sword and it will fall to the ground. Although he was getting more life points by curing, it was a time-taking process, making him feel that killing the berserk beasts was much easier. But, I don't want to kill them after knowing that these mindless bloodthirsty beasts can be converted into spirit beasts. Maybe it was because of his special talent Primal Beast Sovereign or because of his love for the spirit beasts, but Ethan didn't want to kill the poor spirit beasts that were already suffering. However, even if I purify them, after a few years of staying in the secret realm, they will once again become berserk beasts. Ethan was stuck in a dilemma. Forget it. I will just purify the spirit beasts for now, and once I break through to the Golden Core realm, I will try and search for that demonic blood dragon's corpse. In the end, Ethan decided to give up on the beast extermination trial and help the spirit beasts while accumulating lots of life points. For him, compared to the beast points, life points were more important. Wait a second, what if I use another method to purify these spirit beasts? Suddenly, Ethan thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Ethan has two options in front of him. 1. Kill the berserk beasts, and 2. Cure them. Killing them might give fewer life points, however, it is quick and easy, whereas curing them gives 10 times more life points, but it is a time-consuming process of at least 3 minutes for a rank 1 berserk beast, not to mention the higher the grade of the berserk beast, the longer it will take. But, as an emotional person from the modern world, Ethan cared for all living beings, and after learning that he had the ability to cure them, he didn't want to kill them. Just as Ethan was thinking that turning the berserk beasts into spirit beasts was taking too much time and spirit essence, he suddenly thought of something that made his eyes light up. Why don't I use the infernal flame in my heart to burn away the demonic blood dragon's essence? Ethan believed that it would be quick and easy to turn the berserk beasts into normal spirit beasts. Also, if curing a rank 1 berserk beast gives 10 life points, what about the rank 2 and rank 3 berserk beasts? I can earn lots of life points that will help me increase my cultivation even faster once I break through to the Golden Core realm. Ethan had already decided to manually break through to the Golden Core realm, and he was confident in it. However, after he became a Golden Core realm cultivator, this would be different. His high-level spirit root would revert back to mid-level spirit, and manual cultivation would take years to break through to a single level, which was already a good thing for many cultivators. However, Ethan's goal was to increase his cultivation as much as possible and become as powerful as possible. With enough life points, he could do anything, and thus, Ethan decided to give up on the beast extermination trial, which only gave cultivation resources useful to the Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, which Ethan had no use for. Selena, I think we should part ways. Once he made his decision, Ethan looked apologetically at Selena and said, I want to cure more berserk beasts and turn them into spirit beasts. So, I can't go with you. Of course, Elias will be with you, helping you with the family's trial. He might be giving up on the beast extermination trial for the heavenly rewards and his emotions, however, he didn't want Elias to do the same. Unlike him, Elias was a native of this world, and here, killing fellow cultivators is very common, not to mention a bunch of mindless creatures. Moreover, Elias wanted to earn his own cultivation resources through the trial. So, he asked Elias to do what he originally planned to do. Selena didn't know what to say as she looked at Ethan for a moment and then at the weak blood frenzy hound on the ground. Fine. Although the family's ranking will be affected a bit without your help. Since you don't want to kill them, I won't force you. Finally, Selena said she had no problems with Ethan changing his goal. With your strength, I am not worried about you. So, just do what you want to do and leave no room for regrets. In the end, she smiled and let Ethan do what he wanted to do. After saying that, Selena and Elias left in one direction and Ethan and the rank 1 blood frenzy hound went in another. Eat this blood spirit grass and guide me to your lair. Ethan fed the hound a perfect quality blood spirit grass to recover its energy and asked it to guide him to its den. Howl. The hound excitedly ate the blood spirit grass and affectionately rubbed its head against Ethan's leg. Howl. With renewed energy, the beast turned and dashed forward, glancing back occasionally to ensure Ethan was following. Roar. However, just after running a few kilometers, Ethan encountered a pair of rank 3 berserk beasts, crimson raging bears. Howl, take a break. Let's help these bears before we resume our journey. Howl was a pet name that Ethan gave to his first blood frenzy hound after he purified it. Currently, Ethan had only one goal, and that was to purify as many berserk beasts as possible and earn as many life points as possible. It didn't matter which berserk beast it was. Actually, the stronger it was, the better for him, because for the plan he had made for the purification of the berserk beasts, he needed powerful beasts. These two big guys are going to be a big help for you, Howl. Looking at the two 5-meter tall massive bears, Ethan wasn't at all worried, instead, he was excited. First, let's knock them out. Unlike the blood frenzy hound, these two bears were massive and couldn't be controlled while Ethan purified them. So, he decided to knock them out first. Night steps. Punch. Using his movement technique, Ethan quickly moved and rapidly punched the two massive bears with his bare fists. With his current cultivation and the cultivation talent blazing python physique, his raw strength was not something that the two rank 3 crimson raging bears could withstand. What's more, Ethan landed nearly dozens of punches on each bear, making them fall to the ground as they started snoring. This cultivation talent is much better than I expected. Seeing that he was able to easily knock out the crimson raging bears, Ethan praised his cultivation talent. However, he still had no plans to upgrade it to a special talent. It's time to purify them and see how many life points I will get. Since a rank 1 berserk beast gives 10 life points, Ethan had great expectations for purifying the rank 3 berserk beasts. Also, he was a bit excited and worried at the same time about his usage of Infernal Flame to purify the berserk beasts. Infernal Flame. Ethan walked to one of the crimson raging bears and placed his hands on it, repeating the same process that he did for Howl. However, unlike before, his spirit essence was accompanied by his infernal flame, making the purification process quite easy for his spirit essence. All the demonic blood dragon's essence from the crimson raging bear was not just expelled but burned to nothingness in less than 1 minute. This is so easy and much faster. Previously, it took more than 3 minutes for him to expel the demonic blood dragon's essence from the rank 1 blood frenzy hound's body. But now, he completed the whole process in less than 1 minute, and it was not just a rank 1 berserk beast but a rank 3 berserk beast, which was 2 ranks higher than Howl. What's more, there are no traces of demonic blood dragon's essence in my body. Although he purified Howl's body with his spirit essence, the demonic blood dragon's essence entered into his body. Of course, it was later purified by the infernal flame. However, Ethan didn't like the feeling of having that demonic essence in his body. Soon, the system notifications he was waiting for finally arrived, making Ethan hope for a large number of life points. Ding. The host's special talent Heaven's Virtue has been triggered. Ding. By cleansing the demonic blood dragon's essence. Ding. The host. Ding. By cleansing the demonic blood dragon essence from the rank 3 Crimson Raging Bear, the host has done a great deed. Ding. The host is rewarded with 100 life points. 100 life points? Great. Ethan was satisfied with 100 life points, and since he was able to purify the Crimson Raging Bear with ease, he felt he made the right decision to purify the berserk beasts rather than killing them. If my guess is right, killing a rank 3 berserk beast must have given me only 10 life points. So, purifying them was a much better option. Ethan didn't waste any time as he purified the second bear and received another 100 life points. Ding. Available life points, 5,012. They are accumulating at a good pace. It's been less than half an hour since he entered the berserk beast realm, and Ethan had already earned more than 500 life points. Moreover, it's been only 10 minutes since he learned that purifying the berserk beasts would give him life points. So, he was confident in earning at least 30,000 life points within the next 7 days. I need to be quick and try to earn even more than that. After seeing the life points required to break through to the Golden Core realm, Ethan guessed he needed millions of life points for further breakthroughs in the Golden Core realm. Since he had a chance to earn an unlimited amount of life points by purifying the berserk beasts, he didn't want to waste any time. Before that, I need to wake these two beasts up. Ethan had a plan for which he required the assistance of some strong spirit beasts, and these two Crimson Raging Bears were perfect for that role. Hence, before he resumed his journey to the lair of the Blood Frenzy Hounds, Ethan wanted to wake them up. Let's feed them the special rank 4 Fiery Clear Heart Lotus. Since the Crimson Raging Bears are fire-type spirit beasts, the Fiery Clear Heart Lotus provides great benefits to them. Although it was somewhat extravagant to provide them with such valuable cultivation resources, Ethan was determined to make sure they were utilized to their fullest potential. Ethan opened their mouths and placed a Fiery Clear Heart Lotus in each of their mouths, patiently waiting for the lotus to take effect. As fire-type spirit beasts, their bodies maintained a higher temperature than regular spirit beasts, and with such heat, the Fiery Clear Heart Lotus would instantly melt and enter their stomachs. Ding. The host's special talent Heaven's Virtue triggered. Ding. The host has fed the two Crimson Raging Bears a special rank 4 spirit flower, helping them not only speed up their recovery but also strengthen them. Ding. The host has received 200 life points. Here I am rewarded once again for my generosity. Looking at the free 200 life points, Ethan was not surprised because he already knew that giving away a Fiery Clear Heart Lotus rewarded him with 100 life points each. Although it might seem like a free 100 life points, it was not American Samoa. He was giving up a special rank 4 spirit flower. Ethan only had 40 of them, of which he gave 2 to Elias, and now another 2 for the Crimson Raging Bears. As for the remaining 36 lotuses, I promised to give the Fire Eagle 1 and another 10 for the Lin family for not helping them with the trial. It was because of the Lin family that he was able to join the beast extermination trial, and the reason why they sent him was to help him earn as many beast points as possible. Since he had given up on the trial, Ethan decided to compensate them with 10 Fiery Clear Heart Lotuses, which were quite valuable and helpful for the Lin family. That leaves me with 15 Fiery Clear Heart Lotuses, which I can freely distribute to some rank 3 or rank 4 spirit beasts in the secret realm and earn 1500 life points. Although the Fiery Clear Heart Lotus is a special cultivation resource, it is more valuable for fire-type spirit beasts and cultivators with the Fire Spirit Root. Moreover, he already had a top-notch special talent Infernal Purity Heart, which made the Fiery Clear Heart Lotus ineffective for him. Hence, he planned to give away those fiery clear heart lotuses. Howl. From the side, the blood frenzy hound, which saw Ethan feeding them a spirit flower, howled and begged to be fed. No, your body can't endure the energy of a special rank 4 spirit flower. If Howl was a rank 3 spirit beast, he might have given it, however, it was just a rank 1 spirit beast, which would die from the pure fiery energy released by the fiery clear heart lotus. Moreover, as a non-fire type spirit beast, the fiery energy from the fiery clear heart lotus won't help it but only harm it even more. Ethan shook his head as he took out a stalk of perfect quality blood spirit grass and fed it. Roar. The fiery clear heart lotuses were quite effective on the crimson raging bears as they returned to their peak condition in less than 5 minutes. As soon as they woke up, they furiously roared at the sky. It was their innate trait to be furious all the time. However, when their eyes landed on Ethan, they became docile and respectfully bowed to him. They knew it was the human in front of them that purified them and returned them to normal. Moreover, there was a unique aura emitted from his body that made them submit to him. Since you already know it was me who helped you, are you going to help me? Although his special talent Primal Beast Sovereign was powerful and made the spirit beasts like him, it was not enough for the wild spirit beasts like Crimson Raging Bears to bow to him. He knew it was because they recognized he saved them and had submitted to him. So, he asked whether they could help him. Roar. Roar. The 2 bears hurriedly nodded their heads, ready to do whatever their savior asked them to do. Let's go and purify as many berserk beasts as possible. Soon, under the guidance of the blood frenzy hound, Ethan, with his 2 new friends, rushed to the hound lair, which, according to Howl, was filled with thousands of rank 1 and rank 2 blood frenzy hounds. As they dashed through the dense, mist-covered forest, Ethan's mind raced with anticipation. If Howl was right, then this lair would be the perfect place to not only rapidly accumulate life points but also strengthen my forces. Ethan's plan was not just accumulating life points but creating a beast army that could help him cure even more berserk beasts in the berserk beast realm. Somewhere else in the berserk beast realm. I found him. I found that B*****. A young man was communicating with his blood serpent and excitedly informed the other 2 young cultivators beside him. Shockingly, the 3 young men had a cultivation of the perfected foundation establishment realm. Great. Let's capture that B** and get that heavenly treasure before returning to our Blood Claw tribe as heroes. The other cultivators clenched their fists in excitement, thinking about something. We have to get to him before the B** from the Bone-Piercing tribe or the Moonshadow tribe catch him. As soon as they thought about the other 2 tribes, the 3 cultivators became serious and rushed in the direction that the blood serpent was guiding them. The reason each team entering the Berserk Beast realm was limited to 3 cultivators was simple: when too many cultivators entered the secret realm at once, the realm's unstable energy would react violently, scattering everyone across random locations. To prevent this chaotic separation, only 3 cultivators were allowed to enter together. Because of this restriction, the sect required cultivation families to form teams with no more than 3 members, ensuring they could stay together upon arrival. Like the 3 cultivators from the Blood Claw tribe, there were 2 more teams, one belonging to the Moonshadow tribe and the other belonging to the Bonepiercer tribe. These 3 teams joined the Beast Extermination Trial through the 3 cultivation families Wu, Zhao, and Han respectively. They seemed like they were searching for something, or, to be more specific, for someone who was carrying that something using their own tracking methods. The interesting thing about these 3 teams was that all the cultivators had a cultivation of perfected foundation establishment realm. As for Ethan, he was oblivious to the fact that there were 9 more cultivators who had the same cultivation as him and Shadowbee. Currently, he was looking at a massive, cavernous den within a blood-soaked valley that reeked of blood even from a few kilometers away. In front of the den, there were many jagged rocks and deep claw marks covering its walls. From the outside, the entire blood-soaked valley looked eerie, and if it were anyone else, they would not have been as calm as Ethan, Not to mention Ethan was smiling while looking at hundreds of blood frenzy hounds bathing in the blood pool. Looks like Selena was right that blood frenzy hounds can't break through to rank 3, however, with their horde, they can easily take care of rank 3 or even rank 4 spirit beasts. However, what caught Ethan's attention was the sight of hundreds of blood frenzy hounds lying in the blood puddles throughout the blood-soaked valley. As long as he purified all of them, he would get at least 10,000 to 15,000 life points. So, how could he not be excited? You two, stay on standby until I call you. Before coming here, Ethan didn't expect all the blood frenzy hounds to be so bloodthirsty and thought of using the crimson raging bears to help him. However, looking at them enjoying their bloodbath, Ethan thought of an idea and signaled the bears to relax. Howl, I will begin purifying your family and friends. After patting the hound, Ethan activated his night phantom concealment to completely hide his traces. With his current mastery over the night phantom concealment, even Golden Core Realm cultivators wouldn't be able to sense him without actively looking for him, not to mention the horde of blood frenzy hounds who weren't even rank 3. Shadow steps. Swish. With his movement technique, Ethan appeared close to one of the rank 2 blood frenzy hounds and tightly grabbed its mouth, preventing it from making any sounds. Purify. In the next second, he slowly released the infernal flame into the hound to purify the demonic blood dragon's essence. Swish. In less than 10 seconds, the bloodthirsty eyes of the blood frenzy hound returned to normal. Ding. The host's special talent Heaven's Virtue triggered. Ding. By cleansing the demonic blood dragon essence from the rank 2 blood frenzy hound, the host has done a very good deed. Ding. The host is rewarded with 20 life points. Killing a rank 2 blood frenzy hound would give me 2 points, and purifying it gave me 20 life points. There was no surprise in the 20 life points he received from purifying the rank 2 blood frenzy hound because purifying the berserk beasts gave him 10 times more life points than killing them. Just lie in the blood pool and recover your energy. After that, Ethan released the hound and whispered for it to relax as he repeated the process to purify more blood frenzy hounds. Ding. The host has purified a rank 2 blood frenzy hound and is rewarded with 20 life points. Ding. The host has purified a rank 2 blood frenzy hound and is rewarded with 20 life points. Ethan mainly focused on purifying the rank 2 blood frenzy hounds so that when his presence was discovered, these purified rank 2 blood frenzy hounds would help him subdue the rank 1 berserk hounds. Luckily, Ethan's movements were quiet and quick as he purified more than 100 rank 2 blood frenzy hounds, getting more than 2,000 life points. After healing each one of them, Ethan asked them to remain quiet and recover their energy lying in the blood puddles. If only I had multiple avatars, this would be much easier. At first, Ethan was quite excited about purifying them, however, after purifying 100 rank 2 blood frenzy hounds, repeatedly doing the same actions, he started to feel a little bored. Nevertheless, he continued because he was earning 100 life points every 2 minutes, which was the second best accumulation rate he had ever achieved. As for the first one, it was obviously harvesting the azure profound grass. But, thinking about it, I had to work hard to nurture them for days, even with the help of the azure serpent fiend king. However, purifying these berserk beasts was much easier. While he kept purifying them, Ethan kept himself engaged with his thoughts. Let's not focus on purifying the rank 2 blood frenzy hounds. I will just purify the ones that are close to me. After a few more minutes, Ethan felt that it was time to change his strategy. Since he had already purified more than 100 rank 2 blood frenzy hounds, it was becoming a little troublesome to search for them among the hundreds of blood frenzy hounds. Moreover, he believed that more than 100 rank 2 blood frenzy hounds were enough for hound controlling in case his presence was revealed. Therefore, Ethan decided to purify whatever blood frenzy hounds were close to him. Somewhere far from Ethan's current location, 2 powerful rank 4 beasts were fighting each other with their full might. One was a lightning ape, whereas the other was a rock titan gorilla. Like any other berserk beast in the berserk beast realm, the lightning ape's eyes were filled with bloodlust. However, the rock titan gorilla's eyes were filled with clarity as it cleverly countered the ape's attacks. Roar! Seeing that its attacks weren't landing, the lightning ape roared in anger as its silver fur crackled with arcs of lightning before it threw a thunder punch at the rock titan gorilla. But the rock titan gorilla was prepared. Swish! Despite its massive figure, it took a swift step back and dodged the punch. Poochie! At the same time, the rock titan gorilla slammed its fist into the ground, creating an earthquake beneath the ape, knocking it off balance. Please, forgive me for this. Seizing the opening, the gorilla spoke like a human before delivering a crushing blow to the ape's ribs, sending it flying. Forgive me for this too. Before the ape could recover, the gorilla leaped high into the air and brought both fists down like a hammer, repeatedly striking the ape while continuously apologizing. After a few strikes, the ape lost consciousness, and the gorilla stopped its attacks. Soon, the gorilla transformed into a young man and slowly walked to the unconscious ape. If Ethan had been here, he would have seen the title killer on his head and recognized the young man as Shadow B. I will purify you and bring you out of this cursed realm. I will purify you and bring you out of this cursed realm. Taking a deep breath, Shadow B swore in his heart with a serious look on his face, looking at the unconscious lightning ape. After tossing an azure spirit pill to recover his spirit essence, he gently placed both his hands on the huge ape. Primordial Lotus Heart Scripture. As he placed his hands on the unconscious lightning ape, he activated his main cultivation technique. Swoosh! In the next second, a blue-colored transparent lotus materialized above Shadow B's head, and at the same time, a faint blue-colored glow emanated from his palms. This glow covered the entire body of the ape, forming intricate patterns over the beast's silver fur. Whoosh! Soon, the lotus above Shadow B's head spun as the blue-colored energy seeped deep into the lightning ape's body, searching for the demonic blood dragon's essence and pushing it out of the ape's body. However, the rate at which the demonic blood dragon's essence was being pushed out seemed quite slow compared to Ethan's infernal flame purification. I guess it will take at least 2 hours. Shadow B estimated the time to purify the lightning ape's body would take a couple of hours and mentally prepared himself for it. In the blood-soaked valley, Ethan didn't know that other than him, someone else was also purifying the demonic blood dragon's essence from the berserk beasts and helping them become normal. Ding! The host has purified a rank 1 blood frenzy hound and is rewarded with 10 life points. Ding! The host has purified a rank 1 blood frenzy hound and is rewarded with 10 life points. Compared to purifying the rank 2 blood frenzy hounds, purifying the rank 1 blood frenzy hounds was quite faster, as it only took Ethan 3 seconds. Let's speed up. As he purified more and more, Ethan became an expert at purifying the demonic blood dragon's essence from the blood frenzy hounds as he started purifying 2 hounds at a time while tightly grabbing their mouths. Time continued to pass and 1 hour went by as Ethan purified almost 1,000 blood frenzy hounds, gaining nearly 15,000 life points. Woof! Maybe because there were only 200 blood frenzy hounds remaining, Ethan relaxed a bit while purifying them. In the end, those remaining hounds found out about Ethan's presence and started barking before rushing at him. Subdue them. However, Ethan was not worried about them as he gave a command to the blood frenzy hounds he had purified for the last 1 hour. Woof! Boff! Nearly 1,000 purified blood frenzy hounds rushed out of the blood puddles and easily subdued those remaining berserk beasts. 1,000 vs 200, it is easy. With their help, Ethan quickly started working and easily purified the remaining 200 blood frenzy hounds, gaining another 3,000 life points. In total, Ethan earned more than 15,000 life points from purifying all 1,200 blood frenzy hounds. Everyone, come and eat these blood spirit grass and quickly recover your energy. Once he purified all the rank 1 and rank 2 blood frenzy hounds, Ethan didn't waste any time and quickly fed them with the perfect quality blood spirit grass to become much closer to them. Blood spirit grass is the favorite food of all the spirit beasts, not to mention the blood frenzy hounds who like blood even more. Hence, Ethan was feeding them with the blood spirit grass so they would listen to his commands. Howl, come and meet your family. Standing in the blood-soaked valley, Ethan waved his hand at the first blood frenzy hound he had purified. Growl. However, Howl shook his head and lowly growled at the cave entrance behind Ethan. Growl. At the same time, the remaining blood frenzy hounds that consumed the blood spirit grass also growled while looking at the massive, cavernous den entrance behind Ethan. Huh? What's happening? Ethan knew something was not right as he turned around to look in the direction where all the blood frenzy hounds were growling at. He saw a dark entrance to the cavernous den and sensed a blood aura from it. Are there more bloodthirsty berserk beasts in the cave? Although an ominous aura was emanating from the den, Ethan was a bit excited because the more spirit beasts he purified, the more life points he would get. What's more, the tiny infernal flame in my heart is also growing with each berserk beast I purify. This was a benefit he noticed after purifying more than 500 blood frenzy hounds, making him excited. Screech. Suddenly, there was a loud ear-piercing screech from the den that made Ethan unconsciously cover his ears. Thud. Swish. As for the blood frenzy hounds, the rank 2 hounds continuously shivered whereas the rank 1 hounds became unconscious. What is that screech? It is quite powerful. First, he checked on the rank 1 blood frenzy hounds and heaved a sigh of relief that they were just unconscious and thought, it must be at least a special rank 3 or even rank 4 berserk beast. Ethan's eyes lit up when he gauged the strength of the berserk beast in the den. If I can purify it, not only can I get a minimum of 100 life points but it can be a huge help to me. With such a powerful skill to knock out the rank 1 spirit beasts and paralyze rank 2 spirit beasts, Ethan wanted to purify the owner of that screech and subdue it. With its help, Ethan believed he could purify lots of berserk beasts. Tuck. Flicker. Suddenly, the eerie glow of countless crimson eyes flickered in the darkness. Looks like there are lots of berserk beasts inside and that screech might belong to the leader of these berserk beasts. Looking at the countless flickering crimson eyes in the dark den, Ethan guessed it wouldn't be easy purifying the owner of the screech. Everyone, go back. Let these berserk beasts come to me. After hearing the screech, the blood frenzy hounds had completely lost their ability to fight as they were shivering in fear. So, Ethan asked them to move away as it was going to be dangerous soon. Gur. The rank 2 blood frenzy hounds dragged the rank 1 hounds away from the blood-soaked valley as soon as possible. Kitch. Kitch. Keech. Here they come. Soon, the entire den was filled with small chittering and metal clinking sounds, and Ethan knew they were about to come out of the cave. So, he prepared himself to purify as many berserk beasts as possible the moment they came out of the den. Kitch. Keech. In no time, hundreds of football-sized blood-colored bats flew out of the cave and formed into a blood cloud. This looks dangerous. Ethan frowned as his original guess of hundreds of berserk beasts was completely wrong because there were thousands of them. Let's purify them and get their details. By knowing the full details of these blood-colored bat-like beasts, Ethan would have an advantage in how to quickly subdue them. Shadow steps. Swish. With that thought in mind, Ethan didn't waste any time and moved at his full speed to catch 2 bats. Infernal flame. He quickly injected the infernal flame to purify the demonic blood dragon's essence from their bodies. Keech. Kitch. However, in the next second, something unexpected happened. The bats violently flapped their wings before their tiny heads exploded. Ding. The host's special talent Heaven's Virtue has triggered. Ding. The host has killed 2 rank 2 demonic blood bats and received 4 life points. Ding. The host has killed 2 rank 2 demonic blood bats and received 4 life points. What? I killed them. Ethan was shocked to see the system notifications opposite to what he was expecting. He was expecting to see a system notification saying that he purified the demonic blood dragon's essence from their bodies and received 40 life points. Let's see their details to get the answers. Since he couldn't get the details from the dead beasts, Ethan hurriedly caught 2 more demonic blood bats and used his special talent Primal Beast Sovereign to get their full details. Ding! Primal Beast Sovereign. Berserk Beast Name, Demonic Blood Bat. Grade, Rank 2. Skill, Blood Bite, Blood Tracking. Likes, drinking blood of the spirit beasts, bathing in blood, mating in blood. Dislikes, light, berserk beasts. Information, demonic blood bats are one of the earliest species born from the corpse of the demonic blood dragon. All they want is to drink blood and increase their numbers to become powerful enough to break free from the berserk beast realm. More information, they are naturally attracted to the blood of the spirit beasts. However, due to the lack of spirit beasts in the berserk beast realm, they mostly like to spend their time hibernating, and to survive, they drink the blood of the berserk beasts once in a while. Note, since they are born from the demonic blood dragon's corpse, by refining them, the host is destroying their very core, which is instantly killing them. Soon, the full information appeared in front of Ethan, and when he read it, he was shocked. What? They are not the spirit beasts but the berserk beasts born from the demonic blood dragon's corpse. He was not expecting that the demonic blood dragon's corpse would give birth to berserk beasts. These demonic blood bats are just one of them. I wonder what other berserk beasts were born alongside these demonic blood bats? Just how powerful was that demonic blood dragon to be able to give birth to such deadly berserk beasts? Previously, Ethan thought that instead of purifying one berserk beast after another, why not directly go to the corpse of the demonic blood dragon, which was the origin of the berserk beasts. However, he thought that since the corpse could affect the entire secret realm, it would be dangerous, and there was no need to search for it. But now, after knowing about it being able to directly birth berserk beasts, he erased all his thoughts of searching for the corpse, at least until he became a golden core realm cultivator. Although my godly revival ability is active, I don't want to waste it right away, as I still need to stay for another 7 days in the berserk beast realm. Although he could activate the storage ring given by Elder Ren to directly teleport out of the berserk beast realm, it would mean he would lose a great opportunity to earn life points. The reason they woke up from their hibernation must be because of the fresh blood scent released by these 1,200 blood frenzy hounds. As he read more information about the demonic blood bats, Ethan understood that he was the sole reason for their awakening. According to the information, these demonic blood bats spend most of their time sleeping due to the lack of spirit beasts in the berserk beast realm. However, as Ethan purified the blood frenzy hounds, things changed as the demonic blood bats were awakened due to the delicious scent of fresh blood. Since these are the real berserk beasts with only a bloodthirsty nature, I don't have to give up on the beast extermination trial, right? Suddenly, Ethan's eyes lit up when he thought of something. By killing them, not only would Ethan get life points through his heavenly talent Heaven's Virtue, but by submitting these corpses to Elder Ren, he could accumulate beast points for the beast extermination trial. Compared to the spirit beasts that turned into berserk beasts, these natural berserk beasts seemed less powerful individually and easier to kill. Moreover, the base strength of these demonic blood bats seems to be rank 2, which helps me get more life points and beast points. The more Ethan thought about it, the more excited he became. Let's stop thinking and enter into the action. Ethan looked at the cloud of demonic blood bats that had divided into 2 groups, one small and one big. The small group contained around 100 demonic blood bats, and as for the big group, there were thousands. Kick. Keech. The small group of demonic blood bats flew towards Ethan, whereas the large group excitedly flew towards the horde of blood frenzy hounds. They are being drawn by the fresh scent of blood, but it only makes things easier for me, hee hee. If the entire cloud of demonic blood bats came at him, it wouldn't be easy for Ethan to kill them without getting injured. However, by dividing into groups and with only a small group of demonic blood bats being drawn to him, Ethan could easily take care of them. It is time to see how powerful my sky-shattering sword art is. It was a cultivation technique that Ethan learned along with the blazing sun palm, however, he didn't upgrade it to the greater completion stage. Nevertheless, he believed his current mastery of the completion stage was enough to take care of anyone below the golden core realm. Sky-shattering sword art, Skybreaker slash. Swoosh. As soon as Ethan swung his sword, a huge and sharp sword wave that looked like a wind blade flew past the incoming small group of demonic blood bats. Slash. Thud. Thud. It was only a single slash, but nearly 80 demonic blood bats from the small group fell to the ground and died. Ding. The host has killed 78 rank 2 demonic blood bats and received 156 life points. As expected, the sword move is quite powerful. Looking at how smoothly he killed 78 rank 2 demonic blood bats with a single sword move, Ethan wanted to do more. But using another Skybreaker slash for the remaining 22 demonic blood bats is a waste. Thus, Ethan decided to kill them with normal slashes. Shadow steps. Swish. Slash. With his movement technique, he moved at lightning speed and quickly killed those scattered demonic blood bats in less than a minute. Gur. Woof. Gur. On the other hand, the 1,200 blood frenzy hounds standing above the blood-soaked valley growled and roared at the incoming big cloud of demonic blood bats. Although they were scared because of the earlier screech, they recovered a little as they moved away from the den. Moreover, they had some experience regarding the demonic blood bats and knew that once they became the demonic blood bats' target, it was impossible to escape. Since the human who purified them seemed to be powerful, they decided not to run away. Instead, they chose to fight the demonic blood bats, hoping that the human would kill all these demonic blood bats. Sky-shattering sword art, Skybreaker slash. As for Ethan, he didn't bother to collect the corpses of the demonic blood bats. Instead, he unleashed another huge and sharp sword wave at the big cloud of demonic blood bats. Slash. Thud. Thud. Like before, many demonic blood bats fell to the ground and died without surprise. Since there were thousands of demonic blood bats in the big group, the number of bats killed by the sword wave was so high that Ethan could not believe that he had killed that many rank 2 berserk beasts in a single attack. Ding. The host has killed 69. Ding. The host has killed 6,998 rank 2 demonic blood bats and received 13996 life points. What the? I got 14,000 life points with that single move. For a moment, Ethan looked at the sword in his hand and then at the large pile of corpses on the ground. This is interesting. These demonic blood bats just flew out of the cave for me to farm some life points. Sky-shattering sword art, Skybreaker slash. Swish. This was the thought in Ethan's head as he chuckled and released a few more sword waves. Unlike skills, cultivation techniques didn't have any cooldown and they could be used as many times as possible if the cultivator had enough spirit essence and stamina. Since Skybreaker slash costs only 5% of his spirit essence but is quite effective against the demonic blood bats, Ethan repeatedly used the same move. Although there were 2 more sword moves under the sky-shattering sword art, they were more powerful and consumed more spirit essence. One of these 2 moves was very effective against a single target, whereas the other move was an ultimate move that consumed all his spirit essence. Therefore, Ethan didn't use the other sword moves and only used Skybreaker slash, which was more than enough to deal with the demonic blood bats. Ding. The host has killed 2,000 rank 2 demonic blood bats and received 4,000 life points. Ding. The host has killed 960 rank 2 demonic blood bats and received 1920 life points. However, the kills from the subsequent sword waves drastically decreased because after every sword wave, the demonic blood bats scattered. Also, with each sword wave, the number of demonic blood bats in the blood cloud was also reduced, making his sword waves kill fewer and fewer bats. Nevertheless, with 5 sword waves, Ethan had cleared more than 90% of the demonic blood bats in the blood cloud, leaving fewer than 2,000 demonic blood bats alive. Let's wait until they come closer before releasing another couple of sword waves. Ethan paused after releasing his sword waves and waited for a couple of minutes before releasing another sword wave, successfully killing another batch. Maybe it is because they haven't consumed blood in a while that they are quite weak. Ethan guessed the reason why the demonic blood bats were much weaker than the regular rank 2 spirit beasts. Of course, the reason why the blood frenzy hounds were scared of the demonic blood bats was because of their terrifying numbers. I wonder why that beast is still not coming out even after I have killed so many of its minions. While killing the demonic blood bats, Ethan occasionally glanced at the ominous den and thought in his head, "It doesn't matter. I will kill all these minions and see what you do." Since the owner of the earlier powerful screech didn't want to come out of the den, Ethan also had no plans to enter it. He planned to stay alive in the Berserk Beast realm till the very end and try to die at the end of the trial to get the death allowance. Ding. The host has killed 600 rank 2 demonic blood bats and received 1200 life points. Ding. The host has. It didn't take much time for Ethan to kill the remaining demonic blood bats as he checked his total life points with great excitement. Ding. Available life points, 42,069. It was his first time accumulating more than 40,000 life points, which made him happy that his wealth was growing. Looks like the boss monster doesn't care about its minions. Ethan took one last look at the ominous den entrance and gave up on the thought of entering it. Soon, he, along with 1,200 blood frenzy hounds and 2 crimson raging bears, moved away from the blood-soaked valley and found an open ground to rest. Although it was considered risky to rest in an open ground, especially in a secret realm like the Berserk Beast realm, Ethan still rested there. With so many blood frenzy hounds and 2 rank 3 crimson raging bears, no matter how many Berserk Beasts attacked them, Ethan was confident in taking them down. Moreover, I will be more than happy if those Berserk Beasts come and attack me, as it would save me time searching for them. Actually, Ethan hoped that more and more Berserk Beasts would attack him. Until something attacks me, I should rest a bit and recover my spirit essence. Looking at his less than half-filled dantian, Ethan tossed an azure spirit pill into his mouth and circulated the heavenly spirit essence refining technique. The spirit essence in the Berserk Beast realm was mixed with the demonic blood dragon essence, making it very hard for cultivators to replenish their spirit essence. Hence, all the participants had brought their cultivation resources to replenish their spirit essence. The Lin family had prepared azure spirit pills for its participants, and Ethan had received 3, however, he had lots of azure spirit pills in his possession. It was because of that, he didn't think much about releasing back-to-back sword waves earlier. Time continued to pass, and in less than 1 hour of peaceful resting, Ethan fully recovered his spirit essence. "Everyone, are you ready to start?" It wasn't just him who had recovered, but all the blood frenzy hounds around him had already recovered. So, Ethan asked them whether they were ready to start the hunt. Woof. Woof. All the blood frenzy hounds excitedly nodded their heads. "Go and lure the berserk beasts to this open ground." Ethan smiled at them as he ordered, all rank 1 blood frenzy hounds should lure at least 1 rank 1 berserk beast, whereas rank 2 ones should lure rank 2 berserk beasts. As for you two, lure rank 3 berserk beasts. Let's purify as many berserk beasts as possible and change this berserk beast realm. The reason why Ethan focused mainly on purifying the blood frenzy hounds was not just for the life points, but because he planned to use them to purify more berserk beasts. The blood frenzy hounds had exceptional speed within their grade. So, Ethan thought they were perfect for luring the other berserk beasts. As for the crimson raging bears, they might not have been as fast, but they were quite strong compared to anything below rank 4. Howl. Roar. Receiving Ethan's orders, More than 1,200 blood frenzy hounds and the 2 crimson raging bears quickly rushed off in different directions to search for prey to lure. It is just the beginning. The more berserk beasts I purify, the bigger my beast army will grow. Ethan thought his plan was quite good, and if there were any problems, he would just take care of them when they actually arose. Howl. After 10 minutes, a rank 1 blood frenzy hound returned, howling from the distance to inform Ethan of its arrival. Huh? It is already back. Ethan was pleasantly surprised and focused on the incoming hound, only to see a large swarm of red-eyed giant rats. It's quite a good start. Ethan's eyes gleamed as he watched the horde of giant rats charging toward him. To others, they might be berserk beasts, but to him, they were nothing more than walking life points rushing straight into his grasp. Stretching his body a little, Ethan began his purifying mission. A few kilometers away from Ethan's location. Swish. Shadow Bee was still purifying the demonic blood dragon's essence from the lightning ape as the blue lotus above his head continued to spin at an incredible speed. The demonic blood dragon's essence is much purer than I expected. It is going to take at least another hour to purify this lightning ape. It's been nearly 2 hours already since he started purifying the demonic blood dragon's essence and he was fully covered in sweat. However, Shadow Bee didn't give up as he continued the purification process. If only my mastery over the primordial lotus heart scripture reached the greater completion stage, it would have reduced the purification time by at least half. If only I had the same comprehension speed as my brother, sigh. Thinking about his brother, Shadow Bee could not help but sigh and shake his head. It doesn't matter. By next year, I will reach the Golden Core realm and things will be a lot easier after that. Thinking about the future, Shadow Bee felt a little relieved as he fully focused on the purification process. Gur. As he was purifying, a pair of red eyes watched him from a nearby bush and jumped at him, aiming for a critical hit. Swish. However, before it could reach Ethan, a sticky web shot from the shadows, ensnaring the Wind Panther in mid-air. Snap. The Wind Panther struggled violently, but the web's tensile strength held firm, slamming it onto the ground with a heavy thud. Grr. The berserk beast struggled as its bloodthirsty red eyes flickered with fury and it clawed at the webbing that pinned it to the ground. Oh 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 ah ah. Eek. Eek. From the treetop, a spider monkey revealed itself, mocking the Wind Panther while flexing its long limbs and jumping down. Its 8 gleaming eyes locked onto its prey as it slowly walked towards the Wind Panther that was struggling in the sticky silk. Oh 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 ah ah. Eek. Eek. After moving closer to the Wind Panther, the spider monkey excitedly rubbed its fists as though it was ready to put the Wind Panther to sleep. Tangle, don't use my method to knock them unconscious on a rank 3 berserk beast. Before the spider monkey could begin the show, its master, Shadow Bee, warned it in a serious voice. Oh 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 ah ah. Eek. Eek. The spider monkey turned to Shadow Bee and furiously shouted as though it was complaining about why he could punch the lightning ape to sleep but it couldn't. Tangle, stop complaining. We have other alternatives to put the rank 3 berserk beasts to sleep, but they won't work on the special rank 4 berserk beasts like the lightning ape. Shadow Bee berated his spider monkey, which he named Tangle because of its crazy antics all the time. Oh 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 ee, oh 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 ee. After being berated by its master, the spider monkey lowered its hands and became dispirited, making Shadow Bee feel bad. Fine, you can punch it once before going back to your guarding position. In the end, Shadow Bee gave it the permission to punch the violently struggling Wind Panther once. Oh 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 ah ah. Eek. Eek. As though it was expecting those words, the spider monkey became excited and, in a flash, it punched the Wind Panther with its 4 thin limbs and rushed onto the treetop to guard Shadow Bee while he purified the lightning ape. This cheeky little monkey is becoming better and better at acting. Shadow Bee could not help but shake his head with a slight smile and silently muttered, "Blitz, I need your help to put it to sleep for a day. As soon as he finished his words, a fist-sized azure killer bee flew out of his robes and swiftly buzzed toward the struggling wind panther. Buzz. Its translucent wings hummed with a sharp, high-pitched resonance. With precise agility, the azure killer bee circled around the panther's neck, found an exposed spot between its thick fur, and gently pressed its stinger into the beast's flesh. Zzzt. Following a faint sound, a single drop of potent azure poison seeped into the wind panther's bloodstream. Ggrrrr. Roar. G growling. Ggrr. Within seconds, the panther's fierce struggles weakened, its eyelids growing heavy as drowsiness overtook it. Gur. With a final low growl, it collapsed onto the ground, its breathing steady but deep, locked in a forced slumber for the next day thanks to the single drop of azure poison. Buzz. Buzz. After finishing its mission, Blitz returned to Shadow Bee's robes, leaving the sleeping wind panther in the sticky web. I am yet to purify my first berserk beast, but I already have 20 berserk beasts waiting for me to purify them. Shadow Bee bitterly smiled, looking at the 20 berserk beasts sleeping in the sticky webs around him. Forget it. I have 7 days to purify them. Nevertheless, Shadow Bee didn't think much about it and focused on purification. In the open grounds where Ethan had set up his camp. Ding. The host has purified a rank 3 silver-horned rhino and is rewarded with 100 life points. Ding. The host has purified a rank 2 earth armadillo and is rewarded with 20 life points. Ding. The host has purified a group of rank 1 twilight swallows and is rewarded with 69 life points. For the last 6 hours, hundreds of berserk beasts were lured by the blood frenzy hounds and Ethan had continuously purified them. Other than shadow steps and the night phantom concealment, Ethan didn't use any other cultivation techniques. So, he hardly spent his spirit essence. System, show me my total life points. As time passed by, the number of berserk beasts lured by his purified beasts became lesser and lesser. Because of this, Ethan got the time to check his life points. So, he excitedly asked the system. Ding. Available life points, 95,123. I am very close to reaching 100,000 life points, and it's been only 8 hours since I entered the Berserk Beast realm. Ethan's smile grew bigger when he saw the life points he had accumulated within half a day. At this rate, I might accumulate 1 million life points before I leave the Berserk Beast realm. Previously, Ethan thought accumulating 50,000 life points before leaving the Berserk Beast realm would make him more than happy. However, now, he increased his target because he had the opportunity to earn more. It will be dark soon. That means more Berserk Beasts will come out of their lairs to give me life points. Looking at the darkening sky, Ethan's lips curled into a smirk. The faint glow of the setting sun cast long shadows across the Berserk Beast realm, while distant howls and eerie screeches echoed through the secret realm. Everyone, there is no need to lure the Berserk Beasts anymore. Ethan no longer sent his subdued spirit beasts to lure the Berserk Beasts and let them rest in the open ground while ordering all 100 or so rank 3 purified spirit beasts to be on guard. Among my spirit beasts, I lack rank 4 spirit beasts. I just hope a few rank 4 Berserk Beasts come to me. Ethan silently hoped for the rank 4 Berserk Beasts because if he could purify them, he could get some strong assistance in the Berserk Beast realm. Screech. A familiar, powerful, and ear-piercing screech tore through the night, echoing from the direction of the blood-soaked valley where Ethan had slaughtered thousands of demonic blood bats. Is the leader of the demonic blood bats finally coming out? The night in the Berserk Beast realm was drowned in the eerie glow of the blood moon, which cast everything in a sinister crimson hue. It was filled with a haunting silence, only to be broken by distant howls and the fluttering of unseen wings, as if the land itself was watching, waiting for blood to be spilled. Is the leader of the demonic blood bats finally coming out? The screech was familiar to the one he heard back when he was in the blood-soaked valley. Ethan believed that since the demonic blood bats hate light, their leader must also hate light. So, it was finally coming out as soon as the night descended in the berserk beast realm. Let's see how powerful this berserk beast is. Although Ethan didn't dare to enter its den, he was not afraid of it. Instead, he just didn't want to take an unnecessary risk in the cave without knowing what he was going to fight. However, since it was coming out on its own, Ethan had no reason not to fight it, as he was excitedly waiting for the leader of the demonic blood bats. Screech! The ear-piercing cry rang out again, as a massive shadow emerged from the blood-red mist in the sky. Huh? It is massive for a demonic blood bat. Ethan narrowed his eyes as he saw the true form of the creature that had been hiding deep within the ominous den. Thud! The massive figure landed with a bone-rattling impact. This demonic blood bat was over 5 meters tall and exuded an overwhelming aura, with its entire body drenched in a sinister, bloody glow. Its long and razor-sharp fangs gleamed under the dim blood moon's light. When it landed on the ground, its leathery wings carried a chilling gust, making the spirit beasts surrounding Ethan tremble in fear. Overall, the huge demonic blood bat in front of him not only had a scary appearance, but the ominous blood scent it released would make others nauseous. I have been waiting for you. Nevertheless, Ethan stood in front of it with a calm and composed smile, without any fear, and even spoke casually. You were waiting for me? But, I have been dying to kill you. Suddenly, it spoke in a deep voice that echoed through the open field, laced with fury and disdain towards Ethan. It can speak. Ethan was shocked when he heard the demonic blood bat speak human language and suddenly thought of something. Wait a second, is this voice transmission? Isn't that the ability that only golden core cultivators or special rank 5 spirit beasts have? When his thoughts ended, Ethan had a bad feeling in his gut. Are you shocked to hear my voice? The deep, guttural voice echoed in Ethan's head as it continued. It is because I am a rank 5 demonic blood bat king. What? A rank 5 demonic blood bat king? Ethan was really shocked to hear those words because, as far as he knew, there were no rank 5 berserk beasts in the berserk beast realm. According to Selena, the Green Fire sect always kills any berserk beast that breaks through to rank 5. Moreover, she also said that just a couple of days before the beast extermination trial, the Green Fire sect had sent 3 Golden Core Realm cultivators to check for any missing rank 5 berserk beasts. Don't tell me that this demonic blood bat king just broke through to rank 5 today. An absurd thought came to his head, making Ethan bitterly smile. You dare slaughter my kin? Its voice rumbled like distant thunder, filled with killing intent. Pathetic human, do you know what you've done? Thud. It took a step forward, its talons digging into the ground, leaving a bloody imprint. I was in deep slumber, gathering my strength to break through to rank 6 in a single go and break free from this berserk beast realm. And yet, because of your foolish rampage, I was forced to awaken ahead of time. The demonic blood bat king sneered and narrowed its crimson eyes. Do you think you're some mighty warrior for culling a few weaklings? A low, ominous chuckle escaped its throat before twisting into a growl as it spoke in a threatening tone. I will tear you apart for this insult. I will drink your blood to increase my strength, and when I'm done with you, I'll feast on every single spirit beast that follows you. Are you sure you can do that? Ethan was shocked to learn that it was a rank 5 demonic blood bat king, an existence that was more powerful than him. However, Ethan was still fearless thanks to his predator's spirit. At the same time, because of his special talent Infernal Purity Heart, he was able to calmly think of a solution to get out of this situation without dying. In the worst case scenario, I will die, but I can revive again. So, before that, I will push myself and see whether I can kill this demonic blood bat king. Instead of worrying, Ethan was excited about his current situation as he really wanted to see how powerful a rank 5 berserk beast is. Most importantly, Ethan wanted to see exactly how strong he was and whether he could defeat the demonic blood bat king. Everyone, leave from here. Let me take care of this thing. First, Ethan ordered thousands of rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3 spirit beasts around him to leave the open field, which had turned into a battlefield for him and the demonic Blood Bat King. Roar. There was no contract with those spirit beasts, however. Ethan didn't want them to die after working hard for hours to purify them. So, he ordered them to run away, and the spirit beasts also knew they couldn't do anything against a rank 5 demonic Blood Bat King and at least didn't want to burden the human who purified them. Soon, the spirit beasts started running away. Keek, no matter where they hide, I can find them, and it's been a long time since I had a proper night hunt. So, don't worry. After I kill you, I will let you meet them in my stomach. Although the demonic Blood Bat King seemed arrogant, it was common for rank 5 spirit beasts and golden core cultivators to be arrogant because they were confident in their skills. Let's see. Ethan was not provoked by the demonic Blood Bat King's words as he calmly did what he was supposed to do, and it was none other than fighting to the death. Sky-shattering sword art, Skybreaker slash. Swoosh. Swoosh. Without wasting any time, Ethan released 3 powerful and sharp sword waves at the bat that was slowly walking towards him. Do you think those tiny wind gusts can injure me? The Bat King scoffed at Ethan as it didn't even bother to either block nor dodge the incoming sword waves. Instead, it stood still and received those attacks with its body. Slash. Clang. Clang. As it said, when the sword wave touched its body, there were metallic sounds before they dispersed into thin air. What did I say? It is useless, Keek. The Bat King mockingly laughed at Ethan and arrogantly asked. Just stay still and die. Swish. Bloody claw strike. Just as it finished its words, the Bat King moved like a phantom, arriving in front of Ethan in a flash and swiping its claw at Ethan. Shadow steps. Swoosh. The demonic Blood Bat King was fast, however. Ethan was expecting such sudden movements from it. So, he already activated his movement technique to dodge no matter what attack the Bat King would use. That was close. Ethan dodged it, however. He was still a bit slow as a slight cut appeared on his chest from the deadly blood claw of the Bat King. Huh? You dodged it? Even the Bat King was shocked to see Ethan dodge his attack, however, it only made the Bat King chuckle. Interesting, interesting. I have found a good prey to test my increased strength. Saying that, the Bat King flapped its massive wings, releasing a violent gust of wind blades at Ethan. Swish. Swish. Clang. Clang. Ethan's agility was good enough to dodge many incoming wind blades, however, there were countless wind blades coming at him. So, he intentionally moved towards the weak wind blades and blocked them with his sword. Not bad, but it is not even enough to make a scratch on my body. The Bat King's deep voice echoed in Ethan's head, its tone filled with cruel amusement. Swoosh. Clang. Ethan remained unfazed. Huff. He exhaled slowly, gripping his sword tighter. The barrage of wind blades had barely left a scratch on him, yet he knew this was just the beginning. It's testing me. It was very clear to Ethan, and this realization made his eyes turn colder. Do I have to use the primordial beast blood? Or should I just die? Ethan thought of the primordial beast blood he bought from the interface. It could be used to feed a peak rank 4 spirit beast to help it break through into a rank 5 spirit beast. However, it also has another use. It was to summon an ancient primordial beast with a strength of rank 5 to fight for him. If I can summon the ancient primordial beast, killing this demonic Blood Bat King is a piece of cake. Ethan was confident that the primordial beast blood would solve his current issue. However, he had other plans for that primordial beast blood, which was to use it on his own spirit beast to help it become a rank 5 spirit beast. Of course, other than using the primordial beast blood, he also had another option, which was to just die and escape from his current predicament. The first option seems much better. For Ethan, the first option in which he could kill the demonic blood bat king felt good compared to dying and using his godly revival ability. He might be using a great trump card like primordial beast blood, however, he would get enough returns from his investment. Other than the life points awarded by my heaven's virtue, the entire corpse of a rank 5 berserk beast is filled with treasures, right? The berserk beast's blood, especially a king-type beast like the demonic blood bat king's blood alone, was a potent ingredient for refining high-grade elixirs, capable of boosting vitality and strengthening the body. Its razor-sharp fangs and claws were perfect for forging powerful weapons. Even its leathery wings, imbued with unique energy, could be crafted into top-tier armor or agility-boosting artifacts. But most importantly, the beast core. It is the most valuable thing in its body. The core of a rank 5 demonic blood bat king held immense power, containing pure berserk energy. If refined properly, it could greatly enhance one's cultivation, and if sold, it would fetch an astronomical price. Thinking about all this, Ethan smirked as he no longer looked at the demonic blood bat king as a dangerous berserk beast. Instead, it looked like a moving treasure trove. Wait a second. Maybe it was because of his special talent Infernal Purity Heart that just before he took out the primordial beast blood from the storage ring to use it to kill the demonic blood bat king, Ethan thought of something. Something that could change his current situation even without using the primordial beast blood. Let's try this new strategy, and if it doesn't work, I can always use the primordial beast blood. Ethan's eyes lit up as he thought about the new strategy he had come up with. Then let's see who tests who. Ethan no longer wasted any time as he looked at the demonic blood bat king and mocked, I thought using my full strength would kill you in a single attack, but it looks like you are not bad. Looks like I can slightly increase the power of my attacks to see exactly how strong your defense is. When it comes to taunting, Ethan considered himself a master. Moreover, his words were especially effective on the demonic blood bat king, who was arrogant and had been mocking Ethan from the moment he arrived. So, Ethan was confident that the first step of his plan would go without any problem. Huh? You are worried that you will kill me in a single attack? Really? As expected, the demonic blood bat king felt like Ethan was belittling him and became furious. However, he didn't attack Ethan. Instead, he scoffed, why don't you use your full attack? I will see exactly how powerful the attacks from a weakling like you are. It worked. Ethan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, however, he didn't show it on his face as he shook his head before saying, I don't want to take a risk and accidentally kill you in a single attack. You. The Bat King became so furious that he wanted to kill Ethan right away. However, if he did that, Ethan's words would continuously linger in his head. Moreover, he didn't want to kill Ethan very easily since he always enjoyed tasting his prey's emotions while slowly drinking their blood. So, he wanted to do the same thing to Ethan, who killed thousands of his minions. Fine, why don't you use 50% of your attack and then 100%? Even if you use 10 times your power, there is no way a Foundation Realm cultivator could kill a special rank 5 berserk beast like me. The demonic blood bat king was confident in his strength and defenses, and at the same time, he looked down on Ethan, who was just a level 4 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. That's right. The demonic blood bat king was unable to see through Ethan's cultivation and believed the cultivation that Ethan was displaying to be his real cultivation. Of course, even if he had seen through Ethan's cultivation, the demonic blood bat king would still look down on Ethan and let him attack with his full force. It was not that he was arrogant and overconfident, instead, it was a fact that a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator couldn't kill a Golden Core Realm cultivator or a rank 5 spirit beast. What's more, the demonic blood bat king was not just a regular rank 5 spirit beast, it was a special rank 5 berserk beast that was much stronger than regular rank 5 berserk beasts. I will still use the same sword wave attack I used earlier, however, unlike before, when I used only 10%, I will use 50% of my power. Ethan didn't miss the chance to taunt while explaining the power he used in his earlier sword moves and the power he would be using in his current sword moves, making the demonic Blood Bat King furious. System, upgrade my Shattering Sky Sword art to greater completion stage. At the same time, Ethan silently ordered the system, activating his godly cultivation insight. Eagerly waiting for the first magic castle, carrot. The plan that Ethan had come up with to deal with the demonic Blood Bat King was to use his godly cultivation insight. Using it, he planned to upgrade his sky-shattering sword art from completion stage to the greater completion stage. Once he made the demonic Blood Bat King stand still to receive his attack, Ethan no longer wasted any time as he directly upgraded the sky-shattering sword art. Ding! The host has activated the godly cultivation insight to upgrade his sword cultivation technique. Ding! The host has spent 4,000 life points and successfully upgraded his sky-shattering sword art to greater completion stage. Soon, the system notifications rang in his head as the profound insights regarding the sky-shattering sword art appeared in Ethan's head. Are you ready to receive my attack? Ethan didn't bother to check the system notifications. Instead, he confidently asked the demonic Blood Bat King. Go on and release the sword waves. The Bat King scoffed and asked Ethan to attack him. Huh? Should I further upgrade it to the next stage? Sensing the confidence in the Bat King's voice, Ethan suddenly started doubting whether his current mastery of the sky-shattering sword art would be enough. I think it is better to upgrade it further before attacking him. Since the demonic Blood Bat King in front of him was not a regular rank 5 spirit beast but a special rank 5 berserk beast king, Ethan believed the greater completion stage mastery of his sword technique might harm him. However, it wouldn't kill him. However, once the demonic Blood Bat King gets injured, would he still receive Ethan's attacks without doing anything? System, I want to upgrade the mastery of my sky-shattering sword art to the next stage, the perfection stage. Once he decided to go all out against the demonic Blood Bat King, Ethan decided to upgrade his sword technique even further. The mastery for the cultivation techniques is as follows: Spark, Beginner, Small Success Stage, Completion Stage, Greater Completion Stage, and Perfection. Previously, during his free time, Ethan had inquired about the cost of upgrading his Greater Completion Stage techniques. The system had given him a brutal answer: 20,000 life points to reach the perfection stage. Without a second thought, Ethan removed the thought of upgrading his cultivation techniques to the perfect stage because he obviously could not afford it. However, the situation had changed now as Ethan had already accumulated more than 100,000 life points. Spending 20,000 life points to change his current predicament was nothing for him, and he directly asked the system to upgrade it. Ding! The host has activated the godly cultivation insight to upgrade his sword cultivation technique. Ding! The host has spent 20,000 life points. Ding! It takes 5 minutes to upgrade the host's sky-shattering sword art to perfection stage. Please be patient. Note: the profound insights into the perfection stage must be transferred slowly into the host's mind, otherwise, too many insights at once might cause his head to explode. Soon, a series of system notifications appeared in his head, making Ethan frown. What? It is not an instant process. Although 5 minutes was not long, in his current situation, he couldn't ask his opponent to wait for 5 minutes for his upgrade. What can I do? What can I do to stall for 5 minutes? Ethan started racking his brain on how to stall the demonic Blood Bat King for 5 minutes. What are you waiting for? Just accept that you can't even leave a scratch on me. The demonic Blood Bat King thought that Ethan was only spouting nonsense earlier and that he didn't really have powerful moves to harm him, much less kill him. The delay in Ethan's attack only made the demonic Blood Bat King more confident that Ethan was nothing but a weakling. Let's go with the original plan then. Seeing that he couldn't stall forever, Ethan gritted his teeth and decided to go with his original plan. Wait, what if I do not use my full power but slightly more power than my earlier sword waves? Just when he was about to swing the sword to create the sword waves, Ethan thought of something that might work, and without wasting any time, he swung his sword only once. Sky-shattering sword art, Skybreaker / Swish. The released sword waves seemed to be slightly bigger than the ones he had released previously. Swish. Clang. Although they were slightly more powerful than the previous ones, they didn't do anything and disappeared upon touching the demonic Blood Bat King's body. Keek, is this what you said would kill me? Really? Even if your sword waves were 10 times more powerful, they still wouldn't leave a scratch on my body. Keek, at first, I was angry at you, but now, I can't help but pity you for being so weak. How did you survive for so long with such pitiful strength? Keek, Keek. The demonic Blood Bat King eerily laughed and mocked Ethan while trying his best to taunt him. It was in its nature to mock and taunt its prey and enjoy watching their prey losing all hope. On the other hand, Ethan didn't say anything. Instead, he let the Bat King enjoy mocking and taunting him, believing that it would waste some time. If it was anyone else, the Bat King's taunts might have worked. However, for Ethan, who was a taunt master himself, they had no effect on him whatsoever. 3 minutes. Ethan looked at the countdown that appeared at the corner of his eye and then looked at the demonic Blood Bat King who was laughing at him. Laugh, laugh, you only have less than 3 minutes. Ethan was silently praying that the Bat King would continue to taunt him for another 3 minutes. Why don't you just use your full-powered attack and get it done before I begin my torture? After taunting for nearly 3 minutes, the Bat King lost interest and asked Ethan to attack him with full power. The sword waves that Ethan had just released contained only 50% of his power. However, according to their deal, Ethan was supposed to release another attack with his full power. If you still remember that, why did you taunt me already? Ethan acted like he was furious as he shouted at the Bat King. So, you are affected by my taunts. I thought you were just an emotionless human, Keek. Seeing Ethan become furious, the Bat King enjoyed it and eerily chuckled before asking him to attack. Anyway, show me what a weakling like you can do. Since I will be using my full power, I need to replenish my spirit essence. Give me a minute. Ethan's stanchion was still 60% full. However, he just stalled for time as he tossed 3 azure spirit pills into his mouth in a single go. Heavenly Spirit Essence Refining Technique. Using his heavenly technique, in less than a minute, he quickly replenished his spirit essence, and his body was overflowing with spirit essence. Ding! The host has successfully upgraded his sky-shattering sword art to the perfection stage. Finally, it's here. The moment he received the system notifications, Ethan no longer wasted any time as he directly went for his most powerful sword move for a single target. Sky-shattering sword art, Horizon Annihilation. The moment Ethan swung his sword, a blinding crescent arc of sword light tore through the air, carrying an unstoppable force. Swoosh. The very space trembled as the terrifying slash ripped through the blood mist, cutting straight toward the demonic Blood Bat King with devastating speed. The Bat King's eyes widened in shock. What? Before it could even react, the sword light sliced through its massive body, cutting it cleanly in half from top to bottom. Kaka. Did I get him? Ethan was shocked at his own power as he looked at the cracked sword in his hands and then at the 2 halves of the Bat King's corpse. Ethan was not surprised that the sword broke because it was just a rank 3 weapon, whereas the move he released just now was enough to kill a special rank 5 berserk beast. Also, my Danshan, it's no surprise that it became empty after such a powerful move. Ethan was not surprised by it either. However, he thought, why am I still not getting the kill notification? Keek, did you think I would die like that? Suddenly, Ethan heard a familiar eerie echoing voice in his head. What? Is it still alive even after such a powerful attack? Ethan was shocked for a moment. However, when he remembered that there were no system notifications or triggers for his heaven's virtue, he knew that the demonic Blood Bat King was still alive. Keek, I underestimated you, a lot. You are really the most powerful being I have ever encountered. The two perfect halves of the demonic blood bat king's corpse were not moving, however, Ethan still heard its voice in his head, making him a bit anxious. What's happening? Where are you? Ethan tried his best to remain calm, but even with the infernal purity heart, he was barely able to maintain his calmness. What are you asking? Didn't you kill me? Keek. The Bat King chuckled as he answered Ethan's question, I am on my way to the other world. Why don't you accompany me to the other world? Huh. Ethan was confused by the Bat King's words in his head, however, in the next second, he felt a sharp, piercing pain in his head before his vision turned blank. Ding. The host has been killed. Ding. The host's godly revival ability has been triggered. Ding. The host's heavenly talent, heaven's virtue, has been triggered. Is this real? When Ethan regained his consciousness in his soul form, he received 3 sets of system notifications that shocked him. Ding. The host has been killed, and his godly revival ability has been triggered. Ding. The host has received a death allowance of 4064 life points. Ding. Available life points, 86,214. Ding. The interface of the killer's stats is being generated. Please wait for a while. The first set of system notifications was his usual notifications that he received every time he died. So, he was not surprised by them. Ding. The host's heavenly talent, heaven's virtue, has been triggered. Ding. The host has killed a special rank 5 berserk beast, the demonic blood bat king. Ding. The host has been rewarded with 10,000 life points. The second set of notifications only surprised Ethan briefly before he saw the reward of 10,000 life points, making him pleasantly surprised. So, I did kill him. But, how did I get killed? Also, how did I hear his voice even after I killed him? Soon, Ethan's head was filled with many questions. However, he decided not to think much about it because of the third set of notifications, which gave him another shock. Ding. The host has killed an opponent above his realm for the first time and unlocked a rare achievement. Ding. The host has been rewarded with the following items for his rare achievement. 1. 10,000 life points. 2. General Revival life card. 3. Multiplier life card. 4. Revival life card. 5. A new save point. Is this for real? Looking at the list of rewards he received for killing a berserk beast above his cultivation, Ethan was shocked. All items in the list were quite good that Ethan had 0 complaints about them. I should have killed a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator when I was still a Chi Refining Realm Cultivator. I missed such generous rewards. Thinking about how he could unlock a rare achievement for killing cultivators or beasts above his cultivation realm, Ethan could not help but regret not taking risks during the Chi Refining realm. Forget it. I should not be greedy and should be content with what I got. Shaking his head, Ethan revealed a big smile and decided to enjoy the rewards he had now. Ding. Available life points, 106,214. With these 10,000 life points, my accumulated life points have once again crossed 100,000. Ethan checked his available life points and could not help but become excited. Now, let's come back to the main question, how did I die? Once he checked out all 3 sets of system notifications, Ethan finally decided to think about his death. System, how did I die? Ding. The host has been killed by the demonic blood bat king. I can tell that much, but didn't I already kill him? Ethan thought about the time he heard the demonic blood bat king's voice in his head, and before he could do anything, his consciousness went blank. He was sure that he had killed the demonic blood bat king. However, not only had the heaven's virtue been triggered, but even his system also rewarded him for killing it. So, Ethan was confused about how he had been killed by the demonic blood bat king when he was the one who had killed it first. Ding. The host was killed by a special skill of the demonic blood bat king called Death Echo. Ding. Thanks to this special skill, whoever killed the demonic blood bat king would die along with it. As soon as he asked about it, the system gave the full details regarding how he died. What? There is really such a deadly skill? Ethan was shocked to hear the effects of the Death Echo. Just imagine, when a powerful cultivator kills a lowly cultivator in a fit of rage, but the lowly cultivator has this special skill Death Echo. That powerful cultivator would be killed by his own actions. There is no way to block it, no way to dodge it, no way to survive. Suddenly, there was a slight smile on his face as he continued, unless you have a godly revival ability like mine. For others, it was a skill that took revenge on their behalf after their death. However, for Ethan, it was a perfect skill to kill his overpowered enemies. System, this special skill will definitely be on the interface, right? Since the system always said that all the options generated on the interface of the killer's stats were the most useful ones for him, Ethan was expecting to see the special skill Death Echo. However, there was no reply from the system, making him anxiously wait for the interface to generate the options. Time continued to pass, and in a flash, 10 minutes passed by before he finally got the system notification he was waiting for. Ding. The interface of the killer's stats is ready. Please check and buy the things you like. Check. Ethan didn't waste any time as he hurriedly checked the interface and focused on the skill category. Ding. Interface of killer's stats. 1. Cultivation Level 1 Golden Core Stage, 500,000 life points. 2. Cultivation Technique None. 3. Skills Death Echo, 10,000 life points. 4. Cultivation Talent Dark Hibernation 10,000 life points. 5. Inventory Blood Dragon Blood Essence X 10,000 life points. Ding. Due to the lack of a cultivation technique, the host has been compensated with 1,000 life points. There it is, the special skill Death Echo. Only after confirming that the special skill he had been hoping for was on the interface, was Ethan able to heave a sigh of relief. 10,000 life points seems costly, however, that skill is priceless to me. After checking the price, Ethan was not shocked or surprised as he directly ordered the system, I will buy this special skill. He didn't even check the other options because he wanted the special skill that badly. Of course, the reason he didn't bother to check the other options before paying for the Death Echo was because he had enough life points saved up. If he hadn't had enough life points, Ethan could have earned them over the next 6 days while staying in the Berserk Beast realm. Ding. The host has spent 10,000 life points to buy the special skill Death Echo. Soon, he received the system notification as 10,000 life points were deducted from his accumulated life points. I can't afford the cultivation, and I am not even planning to buy it even if I do have enough life points. There is no cultivation talent, but the system refunded me with 1,000 life points, not bad. I already bought Death Echo. Once he had bought the Death Echo, Ethan started checking out the other options on the interface. There is nothing surprising about a demonic blood bat king having a cultivation talent. In the cultivation world, cultivation talent wasn't extremely rare, but it wasn't common either. Anyone who had a cultivation talent would reach great heights in the path related to their cultivation talent. So, Ethan was not surprised to see cultivation talent in the interface generated based on the demonic blood bat king. From the name, it seems to be related to sleeping. Let's buy it and see its effects before deciding to convert it into a special talent or not. After that, Ethan checked out the last option, and his eyes lit up. Blood Dragon Blood Essence, and not just 1 drop but 10 drops. Seeing that, Ethan's eyes lit up as he thought, with this, I can greatly reduce the maturity time of the Dragonheart Lotus plant, or it might even mature. Previously, Ethan used a single drop of Fire Dragon blood essence and directly reduced the maturity time for the special rank 5 spirit plant by half. Although the Blood Dragon blood essence might not be as effective as the Fire Dragon blood essence, however, there are 10 drops which Ethan believed were more than enough. I wonder what type of special lotuses the Clear Heart Lotus plants will evolve into during the process. Ethan was not only looking forward to the Dragonheart Lotus plant's fast maturity, but he was also looking forward to the evolution of the Clear Heart Lotus plants around it. All options are useful to me. So, let's buy them all. Ethan didn't have to think much as he spent another 30,000 life points to buy the remaining 3 options on the interface. Ding. The host has spent 10,000 life points. Ding. The host has. Ding. The host. Ding. Available life points, 77,214. I am still left with nearly 80,000 life points. Not bad. For the first time since he got the Godly Revival system, it was the first time that Ethan bought all the options in the interface in his soul form and was even left with such a huge number of life points. So, he was smiling non-stop throughout his time in the soul form. Maybe it was because he was in a happy mood. The usual boring 1 hour in the soul form went by quickly even without the soul sight. Ding. Host, please choose one of the following revival spots. Death Point. First save point, Hidden Cave. Second save point, Mystic Soil Domain. Third save point, Small Courtyard. There is no way I am leaving this haven without farming more life points. Ethan directly chose to revive in Death Point as he still had to farm lots of life points. Sweesh. Soon, in the spot where he died, Ethan revived under the blood moon of the Berserk Beast realm. Howl. 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 Roar. Screech. As soon as he was revived, Ethan's ears heard a chorus of sorrowful cries echoing through the land. The spirit beasts who had once been lost to the demonic blood dragon's essence were now howling, roaring, and screeching in mourning. Their cries resonated with grief, painting the night with an overwhelming sadness for their savior who not only purified them but also took care of a deadly existence, the demonic blood bat king. This. Ethan was shocked for a moment as a gentle, yet pained warmth spread through his body. He wasn't alone. Even in this dangerous realm, there were lives that cared about him, lives he had saved. It's all right. I am alive. With a bright smile, Ethan spoke to the nearly 3,000 spirit beasts that were mourning for him. Howl. A hesitant, disbelieving cry cut through the morning. The spirit beasts froze. Their sharp senses detected something, a presence they thought had been lost forever. Roar. Howl. Screech. In the next second, an earth-shaking roar filled the air, and what followed after that was howls and screeches. These cries of spirit beasts were not of mourning, but of pure joy as they closed in on Ethan and excitedly jumped around him. Above him, the flying-type spirit beasts soared in circles, chirping and screeching in joy, their wings creating gentle gusts of wind. Their combined energy turned Ethan's revival into a celebration unlike any other revival he had before. It is a grand revival. Ethan felt warm when he saw how happily and excitedly the spirit beasts were celebrating his revival. What's happening? Why are the beasts going crazy? Are the nights always like this in the Berserk Beast realm? It is quite scary. Let's hide in this cave for the night and continue killing them in the morning. While Ethan was joyfully celebrating and dancing with his spirit beasts, it was not joyful for the remaining participants in the Berserk Beast realm. At first, they heard the mourning cries of the spirit beasts and then the excited cries, making them confused and scared. Everyone had only one thought in their heads, and it was that the nights in the Berserk Beast realm were dangerous. By now, almost all the teams had found a shelter to rest for the night as they discussed their plans for tomorrow. Huh? These roars and screeches, they are definitely from the spirit beasts. Shadow Bee, who had already finished purifying the lightning ape and even a dozen other rank 2 and rank 3 spirit beasts, frowned upon hearing the cries of the spirit beasts. As a member of the primal Fang tribe, his affinity with the spirit beasts was top-notch, and he could even communicate with most of the spirit beasts. So, he could tell the difference in the cries between the spirit beasts and the berserk beasts. When did the berserk beast realm have so many spirit beasts? Although he was confused about why those spirit beasts were mourning for a few moments before making cries of joy, Shadow Bee was more confused about the existence of so many spirit beasts in the berserk beast realm. As far as he knew, almost all the spirit beasts in the berserk beast realm had turned into berserk beasts. So, he didn't understand where these spirit beasts had come from. Wait a second, don't tell me these B***stards poured a new batch of spirit beasts into the berserk beast realm. Suddenly, Shadow Bee thought of something and clenched his fists in anger. Wait a second, isn't this a good thing? However, in the next second, Shadow Bee's eyes lit up as he thought of something else. Gale, how are you feeling now? Summoning a wind panther, Shadow Bee asked while rubbing its head. Roar! Roar! The wind panther excitedly roared to indicate that it was feeling quite good after regaining its consciousness. It was the same wind panther that was bloodthirsty due to the demonic blood dragon's essence and tried to sneak attack Shadow Bee in the morning. However, it was only captured by his spider monkey, and after Shadow Bee purified the lightning ape, he purified the wind panther and removed the azure poison from its system. Good. The wind essence fruit must have been quite effective for you to return to your peak condition. Shadow Bee was not surprised by its fast recovery as he directly jumped onto its back. Tangle, it is time to make new friends. With an excited tone, Shadow Bee called out to the spider monkey that was resting on the treetop. Oh 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 ah ah. Eek. Eek. Hearing Shadow Bee's words, the sleeping spider monkey excitedly woke up and directly jumped onto the wind panther's back, while making excited noises. You would be disappointed if you knew we are not going for the berserk beasts but the spirit beasts, haha. Shadow Bee laughed in his heart as he anticipated the expression his spider monkey would make when they saw spirit beasts instead of berserk beasts. Spider monkey always enjoyed throwing a few punches at the berserk beasts before Shadow Bee purified them, but it couldn't do it with the spirit beasts as their master strictly forbade it, always ordering it to become friends with the fellow spirit beasts. Soon, Shadow Bee, with the spider monkey riding the wind panther, moved in the direction where the celebrating noises of the spirit beasts were coming from. In the open grounds. Everyone, we have celebrated enough. You should rest. After celebrating his revival with the spirit beasts, Ethan asked them to rest while asking some rank 3 spirit beasts to stand guard. Let's store the demonic blood bat king's corpse before checking the full details on the items I bought. Once he settled all the spirit beasts, Ethan went to the 2 halves of the demonic blood bat king's corpse and searched for its core. Found it? In no time, Ethan sensed the location of the beast core and extracted a dark red-colored orb. I wonder whether Syrah or Zephyr could use this demonic beast core and the large corpse to enhance their cultivation. Since Syrah and Zephyr are both night demonic, Ethan thought maybe they could use the corpse of the demonic blood bat king for their cultivation. I think they can do it, especially Syrah. She has a skill that allows her to use the blood to increase her cultivation, not to mention the demonic blood bat king's corpse is filled with it. Ethan didn't think much as he casually threw the corpse of the demonic blood bat king into a separate storage ring along with the beast core. Soon after, Ethan started checking out the items he bought earlier. First, let's start with the special skill Death Echo. Ethan was very interested in that special skill and decided to check it first. Ding. Skill name, Death Echo. Effect, when the user of this skill is killed, his killer will also die along with him after hearing the user's vengeful words in his head. Note, to trigger the effect, the user has to drink at least a single drop of his killer's blood before being killed by the killer. Soon, the information about the Death Echo appeared in front of Ethan. Huh. As Ethan expected, there was no change in the effect of Death Echo. However, when he read the note, he could not help but frown. There is a condition for the special skill to be activated. It was completely out of his expectations as he wondered, when did the Bat King? He didn't even finish his thought as he remembered the slight cut on his chest. It must have been then, when he got my blood. Ethan was a bit disappointed with the condition, however, he soon shook his head. It's all right. I just have to plan on getting a single drop of my opponent's blood. Even though the death echo wasn't the same special skill he was expecting, Ethan was still satisfied with it. As long as I can kill my killer, I can trigger my I am your killer, gaining lots of benefits. The main reason why Ethan was very much interested in the death echo was that he could trigger his first special talent, which would give him lots of rewards like life points, lifespan, and even mastery of cultivation techniques. It's been a long time since I triggered my first special talent. Looks like I will be triggering it a lot from now on. Ethan was looking forward to the combined results of Death Echo and I Am Your Killer. Next is the cultivation talent, Dark Hibernation. Ethan stopped thinking about Death Echo and focused on Dark Hibernation. Ding! Cultivation talent, Dark Hibernation. Effect: by sleeping in a dark environment, the user can slowly increase their strength. The longer the duration of sleep, the greater the power increases, enough to break through realms and ranks. Note, it also heals injuries and increases the replenishing speed of the spirit essence while the user sleeps in a dark environment. So, this is how the demonic blood Bat King broke through to rank 5 despite the scarcity of spirit beast blood. Upon reading the effects of the cultivation talent, Ethan finally understood the reason behind the demonic blood Bat King's breakthrough. It is a good talent for spirit beasts like bats and other dark-type creatures that spend their entire life in the dark. Ethan felt it was the least useful talent he bought from the interface, however, he did not regret his decision. I can always earn 10,000 life points, however, I can't purchase Dark Hibernation again. Anyway, I can at least use this talent to quickly recover my spirit essence while sleeping. With that thought in mind, Ethan moved on to the last item he bought from the interface. Ding! Item name, Blood Dragon Blood Essence. Grade, Special Rank 5. Effect: when a rank 4 spirit beast consumes this blood essence, their chances of breaking through to rank 5 increases by 30%. Note, 1. There is a small chance for the spirit beast to awaken one of its hidden bloodlines. 2. Its effectiveness on dragon-type spirit beasts will be tripled. Huh? This is a special rank 5 item. The first thing that caught Ethan's attention was the grade. The Fire Dragon Blood Essence that he previously used was only a rank 5 item, but this Blood Dragon Blood Essence was a special rank 5 item, making Ethan feel surprised. Unlike Fire Dragon Blood Essence, it can be used by all rank 4 spirit beasts to increase their breakthrough chances to rank 5. Ethan continued to read the effects, and when he read the second note, he was not at all surprised. Looks like the Dragonheart Lotus plant will go crazy for this blood essence. Ethan could already imagine the Dragonheart Lotus plant going crazy for the blood and laughed. However, the most exciting part is, I have not 1 but 10 drops of Blood Dragon Blood Essence. 1 drop is enough to nurture the Dragonheart Lotus plant, whereas the remaining 9 drops can be used to nurture rank 5 spirit beasts. He thought of all the things he could do with the Blood Dragon Blood Essence. All I need to do is find peak rank 4 spirit beasts that can directly break through to rank 5 by using this Blood Dragon Blood Essence. Thinking of having a bunch of rank 5 spirit beasts under his control, Ethan became excited. Roar! Here comes a berserk beast. Ethan only sat for a couple of breaths when a group of berserk beasts launched their attack. However, thanks to the patrolling spirit beasts, Ethan was quickly alerted and got ready for battle. A pack of Nightwolves led by a rank 3 Nightwolf King. Ethan was shocked to see that it was a huge pack of berserk beasts, however, his shock quickly turned into excitement. Once I purify all of them, I can earn at least 5,000 life points. With the help of the rank 3 spirit beasts, Ethan quickly took care of more than 300 Nightwolves, increasing his spirit beast army by another 300. Roar. Huh? Another batch. Just as he took care of the night wolves, another group of berserk beasts attacked, and the process continued. A couple of kilometers away from Ethan's location. Huh? Who is he? How can he purify the berserk beasts at such an incredible speed? Shadow B, who was watching how easily Ethan was purifying the berserk beasts, was shocked, and at the same time, he became curious about Ethan. Ding. The host has purified a rank 3 mountain boar and is rewarded with 100 life points. Ding. The host has purified a rank 2 mountain boar and is rewarded with 20 life points. Currently, Ethan didn't notice that he was being observed by Shadow B. Instead, he was fully focused on purifying the berserk beasts that kept coming one group after another. Is it because of the demonic blood Bat King's blood on the ground that it's attracting the berserk beasts? After taking care of the 10th group of berserk beasts, Ethan learned the reason behind the repeated attacks from the berserk beasts. Nevertheless, Ethan was not bothered about it. Instead, he accepted them with open arms as he purified them one after another to not only increase his spirit beast army but also rapidly accumulate his life points. Time continued to pass, and in a flash, another 6 hours passed by as Ethan consumed the Azure Spirit Pills to quickly replenish his spirit essence. The more berserk beasts I purify, the easier it is for me to purify more berserk beasts. Ethan was not at all feeling tired even after working for the whole night because his spirit beasts were subduing the berserk beasts. As for Ethan, he was only touching the berserk beasts to instantly purify them, adding them to his army. As a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, he could stay awake for an entire week, much less for one night. Thus, Ethan was still in good condition. Looks like no more berserk beasts will come on their own now. Looking at the horizon, Ethan noticed the first golden rays of the sun piercing through the thick crimson haze of the berserk beast realm. The eerie glow of the blood moon slowly faded, its oppressive presence retreating as the warmth of daylight took over. It meant no more berserk beasts would actively come to him. Instead, he should start searching for them if he wanted to purify them. But, there is no need to search for them. My spirit beasts need rest, and once the night descends, the berserk beasts will become active again. With that thought in mind, Ethan decided to give some rest to himself and his spirit beasts. At the same time, I can check out my gains after working for the whole night. Ethan found a spot to rest and checked the life points. Ding. Available life points, 197,214. Close to 200,000 life points, this berserk beast realm is a heaven for me. Looking at his accumulated life points, Ethan could not help but praise the berserk beast realm, especially the demonic blood dragon, as he praised it. The demonic blood dragon is doing so much good for me even in its death. Don't worry, when I become a strong golden core realm cultivator, I will search for you and help you find peace in your afterlife. Although it was not a good thing to say, Ethan was stating a fact. Without the demonic blood dragon's corpse, there would have been no berserk beasts, and without the berserk beasts, Ethan could not have purified them back to normal and gained hundreds of thousands of life points. My new goal is to accumulate at least 1 million life points before going out of the berserk beast realm. After completing one day in the berserk beast realm and earning more than 200,000 life points, Ethan felt it was possible to accumulate at least 1 million life points within the next 6 days. I wonder whether there will be any berserk beasts left even after 6 days. Because of this doubt, Ethan was not in a hurry to save his new save point in the berserk beast realm. He thought he should make the decision when he left the berserk beast realm. By then, he would get a full understanding of the berserk beast realm. Also, I should find the real berserk beasts like demonic blood bats to kill them. That way, I can not only get life points, but I will also get beast points by submitting them to Elder Ren. Ethan had already collected the corpses of thousands of rank 2 demonic blood bats that he killed in the blood-soaked valley and planned to submit them. Hence, Ethan thought he should find more such berserk beasts that were born from the demonic blood dragon's corpse to get as many beast points as possible for his ranking in the beast extermination trial. I could submit the demonic blood bat king's corpse to get who knows how many points, however, it would only attract unnecessary attention from the section. As he rested, Ethan started thinking about various things while planning his near future. Roar. Suddenly, one of the patrolling spirit beasts roared, making Ethan snap out of his thoughts. Did another group of berserk beasts? Why is he coming towards me? Just when Ethan thought it was another batch of berserk beasts, he was shocked to see a familiar young man riding a wind panther approaching him. On the wind panther's back, besides the familiar young man, there was a black-colored monkey with 4 eyes and 6 limbs sitting while hugging the young man. On the young man's head, Ethan could see a striking title killer in blood red, making Ethan a bit more alert. He was none other than the Shadow Bee, who was also a perfect Foundation Establishment realm cultivator like him and a deadly assassin of the Eternal Shadow Guild. Hello, friend. My name is Drez, representing the Feng family in the beast extermination trial. I mean no harm. I just want to have a talk with you. Ethan was surrounded by thousands of spirit beasts, so Shadow Bee had to speak with Ethan from a distance. You mean no harm? What a joke. You are the most cunning and intelligent killer I've faced. In his heart, Ethan silently scoffed at Shadow Bee, who introduced himself as Dress. My name is Kai, Lin Kai. What do you want, friend Dress? Nevertheless, Ethan introduced himself as he thought, should I take revenge on him for killing me? Ethan was not a cold-blooded killer, however, he wouldn't show any mercy to the one who killed him. Moreover, Ethan also knew that Shadow Bee had at least killed 5 cultivators who were Felix's previous teammates. Sigh, I can't kill him even if I want to. In the end, Ethan had to give up on killing Shadow Bee, not because he was being generous, instead, he couldn't kill him thanks to the special storage ring given by Elder Ren. The moment Shadow Bee sensed the danger, he could inject the spirit essence into the storage ring and teleport out of the Berserk Beast realm. Also, even if he was quick and killed Shadow Bee before he triggered the teleportation, he would be punished by the Green Fire sect for killing a fellow participant. This Berserk Beast realm is a perfect place to kill an assassin like him from the Eternal Shadow Guild, but I have to give up on it. The more Ethan thought about it, the more frustrated he became, but he tried his best to remain calm. Friend Kai, I can see that you have a unique ability to purify the Berserk Beasts. With a smile, Shadow Bee praised Ethan's unique ability as he suggested, can you form a team with me to purify all the Berserk Beasts in the Berserk Beast realm? Since we both are interested in purifying the Berserk Beasts, can you form a team with me in purifying all the Berserk Beasts in the Berserk Beast realm? Huh? Forming a team to purify the Berserk Beasts. Ethan was surprised to hear Shadow Bee's suggestion of forming a team with him. Although Ethan didn't know why Shadow Bee wanted to purify the Berserk Beasts, he could tell that he was not lying about it and was sincere with his words. If Ethan didn't know about Shadow Bee, he might have agreed without any hesitation because purifying the Berserk Beasts is very rewarding for him. However, the other party was a meticulous killer who killed multiple cultivators without revealing himself. So, forming a team with someone like that, Ethan had to always keep an eye on Shadow Bee as he didn't know exactly what Shadow Bee was interested in purifying the Berserk Beasts. Yes. Your ability to purify the Berserk Beasts is powerful, and with it, as long as we can work together, we can purify all the Berserk Beasts in the Berserk Beast realm. Shadow Bee nodded his head and explained more about it. All the Berserk Beasts in the Berserk Beast realm. Ethan was a bit tempted to hear as he imagined how many life points he could accumulate by purifying all the Berserk Beasts in the Berserk Beast realm. However, at the same time, a question formed in Ethan's head as he asked Shadow Bee, Friend Drez, are you confident that if we form a team, we can purify all the Berserk Beasts in the secret realm? After seeing your ability to purify the Berserk Beasts in such a short time, I am very confident in it. Shadow B confidently smiled as he said, "Of course, it entirely depends on your ability to purify them, but I believe we can do it. I don't know what he is planning, however, I am sure he won't kill me as long as I am within the Berserk Beast realm." It was not just Ethan who could not kill Shadow B, it was the same for Shadow B too. Hence, Ethan thought forming a team with Shadow B was not a bad thing. Ethan wanted to accept it directly, however, he curbed his excitement and remained silent as though he was thinking about it. "How about this? For your help, I will gift you this Beast Evolution Stone that is effective on all spirit beasts below rank 5. Seeing that Ethan was thinking, Shadow B thought of something and hurriedly gave a pitch-black colored stone to Ethan. This, it is too valuable." Ethan was surprised by Shadow B's generosity. A Beast Evolution Stone is a very rare cultivation resource that can help a spirit beast evolve into an even more powerful spirit beast. Although it can only be used on spirit beasts below rank 4, Ethan knew it was worth millions of spirit stones. So, he felt a little hesitant to take such a valuable item from Shadow B. It is indeed valuable, however, it is a small thing compared to using your ability to purify the Berserk beasts. Shadow B forced the Beast Evolution Stone into Ethan's hands. "Fine. I will accept it." Ethan didn't reject it and took it while thinking, "I will take it as compensation for killing me in the past and forget about my revenge until we leave the Berserk Beast realm." Ethan already had 2 spirit beasts back in the small courtyard, and he planned to form special contracts with some of the special spirit beasts with good potential before he left the Berserk Beast realm. So, a Beast Evolution Stone was quite useful to him, making him accept it. "Does that mean you are willing to form a team with me in purifying the Berserk beasts?" Seeing that Ethan accepted the gift, Shadow B became excited as he asked Ethan for confirmation. "Of course." Ethan nodded his head and continued, "However, before we start working together, I want to know why you want to purify the Berserk beasts that badly." By purifying the Berserk beasts, Ethan could earn life points through his heavenly talent, Heaven's Virtue. However, Ethan was curious about Shadow B's purpose for purifying them. He even joined the Feng family to participate in the beast extermination trial to enter the Berserk beast realm. So, Ethan strongly believed that Shadow B had a strong motive behind it. "By the way, don't tell me that you are feeling sad for them and want to purify them to make them normal." Before Shadow B could speak, Ethan made sure Shadow B wouldn't give some lame reason for his motive. This, sorry, I can't tell you." Shadow B frowned at Ethan's sudden question regarding his interest in purifying the Berserk beasts. However, he didn't answer Ethan's question. "It looks like there is no fate between us to form a team." Ethan seemed disappointed as he extended his hand, "Take your gift back and leave." Ethan wanted to know the true reason why Shadow B was very much interested in purifying the Berserk beasts. Without knowing it, Ethan didn't want to form a team with him. So, he could only return the Beast Evolution Stone to Shadow B. "Friend Kai, do you really want to know about it?" Shadow B gritted his teeth and asked Ethan one last time. "Yes. Without knowing your purpose, how can I trust my back to you?" Ethan nodded his head with a serious look on his face. Shadow B remained silent, and just when Ethan thought that he would leave, he heard Shadow B speak in a serious tone, "Fine then. I will tell you, however, you need to swear on your cultivation heart to not say anything I tell you to anyone." "Huh? Swearing on my cultivation heart?" Seeing the serious look on Shadow B's face, Ethan also became serious. However, hearing his words, Ethan could not help but frown. "Yes. What I am about to tell you should not be known to a third person, as it would not only put me in danger but also you." Shadow B briefly warned about the dangers if Ethan learned his motive, as he asked Ethan once again, "Do you still want to know about it?" "Yes." Hearing all his words only made Ethan more intrigued, wanting to know about it. "I swear on my cultivation heart that I won't tell others regarding the information I hear from Dress. If I do, my cultivation heart will shatter into 10,000 pieces. Without any hesitation, Ethan directly swore on his cultivation heart. In this world, to make sure others don't go back on their words, they must swear an oath on their cultivation heart. The moment they break their promise and go back on their words, the cultivator's cultivation heart will be shattered like an instant justice. Shadow B was shocked by Ethan's actions as he was not at all expecting such a turn of events. Listen carefully, I will only say it once. Taking a deep breath, Shadow B started explaining, I am actually a member of one of the hermit tribes called the Primal Fang tribe in the Evergreen Plains. It is the duty of my tribesmen to help the suffering spirit beasts, and currently, 90% of the berserk beasts in the secret realm were once under the care of my tribe, and we have treated them as family for generations. Shadow B's fists trembled as sorrow, anger, and frustration clashed within him. His voice wavered as he spoke, do you know what it feels like to watch your own kin suffer because you are weak? Do you know what it feels like to watch your own kin suffer because you are weak? Shadow B briefly explained his background and asked Ethan a question. What? 90% of the berserk beasts in the berserk beast realm belong to your tribe. Ethan already knew Shadow B belonged to the Primal Fang tribe, and he even knew that Shadow B was the last survivor of the tribe. However, what he didn't expect was their connection with the spirit beasts, and that all the berserk beasts in the secret realm were once under the care of their tribe. Yes. Nodding his head, Shadow B continued with a voice that carried a deep, restrained fury, I have seen the spirit beasts, once free and proud, turned into mindless killers, their souls screaming in agony while their bodies rampage against their own will. And I could barely do anything. Although my cultivation technique can cleanse the demonic blood dragon's essence from their bodies without corrupting my body, it is a slow process. However, after seeing how effortlessly and efficiently you can purify the berserk beasts, my hopes of cleansing every last one in the berserk beast realm have been reignited. With those words, Shadow B stepped toward the pair of rank 3 crimson raging bears. Their species was known for their uncontrollable fury, their blood burning with an unending rage. Without Ethan's special talent, even Ethan would have trouble subduing them. Yet, as Shadow B reached out and placed a firm hand on their massive shoulders, they did not react with hostility. Instead, they stood still, their blazing eyes softening as they rumbled in contentment. A rare sight. Shadow B let out a slow breath, his fingers running through their thick, crimson fur, and said, these crimson raging bears were one of them. This, how did they end up in the berserk beast realm? Also, what happened to your tribe? Ethan already knew that Shadow B was the last survivor of his tribe, however, he wondered how such a powerful tribe could have been destroyed. As for how Ethan concluded that it was a powerful tribe, it was because of Shadow B's cultivation at such a young age, and he also didn't forget about the cultivation talent Primal Beast Master. Ethan believed that Shadow B was not the only one who had that cultivation talent. There must have been others in the tribe who had it, and along with an army of spirit beasts, how could they not be powerful? Let's not talk about my tribe because it is a thing of the past. As for your other question of how my tribe's spirit beasts ended up in the berserk beast realm, it was because of the Green Fire sect that became greedy. Shadow B's eyes were filled with killing intent when he thought about the Green Fire sect, but he quickly recovered and continued, those greedy, cold-hearted B***stards, they are using the demonic blood dragon's corpse in the berserk beast realm to turn these new spirit beasts into berserk beasts because the berserk beasts can't increase their population through reproduction. Are you telling me that the sect is bringing the spirit beasts from outside and intentionally turning them into berserk beasts? Hearing Shadow B's words, Ethan was shocked. Until now, he had thought that all the spirit beasts in the berserk beast realm had turned into berserk beasts, and after that, they gradually reproduced to increase their numbers. However, hearing Shadow B's words, Ethan realized that he was wrong, and the truth was that the Green Fire sect was pouring spirit beasts into the berserk beast realm from outside. But the demonic blood bats can increase their numbers by mating. Is it because they are the real berserk beasts? A question appeared in Ethan's head, however, he quickly found an answer to it. But, in the next moment, more and more questions formed in his head. Why would the sect do that? Is there a particular reason behind it? Ethan asked Shadow B about it. Yes. Although the spirit beasts can't reproduce after turning into the berserk beasts, they still become stronger within a short time due to the demonic blood dragon's essence in their bodies. Shadow B looked at the spirit beasts around them. Do you think, outside the berserk beast realm, you can see a single rank 2 blood frenzy hound? Pointing at the blood frenzy hounds, Shadow B asked Ethan before answering himself. They are just rank 1 spirit beasts and normally can't break through to rank 2 in their entire lifetime. These giant rats, they are just wild rodents, not even spirit beasts. However, here, they are rank 1 spirit beasts. Due to the demonic blood dragon's essence, they have been able to break their genetic locks and quickly enhance their strength. Although they have become stronger, it is at the cost of losing their consciousness and becoming bloodthirsty berserk beasts with a limited lifespan of 3 years. On the 3rd year, the sect kills all these berserk beasts for their valuable corpses to create weapons, pills, formations, and many other things. Once they clear the berserk beasts, they bring a new batch of spirit beasts into the berserk beast realm. Shadow B explained everything to Ethan while giving examples of how the Green Fire sect was exploiting the spirit beasts. What? The Green Fire sect intentionally creates the berserk beasts for their beast cores and corpses. With Shadow B's explanation, many of the questions in Ethan's head were answered, however, it still shocked him. Although Ethan knew he should not expect things like kindness or pity in the cultivation world, he still found it unbelievable that the Green Fire sect would do such a thing. It would have been fine even if the Green Fire sect didn't bother to purify the berserk beasts into spirit beasts, however, going so far as placing the demonic blood dragon corpse in the berserk beast realm to turn spirit beasts into berserk beasts for their bodies filled with valuable materials. Ethan realized that he hadn't truly experienced the real cruelty of this world yet. Maybe things have been going my way so much that I was starting to forget that this is a cultivation world. Ethan took a deep breath and decided to always remember the cruelty of the world. But, by purifying them, why do they still retain their power gained from the demonic blood dragon essence? After suppressing his shock, Ethan raised another question. Although they retain their cultivation even after being purified, it is because they have paid a huge cost, which is their lifespan of at least 50 years. Shadow B became emotional and felt bad for the spirit beasts. They lost their lifespan. Another answer shocked Ethan, and he also felt sad for the spirit beasts. Until now, he had thought that everything would be good for the spirit beasts as long as he purified them. However, they are still paying a heavy price for the Green Fire sect's greed. It's already been 1 year since spirit beasts started being placed in the berserk beast realm, and they are still growing. After another year, they will reach their maximum potential for the Green Fire sect to start slaughtering them. So, we only have 6 more days to purify all the spirit beasts in the berserk beast realm and bring them out of here. What? Bringing all these spirit beasts out of here? How do you plan to do it? Ethan didn't doubt Shadow B's words. Instead, he fully trusted him and became curious regarding how Shadow B planned to bring all the spirit beasts out of the berserk beast realm right under the noses of the Green Fire sect. Until now, Ethan was only focused on purifying the berserk beasts into spirit beasts. He had no plans of bringing them out of the berserk beast realm. Even if he had, he couldn't do it openly in front of Elder Ren after knowing the true purpose of the berserk beast realm for the Green Fire sect. Before meeting Shadow B, his plan was to occasionally visit the berserk beast realm every now and then, purify the berserk beasts, earn some life points, and quietly leave the secret realm. However, he realized he couldn't follow that plan because after purifying them, the spirit beasts were losing their lifespan, and if a purified spirit beast turned into a berserk beast for the second time, purifying it might kill the spirit beast. Just when Ethan was racking his brain on how to really save the spirit beasts, he heard Shadow B's words about bringing them all out of the Berserk Beast realm. Thus, Ethan excitedly asked how Shadow B was planning to bring thousands of spirit beasts out of the Berserk Beast realm. This thing, it is called Beast Heaven Orb. Generally, Shadow B wouldn't bother talking to others, however, since he really needed Ethan's unique ability to purify the Berserk beasts, he went as far as to show their tribe's heirloom amulet on his chest. In the amulet, there was a small green-colored marble called the Beast Heaven Orb. Beast Heaven Orb. Ethan raised his brows and intently looked at the green-colored marble. It is my tribe's heirloom that has been passed down through generations. It can store all the spirit beasts inside it, and the spirit beasts like living in it because it has a rich environment like a secret realm suitable for the spirit beasts. Shadow B briefly explained the Beast Heaven Orb without worrying that Ethan might try to steal it. He had been surviving on his own for a few years now, and Shadow B had other plans in case Ethan had intentions of stealing his heirloom. What? It has the space of a secret realm inside it? Ethan had already seen storage rings and even beast storage rings, however, it was the first time he had seen an artifact that had a storage space comparable to a secret realm. What's more, according to Shadow B's words, it was a suitable place for the spirit beasts to live, making it a portable secret realm. Once you purify the Berserk beasts, I will send them into the Beast Heaven Orb and can easily bring them out of the Berserk Beast realm. Shadow B warned, however, we should be careful and not let other participants know what we are doing. I understand. Ethan agreed with Shadow B's words because once the spirit beasts from the Berserk Beast realm were gone, the sect would definitely investigate it. Hence, they had to be careful and not let anyone see what they were going to do. Shadow B was happy to see Ethan was easy to talk to and had formed a team much quicker than he expected. So, now that you know why I want to purify them, and even know how the Green Fire sect is exploiting the poor spirit beasts to fulfill their greed, are you ready to purify the Berserk beasts into spirit beasts? Once Shadow B confirmed Ethan's behavior, he asked Ethan again for confirmation. The sect will definitely investigate if all the Berserk beasts in the Berserk Beast realm disappear, however, I don't think they will doubt the participants. Moreover, if they really investigate, I have a proper background with nothing to hide, whereas it is not the same for Shadow B. Even he must know it, and I think he must have some kind of plan, or was he just reckless? It doesn't matter to me. I will purify the Berserk beasts and accumulate the life points. Of course, Ethan was thinking about his safety, and after making sure he wouldn't be in trouble, Ethan decided to form a team with Shadow B. Previously, Ethan had witnessed how meticulous Shadow B was in turning Felix into a cursed cultivator. So, he believed the deadly assassin must have his own plans for taking such a huge risk by bringing all the spirit beasts out of the Berserk Beast realm. I am ready. Ethan didn't think much before giving his confirmation to Shadow B. Having so many spirit beasts will be too eye-catching. How about we send all these spirit beasts into my Beast Heaven Orb? Once Ethan agreed, the first thing Shadow B suggested was to send all the spirit beasts that Ethan had already purified into the Beast Heaven Orb. This, fine. As long as they are willing to go into the Beast Heaven Orb, you can send them. Hearing that, Ethan hesitated a bit, however, he allowed Shadow B to store all the spirit beasts into the Beast Heaven Orb. There were many reasons why Ethan didn't mind storing all the spirit beasts into Shadow B's Beast Heaven Orb. 1. Shadow B might be an assassin of the Eternal Shadow Guild, however, Ethan sensed from the Crimson Raging Bears and a few other spirit beasts that Shadow B had indeed taken care of them in the past. 2. Even if Ethan wanted to, he couldn't bring all these spirit beasts out of the Berserk Beast realm with him. 3. Ethan was interested in Shadow B's plan to purify all the Berserk beasts in the Berserk Beast realm. So, he decided to just go along with him. 4th, he really wanted the spirit beasts to get out of the Berserk Beast realm at any cost. They will obviously want to go into the Beast Heaven Orb, it is basically their home. On the other hand, Shadow Bee smiled confidently as he asked all the spirit beasts, "Aren't you willing to enter the beast heaven orb?" Roar. Screech. Although half of the spirit beasts didn't have any connection to Shadow Bee, the remaining spirit beasts, like Blood Frenzy Hounds, Twilight Swallows, and Crimson Raging Bears, excitedly roared at Shadow Bee to enter the beast heaven orb. Don't resist it. Shadow Bee didn't waste any time as he pulled out his amulet and injected some spirit essence into it. In the next second, it emitted a blinding green light covering all the spirit beasts around, which lasted for a few seconds. Swoosh. When the blinding green light disappeared, thousands of spirit beasts had vanished without a trace, surprising Ethan a bit. It's so cool. I should have an artifact like that too. Ethan couldn't help but become envious of that artifact. However, he quickly suppressed his feelings and asked Shadow Bee, "Drez, what is your plan?" Since Shadow Bee had said that he had a plan to purify all the berserk beasts in the berserk beast realm, Ethan asked about it. "Of course, I will say it." Shadow Bee nodded his head and said, "Before that, can you purify some of the berserk beasts I captured yesterday?" Sweesh. With a single thought, Shadow Bee summoned nearly 1,000 sleeping berserk beasts, their bodies wrapped tightly in layers of thick, sticky spider webs. "It's all thanks to my buddy, Tangle, that I was able to catch so many berserk beasts," Shadow Bee said with a smirk. "Oh oh 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 ah ah. Eek. Eek." At his words, a dark blur leaped from the Wind Panther's back, landing gracefully on Shadow Bee's shoulder while making excited sounds. It was none other than Shadow Bee's contracted beast, the spider monkey named Tangle. "Tangle? You look powerful." Ethan pulled out a perfect quality blood spirit grass and extended it toward the spider monkey to discreetly check its details by touching it. He could check the details of the spirit beasts, however, for that, he needed to at least touch them or feed them, and blood spirit grass was perfect for it. Whiff. The moment Tangle caught the scent of the blood spirit grass, its 4 black eyes gleamed with excitement. "Oh oh 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 ah ah. Eek. Eek." Letting out a sharp chitter, it leaped from Shadow Bee's shoulder and landed lightly in front of Ethan. Its 6 limbs twitched slightly, barely able to contain its eagerness. Without hesitation, the spider monkey reached out, but just before grabbing the grass, it hesitated. Its sharp instincts and its master's repeated teachings told it to be wary of strangers, yet for some reason, being near Ethan felt different from what it usually felt around strangers. Ethan felt it too. Thanks to his special talent, Primal Beast Sovereign, an unspoken connection formed between them, bringing them a little closer. "Go on, take it." A smirk tugged at Ethan's lips as he gently asked the spider monkey to take the blood grass. "Oh oh 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 ah ah. Eek. Eek." At his words, the spider monkey no longer hesitated and finally grabbed the blood spirit grass and directly stuffed it into its mouth. Chop. Chop. Eek. Eek. As the rich essence spread through its body, it let out a deep, satisfied chitter, its sharp fangs flashing briefly in the light. Sweesh. Then, surprisingly, it reached out one of its smaller limbs and lightly tapped Ethan's hand, which was an instinctual show of acknowledgement, acknowledging Ethan as a friend. "Looks like he really has a greater affinity with the spirit beasts than I do." Looking at the scene in front of him, Shadow Bee was surprised, however, thinking that Ethan could purify the berserk beasts, he concluded that Ethan must have a powerful talent related to the spirit beasts. Maybe, he is the friend I have been waiting for. A thought formed in Shadow Bee's head, however, he quickly rejected it. This. On the other hand, Ethan's eyes widened as he finished reading its information. Shock coursed through him as he realized just how extraordinary the spirit beast truly was. Ding. Primal Beast Sovereign. Heavenly Beast Name, Spider Monkey, Tangle. Grade, Rank 3. Master, Shadow B through a special contract. Potential, rank 9 and above. Skills. Silken Bind, a powerful ability that allows the spider monkey to release thick, sticky white webs to trap its targets, restricting their movement and making them vulnerable to follow-up attacks. Dark Cocoon, encases itself in a reinforced web cocoon, rapidly healing injuries while remaining protected. Shadow Weave, can manipulate shadows to conceal itself, making it nearly invisible in darkness. Six-legged Phantom, moves in an erratic, multi-directional pattern, making it seem like multiple afterimages are flickering around. This confuses enemies, making it hard to land an attack. Hunter's Mark, once it marks a target, the victim cannot escape. The mark allows the spider monkey to track them across vast distances and weaken their defenses over time. Information, the spider monkey is a rare heavenly beast with mysterious origins. Even among spirit beasts, it stands out for its intelligence, agility, and unique abilities. More information, Shadow B first encountered it in an ancient secret realm, where the young spider monkey was gravely injured, its body covered in wounds. Due to his unconditional love for the spirit beasts, Shadow B carefully treated its injuries and protected it until it recovered before they became friends, and eventually he formed a special contract with it. Myth. It is said that a master chosen by the spider monkey will walk a path of power, their potential unlocked to heights they never imagined. It is a heavenly beast. Reading the full information on the spider monkey, Ethan was shocked as he realized just how extraordinary the spirit beast truly was. Although he had a heavenly beast egg on him, Ethan had received it through the godly revival system, and at the moment, it was not easy for him to hatch it. On the other hand, Shadow B not only had a heavenly beast, but he had even formed a special contract with it. Cultivators fight their entire lives to become Golden Core Realm cultivators, and here this spider monkey can naturally reach the nascent soul realm and beyond that. After the first shock that the spider monkey was a heavenly beast, the second thing that shocked Ethan was the beast's potential. It had a potential of rank 9 and above, which was beyond the nascent soul realm. As for its skills, each one of them is powerful, however, I am not shocked. It was general knowledge for a heavenly beast to have such powerful skills, making Ethan not even surprised. With the help of the spider monkey, he must have easily completed many missions as an assassin and accumulated quite a lot of resources. No wonder he is confident in sneaking all the spirit beasts out of the berserk beast realm right under the sex's nose. All the skills of the spider monkey greatly complement Shadow B's profession. So, Ethan could guess that Shadow B was confident in bringing all the spirit beasts out of the berserk beast realm. Also, that myth is quite interesting. It seems like Shadow B is some kind of protagonist in a web novel. His tribe was destroyed, and Shadow B was the sole survivor. He had an insanely powerful family artifact, he joined the Eternal Shadow Guild, and became a deadly assassin. Now, he even has a heavenly beast as a beast companion, giving him all the qualities required for being a protagonist in a web novel. Kai, aren't you going to purify them? Seeing that Ethan was not moving, Shadow B nudged him a little. Yes. I am on it. Ethan quickly returned to his senses as he hurriedly started purifying the nearly 1,000 berserk beasts that Shadow B had summoned earlier. Ding. The host has purified a rank 3 lightning ape and has been rewarded with 100 life points. Ding. The host has purified a rank 2 lightning ape and has been rewarded with 20 life points. Soon, Ethan started purifying them, and while doing that, he asked Shadow B, "Did you raid a lightning ape's lair or what?" Among the 1,000 berserk beasts, more than half of them were lightning apes, making Ethan ask about it. Yes. Shadow B nodded and explained, "It was part of my plan before I met you. It was to purify as many berserk beasts as possible." You can purify the berserk beasts? Then why do you need my help? Although anyone could purify the berserk beasts, it was harmful to the cultivators because whenever they purified a berserk beast, their body naturally absorbed a certain portion of the demonic blood dragon's essence. Ethan guessed that after purifying a few berserk beasts, the cultivator might themselves turn into a berserk beast. Despite Shadow B having the traits of a dark hero, Ethan didn't expect him to be capable of purifying the berserk beasts. Also, another question in his head was that if he had that ability, then why wasn't he doing it himself? Of course, I can do it with my tribe's secret cultivation technique, however, it is both time-consuming and energy-consuming. Shadow B answered without hiding anything from Ethan. Oh. Ethan nodded his head, and in less than 30 minutes, Ethan purified all 1,000 berserk beasts around him as he spoke with Shadow B. Thanks to nearly 200 rank 3 berserk beasts and a large number of rank 2 berserk beasts, Ethan earned more than 30,000 life points, making Ethan unconsciously smile. Now, tell me how we are going to purify all the berserk beasts in the berserk beast realm. Once he was done purifying the berserk beasts, Ethan asked Shadow B about his master plan. Let's go and raid the lightning ape's lair. This time, with your help, we can purify all the lightning apes inside. Shadow B's eyes gleamed with determination as he spoke, his voice carrying a hint of excitement. Shadow B had no plans to reveal his master plan, he was going to execute it. Lightning ape's lair. Ethan raised an eyebrow and wanted to ask him to reveal the master plan first. However, before he could ask, Shadow B hurriedly nodded his head and explained, that place has thousands of lightning apes, with at least a dozen at rank 4. It's one of the 5 strongest berserk beast nests in this area. Hearing that, Ethan's expression became excited, thinking about all the life points he could get. So far, he hadn't even found a rank 4 berserk beast yet, and now, Shadow B was saying there was a place with a dozen or even more rank 4 berserk beasts along with thousands of rank 3 and rank 2 berserk beasts. Are you sure we can handle it? Ethan asked, glancing at Shadow B with a smiling face. As someone who had just taken care of a special rank 5 berserk beast, Ethan was fully confident in purifying the entire lair filled with berserk lightning apes. However, he was not going to showcase his abilities as he wanted to see how powerful Shadow B was. Although I know he has a perfect foundation establishment realm cultivation, I sense he is much stronger than that. Alone? No. But with you? Definitely. Shadow B smirked as he explained, of course, you don't have to fight any of them. All you have to do is purify the berserk beasts I knock out for you. You're putting a lot of faith in me. Ethan let out a small chuckle. It's not just faith, Shadow B said. I've been planning this for a long time, but I couldn't do it alone. Now that you're here, we have the perfect chance. Once we take care of them, you can purify them, and I'll store them in the Beast Heaven Orb. It'll be a huge step in saving all the spirit beasts in this entire realm. Ethan fell silent for a moment, thinking about it. He could already imagine how many life points he would earn from purifying that many berserk beasts. All right, let's do it, Ethan finally said, a grin appearing on his face. With that, the two headed toward the lightning ape's lair, ready to take on the first step in their beast purification mission as a two-man team. Finally, found you. What they didn't know was that they were being followed by some silhouettes who covered their presence quite well. After 2 hours of riding the Wind Panther, Ethan and Shadow B had reached a specific location which felt like a completely different world filled with lightning. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky, a deafening roar that shook the very air. Streaks of golden lightning flashed wildly, tearing through the darkness like furious beasts, their blinding arcs splitting the sky apart. Crack. Another bolt struck a nearby boulder, shattering it instantly. I can tell that this is a perfect environment for the lightning apes, however, where are they? Looking at the surroundings that were filled with lightning flashes but no lightning apes, Ethan could not help but ask Shadow B about it. We still need to enter deeper into these lightning-filled mountains. Shadow B smiled and brought Ethan deeper into the mountain. Occasionally, 1 or 2 lightning bolts would strike around him. Drez, are you sure these lightning bolts won't land on us? Although Ethan was not worried about death, he was a bit afraid of these lightning bolts that might strike at any moment. The uncertainty of the lightning strikes was the issue. So, he asked Shadow B about it. Don't worry. They won't land on any living creatures, at least not these lightning bolts. Shadow B replied in a calm tone. The deeper they went, the more concentrated the lightning bolts became, and it was complete chaos. At the heart of this chaos stood a towering mountain of jagged rocks, half hidden beneath a veil of flickering lightning. We can't go any further. If you don't have an affinity with the lightning element, you will be continuously attacked by these lightning bolts. Suddenly, Shadow B stopped Ethan as he explained why they couldn't go any further. However, the good news is, we have reached the lightning ape's lair. Pointing at the huge mountain in front of them, Shadow B showed Ethan the lightning ape's lair. On the craggy surface of the huge mountain, countless caves and tunnels stretched in every direction, each one a den for the powerful lightning apes. Each cave and tunnel had a natural barrier where violent arcs of lightning surged across the path, striking down anything foolish enough to step in unprepared. Are you telling me, these tunnels are the home to the lightning apes? Ethan raised his brows as he asked, if we can't enter, are we going to lure them out of their tunnels and caves? Since Shadow B had already captured a batch of lightning apes before, Ethan knew he had ways to lure them. I have multiple ways, but let's go with the most basic one. Shadow B smiled as though he was waiting for Ethan to ask that question, and in the next second, he called, Little Lightning, why don't you call your friends out of their caves? Sweesh. In the next second, a small white and purple-haired lightning ape appeared in front of Shadow B. Crick. Crick. Hearing Shadow B's words, the little lightning ape excitedly released static lightning arcs all over its body and rushed towards one of the caves. Another special beast. I wonder exactly how many special beasts he has in his Beast Heaven orb. Although Ethan already guessed that, thanks to the Beast Heaven orb, Shadow B had lots of spirit beasts under his control, the small lightning ape he just summoned was not a regular lightning ape but a special one. So, Ethan wondered how many special beasts Shadow B had. There are nearly 100 caves, and each tunnel has around 100 lightning apes. On the other hand, Shadow B explained to Ethan before slowly revealing a portion of his master plan, the goal is simple. My little lightning will lure the lightning apes from one tunnel after another. By the end of the day, we have to purify all the lightning apes in this lightning ape mountain. It is the first step of my master plan. Since there are 100 lightning apes in each tunnel, it means there are around 10,000 lightning apes in this mountain. Interesting. Ethan was surprised by the number of lightning apes living in each tunnel, however, it only made him excited about all the life points he could gain. Are you ready to purify? Are you ready to subdue them? Both asked at the same time and smiled in response as they were both more than ready. ZZTZZTRE. Just as they exchanged grins, a sharp, crackling cry echoed from within the tunnel that the little lightning ape had entered earlier. The signal is here. It was the signal that the little lightning ape had succeeded in its task of luring the lightning apes from that particular tunnel. The small lightning ape had done its job. Rumble. Cray-ah. Soon, thunder roared above as the ground trembled beneath them, and at the same time, a deep, powerful roar blasted through the tunnel entrance. A little white and purple-colored silhouette emerged, followed by a horde of flickering figures, nearly 1,000 lightning apes, their bodies sparking with golden arcs of electricity. Their eyes glowed with bloodlust, but there was something else, a restlessness, a tension, as if they were prisoners finally given a chance to lash out. Leading the charge was a massive rank 4 lightning ape, its towering frame covered in surging bolts of lightning. Behind it, around 300 rank 3 lightning apes followed closely, their movements erratic, their bodies radiating volatile energy. The horde of lightning apes didn't end with 300 rank 3 berserk lightning apes. Behind them, nearly 1,000 rank 2 lightning apes with bloodthirsty eyes rushed forward in a chaotic wave, their excited crackles filling the air. "Looks like our little friend did a good job." Ethan gave a thumbs up to the little lightning ape that successfully lured the horde of lightning apes out of the tunnel. "It is the most intelligent spirit beast I have." Shadow Bee nodded as he asked Ethan, "Kai, let's go out of these lightning-filled mountains. Within this region, these lightning apes are almost invincible." Sweesh. After saying that, Shadow Bee quickly sent the small lightning ape back into the beast heaven orb before rushing out of those mountains showered with lightning strikes. By now, that horde of lightning apes had already seen Shadow Bee and Ethan and had made them their new prey that needed to be killed at any cost. This is a perfect place to subdue them all. Once they were out of their disadvantageous terrain, Shadow Bee turned around and without any hesitation, he shouted, "Come out and let's bring them back home." Sweesh. Sweesh. With a thought, Shadow Bee summoned more than 200 lightning apes, one of them being rank 4 and the remaining ones being rank 3. Gurukazra. Rurakzzt. Hearing Shadow Bee's command, the 200 lightning apes let out ferocious roars and charged straight toward the incoming 1,000 berserk lightning apes. As expected, he's planning to use the lightning apes to subdue the berserk ones. Ethan wasn't surprised by Shadow Bee's strategy, but he knew one thing: the normal lightning apes were at a disadvantage. Even if their numbers were equal, it wouldn't be a fair fight. And right now, they were outnumbered 5-1. Let's see what kind of cultivation techniques he has. Nevertheless, Ethan didn't have any plans to help because he obviously believed in Shadow Bee. "Blitz, it is your time to shine. Take out all the rank 2 lightning apes." As Ethan expected, soon, Ethan heard Shadow Bee order someone named Blitz, and in the next second, hundreds of rank 2 Azure Killer Bees flew out of Shadow Bee's body. He was hiding such a powerful trump card all along. He is hiding such a powerful trump card all along. Ethan's eyes flickered with surprise as he watched the swarm of Azure Killer Bees surge forward like a deadly storm. Previously, Shadow Bee not only summoned 200 rank 3 lightning apes, however, Ethan was not surprised because it was him who purified them. But, summoning a rank 4 lightning ape caught him by surprise. However, it was still within his expectations. Yet, he summoned a swarm of deadly insects that Ethan was not really expecting. Azure Killer Bees, how could Ethan not know how dangerous they were? Previously, he was killed by Shadow Bee, who transformed into an Azure Killer Bee. Of course, since it was Shadow Bee, that Azure Killer Bee had the strength of a rank 4 spirit beast, and before Ethan could react, he got killed. That's how fast and deadly the Azure Killer Bees are. Now, Shadow Bee was hiding a swarm of Azure Killer Bees under his sleeve, and each one of them had a strength of rank 2, whose poison, when concentrated on the berserk lightning ape, could kill them. "Blitz, put them to sleep." However, Shadow Bee didn't have any intention to kill the berserk lightning apes. So, he ordered his Azure Killer Bee Queen to control its minions to put the rank 2 berserk lightning apes to sleep. Bzzz. 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 As soon as Shadow Bee finished his words, a deafening hum filled the air as the hundreds of azure-colored bees zipped through the battlefield with terrifying speed. Their sharp stingers gleamed under the flickering lightning, and in the next instant, they entered action mode. Sheeyak. Sheeyak. One by one, the rank 2 lightning apes let out agonized screeches as 10 Azure Killer Bees targeted a single berserk beast and struck them with pinpoint precision. Creak. Crea. If they were not filled with bloodthirst, the berserk lightning apes could easily take care of the swarm of Azure Killer Bees with their lightning attacks. However, because of the demonic blood dragon's essence, they couldn't think and only tried to retaliate, swinging their fists wildly, sending arcs of electricity crackling through the air. But the bees were too fast, dodging, weaving, striking again, leaving poison in the rank 2 berserk lightning apes, putting them to sleep. Thud. 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 Dozens of rank 2 berserk lightning apes collapsed, their bodies remaining motionless as though they were dead. Within moments, the battlefield had shifted as all the rank 2 berserk lightning apes were completely neutralized. You are using azure poison to put them to sleep? Isn't that a deadly poison that kills cultivators and beasts in the shortest time? Looking at the hundreds of rank 2 berserk lightning apes that were peacefully sleeping, Ethan could not help but ask Shadow Bee about it. As someone who had been killed by the azure poison once, Ethan had first-hand experience of how deadly the azure poison could be. So, when he saw that Shadow Bee was using the azure killer bee's azure poison to put the berserk lightning apes to sleep, Ethan could not help but ask Shadow Bee about it. I was waiting for you to ask this question. Shadow Bee smiled at Ethan's question as he answered, I feed my azure killer bees with a special pollen from a rank 2 ethereal drowsy flower. Thanks to the special effects of that pollen, their deadly poison has turned into an azure slumber poison. What? You turned their azure poison into a slumber poison? The more Ethan learned about Shadow Bee, the more shocked he became. Of course, if the dosage of the azure slumber poison increases, it will put the target into eternal sleep. Shadow Bee shared additional information about the azure slumber poison. After his tribe was destroyed, Shadow Bee didn't have a single friend as he was always focused on becoming powerful and increasing his trump cards. Although Shadow Bee wanted to become friends with some cultivators, he never found anyone who didn't kill spirit beasts. Some killed for cultivation resources, some killed to sell them for wealth, whereas others killed the spirit beasts for fun. Ethan was the first one who not only did not kill the spirit beasts but was also trying to purify the berserk beasts into spirit beasts. Also, all of his spirit beasts were informed by Shadow Bee that Ethan might not have killed any spirit beasts in his entire life, which surprised Shadow Bee. If I had met him before, we would have become best friends, however. Shadow Bee didn't finish his thoughts as he focused on the fight. With hundreds of rank 2 berserk lightning apes put to sleep, the battlefield finally had more space to move. The two rank 4 lightning apes clashed fiercely, their bodies crackling with lightning. But despite its raw power, the berserk lightning ape was slowly losing ground, its attacks growing sluggish against the precise strikes of its opponent. As for the 200 normal lightning apes, they held their ground against the 300 berserk lightning apes. Neither side had the upper hand, as every blow was met with equal resistance, and every surge of lightning was cancelled out by another. The fight was locked in a brutal stalemate. Kai, purify the rank 1 berserk apes. Seeing that, Shadow Bee decided to enter the battlefield as his voice rang out, firm and decisive. Then, cracking his knuckles and with a smirk on his face, he said, "It's time for me to step in. We've still got a realm full of berserk beasts to purify." Without wasting another second, Shadow Bee launched himself into the fray, his figure blurred. Keech, keek. Behind him, the spider monkey followed with its 6 limbs moving effortlessly as it weaved through the battlefield. Now, it was time to turn the tide. It's not just their turn but my turn too. Shadow steps. Swish. With an excited look on his face, Ethan started moving like a ghost and began purifying the sleeping rank 2 berserk lightning apes. Ding. The host has purified a rank 2 lightning ape and is rewarded with 20 life points. Ding. The host has purified a rank 2 lightning ape and is rewarded with 20 life points. For Ethan, who had already purified thousands of spirit beasts, it was a piece of cake for him. Ding. Available life points, 688,144. I have enough life points to break through to the Golden Core realm, hee hee. A grin crept onto Ethan's face. With such an enormous amount of life points, countless possibilities opened up. The thought of what he could achieve excited him. But just as he was lost in his thoughts, he sensed the killing intent. Kai, did you sense that? Even Shadow B and the spider monkey sensed the unmasked killing intent. A sharp, oppressive aura surged toward them, making both Ethan and Shadow B tense. A sudden gust of wind swept through the battlefield. Tap. 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 From the opposite direction of the lightning ape's lair, 3 figures emerged from the dense forest. Their presence was imposing, their gazes locked onto Shadow B like a predator eyeing its prey. The one in the center, clearly the leader, took another step forward, his lips curving into a smirk. "Drez, we finally met." His voice was calm, but the menace behind it was unmistakable. "Hand over the heavenly artifact and that spider monkey of yours, and I will give you a quick death. Hand over the heavenly artifact and that spider monkey of yours, and I will give you a quick death." The leader of the trio asked Shadow B in a calm voice that was full of menace. "TCH. Blood Claw Tribe, huh?" Shadow B recognized them as his voice laced with disdain. He asked, "How did you enter the Berserk Beast realm?" "The same way as you did, Dress." The leader chuckled as he explained, "You joined the Feng family, whereas we joined the Wu family. It is not just us, the members of the Blood Claw tribe, that are searching for you, but the other 2 tribes, Bonepiercer tribe and Moonshadow tribe, have also sent a team to greet you." Another youngster chuckled as he shared more details to pressure Shadow B. Seeing that the 2 youngsters spoke, the third one, a muscular young man with his arms crossed, also spoke, sneering, "We planned this perfectly. We knew you'd come here. We knew you'd waste all your energy purifying the lightning apes." His gaze flickered toward Ethan, then back to Shadow B. "So, I suggest you just hand over the Beast Heaven Orb and that spider monkey. Is this a feud between the hermit tribes?" Ethan, standing slightly behind Shadow B, didn't react. He kept his expression neutral, but inwardly, he was analyzing the situation. "They don't see me as a threat, they only care about Shadow B." Since Ethan camouflaged his cultivation at level 4 Foundation Establishment realm, he knew they didn't think much of Ethan. In their eyes, he was just a weakling who had an ability to purify the berserk beasts. "However, I don't think they would let me go just because I am a weakling." Ethan knew that once they got what they wanted, they wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him as well. "You sure talk big, but if you think I'll just hand over my tribe's heirloom and my partner, then you must have rocks for brains." Shadow B, however, remained unfazed. He let out a chuckle, crossing his arms as he glanced at the 3. "Kai, didn't you ask what happened to my primal Fang tribe? A bunch of sly and cunning cowards joined hands with a greedy snake and assassinated my entire tribe using the Eternal Shadow Guild. Looking at the trio, Shadow B was burning with rage, and if not for his empty dantian, he would have already attacked them. Nevertheless, he wanted to make them furious. So, he answered one of Ethan's previously unanswered questions. Although Shadow B didn't explain it in detail, Ethan could connect the dots. The sly and cunning cowards were none other than the other 3 hermit tribes besides the primal Fang tribe. As for the greedy snake, it was the Green Fire sect. "You are just like your father, always running your mouth." Drake's smirk faded as his eyes turned sharp, his tone laced with scorn, "But talking won't bring back the dead, Dress. Your so-called tribe is nothing but ashes now. You." Shadow B's fingers twitched, his rage barely contained. His body screamed for battle, but his dantian was empty. Even so, his glare alone was enough to make the air feel heavy. "You've been running for years, but we all know that you would come for your spirit beasts, and like we expected, you are here." The lean youngster, Glenn, tilted his head, watching Shadow B like a predator eyeing prey. "Remember, the reason you are dying today is because of your love for the spirit beasts. I might be tired, but do you think you have the ability to stop me if I want to run away?" Shadow B was not at all worried about his safety because he was confident in his skills. However, before he left, he wanted to kill at least one of the trio to teach them a lesson. Let's not waste time and begin the fight. Drake quickly gave the orders, Glenn, let's fight dress. Brooke, take out that little kid and join us. Yes, Drake. Brooke, the silent member of the trio, nodded his head as he looked at Ethan without any expression. Little kid. Ethan could not help but shake his head upon hearing Drake's words. The thing is, they were all 24 and 25 years old with perfected Foundation Realm cultivation, whereas Ethan was just a 16-year-old at level 4 Foundation Realm cultivation. So, obviously, in their eyes, Ethan was just a little kid that could be easily taken care of. Their main target, Shadow B, even in his exhausted state, was someone they were worried about due to the trump cards he was hiding. Hence, they wanted to overpower him with numbers and quickly take care of him. Let's see how they can take care of this little kid. Not bothering with Drake's words, Ethan scoffed at the cultivator named Brooke, waiting to see how exactly he would take care of him. Drake, I am more than enough to take care of this exhausted bastard. Why don't I go? Glenn, let's not be arrogant and quickly take care of him. On the other hand, Glenn frowned at Drake's words and wanted to take care of Shadow B on his own. However, he was interrupted by Drake, making Glenn realize he was a bit arrogant. Drake and Glenn didn't waste any more time. They glanced at each other and instantly activated their tribe's signature technique. Blood Claw Azura Art. Boom. A thick, crimson aura burst from their bodies. Their muscles tightened, their veins bulged, and their skin took on a faint blood-red hue. Their eyes gleamed with a predatory light, and their fingers sharpened into claw-like shapes. So they've decided to go all out. Shadow B's eyes narrowed. Crimson Talon rend. Drake was the first to move as he slashed his claws through the air, and a streak of blood-colored energy shot toward Shadow B, cutting through the ground like a blade. Six-legged phantom. Whoosh. Shadow B twisted his body at the last moment, using the movement skill he gained through the special contract with the spider monkey. The bloody claw strike missed, but before he could counter Drake, Glenn's figure flickered behind him using a movement technique named Blood Mirage Step. TCH. Six-legged phantom. Swish. Shadow B didn't counter, instead, he dodged, but then Drake attacked. With Drake and Glenn's combined attacks, Shadow B could only either dodge or defend against their attacks. Little kid, you are a genius for reaching level 4 Foundation Realm within such a short time, however, blame your luck for forming a team with a bastard like him. On the other hand, Brooke slowly walked towards Ethan while releasing his full aura to intimidate him. Brooke believed that by intimidating Ethan, the other party would give up any unnecessary thoughts and wait for his death. Although Brooke was releasing his full aura, it had no effect on Ethan as he calmly replied with a slight smile, "Why would I blame my luck for forming a team? In fact, thanks to him, I have done lots of good deeds today and will be doing even more." Huh. Brooke frowned upon seeing the smile on Ethan's face as he felt something was not right. Also, who said I am a level 4 Foundation Realm cultivator? Swoosh. As soon as he finished his words, Ethan disappeared from Brooke's vision. Where? I am here. Slash. Kaka. Thud. Brooke's body stiffened. His eyes widened in disbelief as he staggered forward, his strength fading. His lips parted, but no words came out. Then he died. Brooke. Drake and Glenn, who were fighting Shadow B, were shocked to see the so-called little kid kill Brooke. Although Brooke was not as powerful as them, he was still a perfect Foundation establishment cultivator, and what's more, he is from the Bloodclaw tribe, a powerful hermit tribe. As for the little kid, he was just a level 4 Foundation establishment realm cultivator. He killed a member of the Bloodclaw tribe so easily. Not just them, even Shadow B was shocked by Ethan's ability to kill Brooke even before the fight began. Shadow B knew that Ethan was hiding his strength, however, he didn't expect he was hiding the power that is enough to kill a perfect Foundation establishment realm cultivator. What's more, Brooke was not a regular cultivator but a member of one of the strongest hermit tribes, the Bloodclaw tribe. Ding. The host's heavenly talent has been triggered. Ding. The host has received 10,000 life points for killing a Bloodclaw tribesman who has committed countless evils. A bonus. Not bad. Ethan smiled at the reward, however, he was not surprised by it. Kaka. A rank 2 dagger is useless. It broke right after killing one cultivator. When Ethan pulled out a dagger from Brooke's corpse, it turned into pieces, making Ethan shake his head. But, now, I have a rank 4 longsword that's perfect for my sword technique. Ethan's eyes lit up when he saw the longsword with a blood-colored hilt in Brooke's hands. Without hesitation, he collected it along with the 2 storage rings. One was Brooke's own ring, whereas the other one was given by Elder Wren to all the participants of the beast extermination trial. I just hope that Elder Wren won't make an issue regarding my kill. Looking at the second storage ring, Ethan could not help but bitterly shake his head. According to the rules of the beast extermination trial, it is forbidden to kill fellow participants. However, now, Ethan had killed one. Of course, Ethan had already thought about it a lot before deciding to kill his opponent in a single strike. In his current condition, if it really became dangerous, he could easily escape from the Berserk Beast realm by injecting the spirit essence into his storage ring. However, doing so would be a direct elimination from the trial, and he could not earn more life points. I also thought of injecting the spirit essence into Brooke's storage ring to trigger its protection mechanism to teleport Brooke out of the Berserk Beast realm. But the problem with it was, Brooke had seen his face and even knew his identity. So, who knows what kind of revenge he would take on Ethan and his family for interrupting his plans to kill Shadowbee. If worst comes to worst, I will just show my real cultivation and will tell them that I will join the Green Fire sect. Then, let's see whether Elder Wren dares to kill me. That's right. Although there are rules, if you are valuable and powerful, those rules mean nothing but to be broken. Ethan had already made a reckless decision once in the past by killing Elias, however, he swore not to do such a thing ever again. Thanks to his infernal purity heart, Ethan was able to think thoroughly before deciding to kill Brooke because it was the best choice for him to avoid future problems. Swoosh. They hurriedly rushed to check on Brooke, however, Brooke was already dead with an unbelievable look on his face. The shocked look on his face told them that even he was unable to believe that he had gotten killed by a little kid. I am going to kill you. Glenn became furious and rushed to kill Ethan, however, Ethan easily dodged Glenn's incoming attack and maintained his distance. Sweesh. Sweesh. Kai, you have done excellently. Shadowbee quickly arrived close to Ethan and praised him. Seeing that, Glenn retreated back to Drake and looked at Brooke's corpse with frustration. On the other hand, after coming close to Ethan, Shadowbee whispered to Ethan, I didn't know you were this powerful. You hit it really well. Aren't you the same? Hiding your trump cards. Ethan replied with a smile. How could Ethan not know that Shadowbee was hiding some really good trump cards? Even though he didn't know all of them, Ethan knew about one powerful trump card, which was Primordial Blood Essence. Previously, Ethan had bought the Primordial Blood Essence from the interface after getting killed by Shadowbee. It meant Shadowbee must have that in his possession. Using it, one could summon a powerful rank 5 Primordial Beast Spirit to fight alongside them, but Shadowbee still didn't have any intention of using it because he was still confident in his strength. Haha. Shadowbee laughed upon hearing Ethan's words as he spoke, since you have finally revealed your strength and even possess a powerful movement technique, I will reveal something too. Primordial Lotus Heart Scripture, Instant Recovery. Sweesh. A vibrant green light erupted from Shadowbee's body, wrapping around him like a protective cocoon. His pale, exhausted face regained its color, and the wounds littering his body began to close at a speed visible to the naked eye. This. Drake and Glenn's eyes narrowed in shock as they could not believe their eyes. Impossible. He was on the brink of collapse just moments ago. Glenn muttered under his breath as he clenched his fists in mixed emotions. That damn scripture. So the rumors were true. The Primal Fang tribe really did have a monstrous self-healing technique. Recovering from his shock, Drake's expression darkened. Cool. It was not just Drake and Glenn, even Ethan was shocked despite mentally preparing for such shocking trump cards. Kai, I am not done yet. Watch carefully. Shadow B rolled his shoulders, flexing his fingers, and asked Ethan to watch his attack. Boom. In the next second, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, his fists glowing with green energy as he closed in on Drake and Glenn. Swish. Glenn, be caref. Drake was quick and easily dodged, however, he realized that he was not the target that Shadow B had chosen. Instead, it was Glenn he targeted and wanted to warn him. You are slow. However, Shadow B was using his special skill six-legged phantom along with his tribe's movement technique, reaching Glenn at an incredible speed. Swoosh. You were so confident a second ago. What happened? After reaching Glenn, Shadow B didn't launch his attack, instead, he asked Glenn a question in a mocking tone. Earlier, Glenn had arrogantly said that he was more than enough to take care of Shadow B, and Shadow B wanted Glenn to remember his earlier words, and he was successful in doing so. Glenn. Drake shouted and wanted to protect Glenn, however, he was too slow. No, Shadow B was just faster. Don't you dare. Now, be on your way. Primordial Beast Punch. Boom. Before Glenn could finish his words, Shadow B directly launched his fist, which was covered in green light, blasting Glenn into the ground. Boom. Kaka. Rumble. A deafening crash echoed through the battlefield as Glenn's body smashed into the ground, sending cracks spider-webbing across the earth. Blood splattered from his mouth, his bones groaning under the impact. 2 down. 1 remaining. Shadow B returned to Ethan and asked, Kai, how is it? Powerful. It must be a greater completion stage technique, right? Ethan nodded his head as he asked about the primordial beast punch. Yes. Shadow B nodded his head. You bastards, I am going to kill you. Looking at the pile of bones, mixed with flesh and blood, Drake became furious as he shouted out loud. We are waiting for that. Shadow B and Ethan both chuckled at Drake's words, making him even angrier. I have to be calm, I have to be calm. Nevertheless, Drake tried his best to control his anger because anger wouldn't help him in his current situation. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Drake calmed himself and spoke in a calm tone, I expected it wouldn't be an easy fight when it comes to taking care of you. However, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. After losing 2 of his teammates, Drake was furious as his eyes grew colder. Right now, he only had one thought in his head, and it was to kill the 2 people standing in front of him. Kaka. 3 blood-colored tokens appeared in Drake's hands, which he crushed without hesitation. Boom. In the next second, 3 massive spirit beasts materialized behind him, their auras pressing down on the battlefield like a tidal wave. This, 3 rank 5 spirit beasts. Sensing the auras released by the 3 spirit beasts, Ethan was shocked and thought, it looks like the 3 hermit tribes are very serious about the Beast Heaven Orb and Shadow B. Ethan had already seen the abilities of the Beast Heaven Orb. Having it was similar to having a portable secret realm filled with spirit beasts. During the battles, the owner of the Beast Heaven Orb could release the spirit beasts to crush his opponents. So, he was not surprised that the hermit tribes wanted it. However, what he didn't expect was that they would send 3 rank 5 spirit beasts to kill Shadow B and take the heavenly artifact from him. It's alright. I have lots of life points, and I fear nothing now. Nevertheless, Ethan was not worried as he silently ordered the system, upgrade my shadow steps to perfection. With the perfection stage mastery, No one could stop him from leaving, and with the perfection stage sword technique along with the rank 4 longsword he just received from Brook, he was confident in fighting the rank 5 spirit beasts. Ding! The host has activated the godly cultivation insight to upgrade his movement cultivation technique. Ding! The host has spent 20,000 life points. Ding! It takes 5 minutes to upgrade the host's shadow steps to the perfection stage. Please be patient. Ethan didn't check those system notifications. Instead, he looked at the 3 rank 5 spirit beasts summoned by the trio. A blood-colored tiger, a blood-armored elephant, and a red-winged huge butterfly. All 3 of them were rank 5 spirit beasts. Shadow Bee, surprise me. Although those 3 spirit beasts were releasing a powerful aura, Ethan was not at all intimidated as he looked at Shadow Bee and hoped he would reveal some of his hidden trump cards. That's right. Despite the fact that Shadow Bee and all his spirit beasts were exhausted, Ethan believed that Shadow Bee still had some trump cards. So, he patiently waited without speaking or showing any intentions to fight. They are not spirit beasts but blood beasts that are artificially created by a secret refinement technique of the Bloodclaw tribe. Shadow Bee corrected Ethan, who was thinking they were spirit beasts. Drez, you don't have a place to run to now. Drake coldly smiled as he said, I will send you to meet my friends in a short while. Haha, your elders don't trust you with your abilities. No wonder they gave you those blood beasts to take care of me. Even in this tough situation, Shadow Bee mocked and laughed at the trio, making Drake furious. Fine. I know I can't win with words, but with actions. I can. Drake finally lost his composure as he shouted, kill him. Roar. The blood-clawed tiger roared and jumped at Shadow Bee and Ethan, intending to kill them with one clean swipe. Bang. Before the blood-clawed tiger's claws could reach him, Ethan and Shadow Bee flickered to the side, narrowly avoiding a lethal strike. Swoosh. But before they could react, the blood mist butterfly flapped its massive wings, and a thick, crimson mist spread across the battlefield, distorting reality itself. Blood mist of illusions. Shadow Bee's sharp eyes narrowed as he knew it was going to be dangerous once the blood mist spread throughout the battlefield. So, he tried to kill the blood mist butterfly before it finished its attack. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, aiming to kill the butterfly with his primordial beast punch. Swish. Bam. But the moment his attack landed on the butterfly, it vanished like a ghostly shadow. Damn it! Did it cast its skill already? Shadow Bee frowned and thought, should I just use the primordial beast blood and summon the ancient primordial beast? The blood mist of illusion was a pain to deal with, not to mention, he had 2 more rank 5 blood beasts to take care of. Hence, he thought of using the primordial beast blood. Drez, follow my lead. Suddenly, Shadow Bee heard Ethan's voice in the blood mist, making him put his thoughts on hold. While Shadow Bee struggled to pinpoint his enemies, Ethan stood still. His pupils gleamed faintly with azure light within the blood mist as he could clearly see through everything. Kai. Shadow Bee looked in the direction of the voice, however, he saw the blood mist butterfly. Don't believe what you see. Just follow my words. Behind you, dodge now. Ethan shouted at Shadow Bee, guiding him in dodging the attack from the blood mist butterfly. Swish. Slash. Shadow Bee tried to roll forward, however, he was a bit slow, and the butterfly's sharp wings slashed at his arm. It's all right. From now on, follow my lead, to your left. Swish. Now, right. Swish. After the first failed dodge, Shadow Bee was quick to follow Ethan's words and easily dodged the attacks. First, kill that little kid. Drake, from outside, was able to see through what was happening and ordered the rank 5 blood mist butterfly. Other than giving orders, Drake was unable to join the fight because inside the blood mist, it wouldn't differentiate between friend and foe. It was also the reason why the other 2 rank 5 blood beasts were waiting silently. If any of the targets escaped from the blood mist, they would end up in their stomachs. KRRR. Receiving Drake's order, the blood mist butterfly chittered and changed its target from Shadow B to Ethan. Swish. Swish. Since Ethan was able to see through the blood mist, the butterfly used blood clones, turning itself into 10 butterflies as it surrounded Ethan. Cree. With a powerful screech, all 10 butterflies closed in on Ethan, their blade-like thin legs aiming for Ethan's vitals. I was waiting for this. Ethan, on the other hand, was not worried about the incoming attack. In fact, he was waiting for it. It was also the reason why he intentionally attracted the blood mist butterfly to attack him, and he succeeded. Sky-shattering sword technique, Skybreaker slash. Swoosh. When the butterflies were closing in on him, Ethan tightened his grip around his new rank 4 longsword and executed a 360-degree slash. Swish. In the next second, a powerful sword wave released from his slash, cutting through the 10 blood mist butterflies around him. Cree. The 9 clones of the blood mist butterflies disappeared the moment the sword wave touched them. However, the real body shrieked in pain as its body was cut into equal halves. Cree. Cree. Even after its body was cut into 2 halves, the blood mist butterfly still shrieked in pain for a few seconds before lying on the ground motionless. Did I kill it? After his experience with the death echo from the demonic blood bat king, Ethan was worried that creatures like the blood mist butterfly might also have such a skill. Although he was not worried about death, Ethan didn't want to waste his revival life cards just because he had more of them. Soon, his worries disappeared when he received the system notifications confirming the blood mist butterfly's death. Ding. The host's heavenly talent has been triggered. Ding. The host has received 10,000 life points for killing a rank 5 blood beast created using evil methods. Phew. Ethan heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next second, he received another set of system notifications that shocked him. Ding. The host's special talent I am your killer has been triggered. Ding. The host has killed Shadow B. Soon, the blood mist started disappearing, leaving the blood mist butterfly's corpse, and a few meters behind Ethan, Shadow B was lying in his own pool of blood. What did I do?